of August 23rd. I will call the meeting to order and ask you all to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to the National Film Board for the images of our country and to our very own boys choir for the vocal support, as well as to everyone in the chambers. Thanks for supporting the vocals here today. First on the agenda, the adoption of the previous council meeting of August 9th. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Jackie Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of City Council meeting held on Monday, August 9, 2021 as presented.
That meeting is in order. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that is passed. Oh, sorry, Councillor Friesen, how do you vote?
In favor, thank you.
Okay, and sorry, who else are you missing? Councillor Minhas, how do you vote? Thank you for that. And that passes unanimously. Moving on to item 3.2 for tonight, the minutes from the special city council meeting held August 18th. Councillor Minhas.
I move the council adopt the minutes of the special meeting, city meeting council held Wednesday, August 18, 2021
As presented.
As presented, yeah, sorry.
I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor Minhas, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Minhas votes in favor. And that carries unanimously as well. Moving on to the adoption of tonight's agenda. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 6.1, sale of lands.
Thank you for that. The motion is in order. I will call the question. Please vote. Councillor Minhas, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Minhas votes in favor. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the delegation portion of our meeting tonight. For those of you who happen to be watching, you are more than welcome to always come to City Hall or call in through Zoom to a council meeting. Please, if you can let us know ahead of time, that's great, but you don't necessarily have to let us know for the portion at 3 o'clock. If you are planning to attend the 6 p.m. portion, there's paperwork online that's very easy to fill out just in order for us to have a heads up of who's coming to the evening portion. So we do ask you to let us know ahead of time if you're coming for the evening portion. Today we have 2 parties that have let us know ahead of time, and then I will ask if there's anyone else here that wishes to speak to council tonight. The first item for the delegation that let us know that they were coming today is from the Action on Smoking and Health Canada. I see online we have a representative, so please introduce yourself, and then you can have about 5 minutes for discussion, and then council will have an opportunity for questions. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Disha Banchal, and I'm the Alberta Policy Specialist for Action on Smoking and Health. Also joining me is our Executive Director, Les Hagan. I will provide a brief presentation discussing opportunities for comprehensive smoke-free bylaw in Grande Prairie, and will welcome your questions thereafter. ASH is one of Canada's leading tobacco control organizations with staff across the 4 Western provinces. As part of a Health Canada grant, we are working to prevent the renormalization of smoking in the Western provinces, which is why I'm here today. I would like to quickly highlight some quick facts. Tobacco use places an enormous burden on our health, our quality of life, and our healthcare system. Tobacco and nicotine addiction kills 50,000 Canadians annually, which represents about 20% of all deaths in Canada. About 1 million Canadians are currently suffering from the consequences of tobacco use. Secondhand smoke is also harmful and kills approximately 1,000 Canadians annually. According to Health Canada and other leading health organizations, including the World Health Organization, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. According to the latest Health Canada survey, over 400,000 Canadian youth have vaped in the last 30 days. Many of these youth will develop a lifelong addiction to nicotine. Children and youth who vape are at a 3-fold risk of becoming tobacco smokers. Modeling is an essential element of childhood development. If we model healthy behaviors to kids, we are more likely to get healthy kids and vice versa. Comprehensive smoking and vaping restrictions are needed to help keep youth tobacco and nicotine free for life. Over the years, the smoking bylaw in Grande Prairie has evolved to better protect community members, and we applaud Council for its leadership. Here are some options to further enhance the bylaw. We urge Council to align local restrictions on smoking and vaping with those on cannabis consumption. Tobacco kills 50 times more Canadians than cannabis. Comprehensive smoking bylaws reduce modeling to children, promote healthy communities, protect vulnerable populations, and simplify enforcement. The Alberta government recently aligned its provincial restrictions on smoking and vaping with those on cannabis consumption. We encourage municipalities to align local restrictions as well. This alignment would effectively prohibit smoking at all public events held in public venues and in all public recreational spaces, including playgrounds, parks, trails, pools, sports fields, beaches, and skates or spray parks. Smoking bans should be extended to group living facilities. Residents of group living facilities should not be forced to breathe secondhand smoke in their own home. The city can also ban smoking in all public housing units to provide further protection. Smoking should also be prohibited in hotel and motel rooms. Several Alberta municipalities have banned smoking in hotel and motel rooms. People who work in hotels and motels deserve to be fully protected from secondhand smoke. Councils should apply licensing fees to tobacco, vaping, and cannabis retailers. Edmonton, Calgary, St. Albert, and Lloydminster have all licensed tobacco retailers. Lloydminster also licenses vape shops. Signage is an important component of enforcement. No smoking areas should be clearly visible, and signs should be prominently placed. Unfortunately, the Alberta government recently created a new provincial loophole for cigar lounges, which can be closed by municipal councils. A number of local councils already prohibit the creation of smoking lounges, including Edmonton and Calgary. We encourage your council to prohibit all forms of smoking and vaping in indoor public places with no exemptions for cigar, shisha, or cannabis lounges. ASH has produced a model smoke-free bylaw that will address all these issues. ASH maintains an online policy hub that provides a directory of policies and resources categorized by municipalities, school districts, and post-secondary institutions. Please feel free to visit ash.ca to check out the resources on our policy hub. Smoking rates are at an all-time low in Canada, and public smoking restrictions are an important part of our overall success. We cannot allow these gains to be reversed through the renormalization of public smoking. I would now like to welcome your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will open it up to council for questions. I would just see, Mr. Hagen, if you had anything in addition to the presentation before I open up to council for questions. Great. Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering if you've got an example or two of Alberta municipalities that you think have really good smoke-free bylaws that would be worth us reading and potentially emulating, in your opinion.
Thank you, Council Member, for your question. Yes, Town of Strathmore and Town of Okotos have, these are the two municipalities that have comprehensive smoking bylaws. And
the City of Lloydminster.
And City of Lloydminster, yes, thank you, Wes. So all these municipalities have adopted gold standard bylaws and have comprehensive smoking restrictions, smoking and vaping restrictions in place.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Disha and Les, for your presentation. I guess my question, 50,000 people, that's a lot to lose in a year. I know we've lost less and we've made a bigger deal about it on some things. My question for you is in regards to the City of Grande Prairie's bylaw, where do you think we can improve that? Have you taken a moment to look at our smoking bylaw, and do you see areas where we maybe haven't addressed things, perhaps in the cigar or hookah lounges?
Go ahead. Sure. Thank you. Sorry.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your question, Council Member. Yes, we've had a chance to look at the Grande Prairie smoking bylaw, and in terms of cigar lounges, we feel that due to the current loophole that is in place, the council can help close that loophole. And how can you do that is to pass a bylaw to ban smoking in all workplaces and public establishments without allowances for designated smoking rooms. And there's a second option to it as well, which is to amend business license or zoning bylaw to prohibit shisha and cigar lounges. And to answer the other part of your question is that, as I mentioned in my presentation, that the bylaw provisions that City of Grande Prairie can explore in terms of comprehensive smoke-free bylaw is one is the simplest and the most straightforward, which is to align restrictions on cannabis smoking with smoking and vaping, followed by smoke-free public places. The Grande Prairie smoking bylaw still allows smoking in outdoor spaces and markets. And as I mentioned, these places are most frequented by children and youth. So having said that, to prohibit smoking at all public events held in public venues and in all public recreation spaces, which includes playgrounds, parks, trails, beaches, and escapes and spray parks, is a way that City of Grande Prairie can improve, can lead to a comprehensive smoking bylaw. Please, Les, feel free to correct me. And
all good.
Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. So just to recap, sort of, I'm looking at our smoking bylaw right now, and currently we have a section 3.1A3 that no person shall consume tobacco or cannabis within a 30-meter radius of a recreation facility, public park, parade, outdoor event, or where children are playing, congregating, or the front entrance to a commercial movie theater. Do you think that covers it, or?
I don't think it's fully aligned with cannabis. I think that is one of the loopholes. I'm not sure if it covers all public markets and events.
Okay, no, thank you for that, Les. And yeah, I'm looking at it too. I added tobacco in there. So what you guys are saying is if we made it more, our tobacco bylaws more in line with our cannabis bylaws and just tighten that up a bit, we should be looking good as far as keeping children free of secondhand smoke and stuff?
You'd have a gold standard bylaw and it would be easier to enforce because you're not having to determine what people are smoking or vaping. And that could be particularly difficult with vaping.
Okay, no, that's great to hear. It's especially great to hear we don't have to reinvent a wheel here if we choose to change this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions from council? I did have one. Can you tell me the work that your organization is doing in regards to flavored vaping juice? And I know that I understand from cigarette smokers that flavored tobacco is no longer available, but I see that there's still flavored vaping juice, which obviously has a fairly significant and directed market. Probably youth. So I'm just curious what your organization is doing in regards to the work that you might be doing in the background in regards to that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mayor. This issue of flavored vaping products has been front and center over the past several months. Recently, as Disha pointed out, the Alberta government brought in new vaping rules. Unfortunately, and those rules generally align restrictions on vaping products with those on tobacco, which is good. There's one exception to that, and that's flavors, sadly, which has been deferred to the federal government. And the federal government right now is has a public consultation to restrict flavors on vaping products, with the exception of mint and menthol and tobacco flavors. And we're very concerned about the mint and menthol exemption because it is the second most popular flavor among youth. Health Canada made this menthol mistake on cigarettes about 10 years ago, and they had to reverse that decision, and we're kind of looking at the same thing right now. That consultation ends on September 2nd, so we are urging everyone who may be listening to visit protectcanadiankids.ca and send a message directly to your member of parliament.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right.
Thank
so
you.
If you're not familiar, our delegation business is handled at the end of this portion of the meeting. So any council discussion or direction will be dealt with at that time. So you're more than welcome to stay on and listen. However, I just ask that you turn your camera off so that we can go to the next delegation. So thank you for coming today and for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
All right. Moving along, our next delegation that let us know in advance that they were coming. I have a Ms. Megan Zatko. Ms. Megan, if you are online, please turn your camera on. If you're in the audience, please step forward. There we go. Perfect, thank you. Welcome, and as the previous delegation, take about 5 minutes, introduce yourself for those who are watching, and then council will have an opportunity for questions.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me to join the delegation, city council members and mayor. So I'm sure you guys have read my delegation form and whatnot. I am the owner and operator of Peppermint Twist, Salon and Day Spa, and I'm hoping to propose a project to commemorate residential school survivors and victims with painting a crosswalk, actually kind of similar to how the Pride crosswalk is, but do this for residential school survivors and victims.
Perfect. So as you mentioned, council does have information in the council meeting package today. If you have nothing further to add, I will open it up to council members for questions.
I don't think so. I kind of prepared a letter trying to outline everything. I was hoping that this was going to be a yearly project going forward. I've been talking very closely with Miranda Larocque, the executive director of the Friendship Center, and we've been kind of going back and forth on design and days and whatnot. I will be heading, hopefully, the project and paying for it all this year myself, but in years to come, I'd like to include other businesses and individuals who would like to kind of contribute some money towards the crosswalk. It's just because we're getting really, really close to September 30th, which is such a monumental day in the Indigenous community. So we were really hoping to do it that day. And I don't think I have anything further to add. So if there's any questions.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. I'll open up to council for questions. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Ms. Echo, for proposing this. It's great to see our community talking about what it can do to further reconciliation. I'm curious, have you had any conversations with our administration yet about this, or is this kind of the first time that you're reaching out to the city?
So I did talk to Mr. Wade Nellis. I've been kind of back and forth with him since July 2nd, and he said it was best to go to City Council for a final decision. And that's when I really outlined a letter trying to get every detail in there I could. And I have 2 letters of support from 2 Indigenous nonprofit organizations in town because he had mentioned it's quite a sensitive subject, and it is, absolutely. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew there was support from the Indigenous community as well. So this is my second step.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you bringing this project forward. I'm looking forward to council getting to discuss it in a little bit.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for bringing this forward, Ms. Echo. Really appreciate it and the intent behind it. I guess my question is, because Councillor Bressie stole my question about talking with administration, so I'll just pop 2 in 1 here. First one is, have you, I know you've spoken with the First Nations community. Have you also spoken with the business community up and around on 97th Ave there? And your costs and expenses. You said you're looking to cover this yourself and in years future fundraise. Do you know how much this this project may cost in order to paint that sidewalk that you'd be undertaking so graciously?
So firstly, the crosswalk that we have decided upon was designated for the Grande Prairie Friendship Center as a safe crosswalk for the members of that organization to cross back and forth on, and it was actually Miranda LaRocque who suggested we should use this sidewalk. So I haven't reached out to other business owners in that area just because she did say it was designated for the use of the safe crossing of the Indigenous youth who go to that particular program. And in terms of how much this should cost, Mr. Wade Nellis had kind of suggested that the Pride crosswalk costs roughly about $1,000. So I'm suspecting it will be in that range as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, I will thank you for coming today. I really appreciate it. As I mentioned with the previous delegation business is done with at the end of this afternoon portion of the meeting. So you're more than welcome to stay on the call and listen. However, I just ask that you turn off your cameras so we can move on with our other business.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I will now ask if there's any other delegations here to speak to council, and I'll check online. I'm not aware of any online. And anyone in the chambers that would like to come speak to council, come on up, introduce yourself, and you've seen the process now a couple times, so introduce yourself and have about 5 minutes, and then council will have an opportunity for questions.
My name is Robbie King. My husband and I pastor a church here in Grande Prairie. We've been here 28 years. Also the manager of the Mission Thrift Store in the Town Center Mall. I have an idea, but I haven't put it on paper because I don't know how to do any of that. I saw the wonderful proposal and how they did it in the first, so I'm hoping to do that, but I want to see where to go from here. I've talked to a couple people.
Sorry, we're just going to adjust you so that people online can hear you better.
And so I've had a dream, an idea for 5 years, and becoming a manager at the thrift store has made it bigger because I see so much stuff happening in the city core that I would love to see some breakthrough. So I'm just going to share the dream that I have, and it's to take care of an area that's really lacking in our city. There's so much homeless, theft, and stuff happening in our city that I see on a daily basis in my store. It's a daily situation, and the police are just so overwhelmed with so much of it So my idea is to get 10 acres of land outside of town where you do a detention center. First time offense is 30 days, second time offense is 60 days, but have all of the things that are happening within our city. I'm so excited about the Stone Bridge and that they're going to have all of the things there for the people. But I think to be able to do a detention center where they get all of this help, you know, when you talk to them when they're sober and when they're straight, they want to be free. But I feel like we're just slapping their wrist and saying, don't do it again. And I would love to see something happen where we can reach into the community with people helping, to see a boarding house for horses where they get to help with that, have animals, have a greenhouse, have a store, have all these things on site, but they're locked. They can't leave. They're there for 30 days. It's their punishment for stealing, for vandalism, and for different things. I know I have calls out now to Tracy Adler. I'm meeting with her, but I just want to maybe see if there's something or some way that I can go further in this in our city. I'd love to see us pilot it and see if it works, to do something where, you know, they say to me, nobody's going to do anything. And they're right. Like, I asked if I could get a taser gun to taser them when they leave the store so I can just get my stuff back. And they said it's against the law. But so is stealing. And so I just feel like there's got to be something that we can do within the city to change it. And so my heart's desire is 10 acres out of town where they're detained and we get to love on them and help them to break from the addiction. And I know Rising Above is amazing. The Stone Bridge, what they're doing there is amazing. And I'm excited about all that, but I think there's a step we're missing for the ones that don't care. They just want to steal the stuff and do their own thing. And I really want to see breakthrough. One thing that some of the homeless told me is they do a big crime at the end of when it gets cold so they can go to jail. And it just breaks my heart that hopefully we can do something that it doesn't come to that place. So thank you for hearing me.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I'll open it up to council for questions. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Robbie, for coming in today and presenting your dream. Sounds to me, I know you said detention center. Sounds to me that you're looking more of like a treatment and rehabilitation center where they're sent. I guess it's kind of a detention center in a sense that they can't leave, but now, in regards to this, I think this is sort of in good alignment with what the province just announced recently in Grande Prairie for drug treatment court. This could be a place where they could be recommended to go to if it existed. So I guess my question to you is, you said outside of the city. Does it necessarily have to be outside of the city, or could it be inside of the city borders as well? Maybe on the perimeter, or how do you see this coming to fruition with the city?
My heart's desire is outside the city because for me, I've seen so much when you put it in the downtown core or in an area. My concern is for the Stone Bridge. What's it going to do to that neighborhood behind it? There's so much that comes along with it, and so that's why I like outside the city. The other thing is the reason I want it to be detention is because I don't want them to be able to leave. I want it to be court ordered that they have to go there. It's jail. But it's a program. It's not just going to jail for 30 days. I know I'm excited about the drug court thing as well, but I feel like that's saying, okay, don't drink, don't do drugs for this time, and then you can not go to jail. Well, I have a girl in my program at the store that's been clean for 2 years, and she is daily asked if she would like drugs. And it's you can't say, don't do it again and you'll be okay, because there's just so much temptation within the city. And so that's why I'd love to see it outside the city. I'd love to see it like greenhouse and horses and something for them to be passionate about. There's some amazing videos online of a guy they put a piano in the middle of the city and he played every day, and they did a video of him and got all these views, and now he's a famous recording artist, and he was homeless. And I just feel like there's more we can do. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in and throwing out your vision. I 100% agree with you. I think that we have to stop just looking at housing people, but actually start. Some folks just do need to help up, and sometimes that's actually holding them back for a little while and detaining them and getting them proper help. So I love the idea. We've had conversations similar to this with some of the council members and through mental health as well. And I definitely think it's something our city should be looking at as well. So I appreciate you coming in. I know you don't have the big plan, but sometimes conversations is where it starts. So thanks for taking the courage to come in and share us your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Minhas and then Councillor Bressie.
Thank you very much for coming. I really love this idea, but when we talked before with this idea, it kind of we cannot call it detain or jail. It has to be called something else, because by law, when they say you're 18-year-old adult, you can't keep them forced to keep inside. Even our ADEC center, they don't keep them because even the family is pushing to do it, but we don't do it. So I don't know, it has to change by provincial level law, or it's needed a lot of work, but it's a very good idea, really good to have the people stay there and have fun, and also they can get treated and they have openness.
So that's where my heart desire is, to find out, where do I go from here? Like, I will take it to the government. I feel like there has to be a shift. This has to be punishment. Like, we would never allow our children to steal, but we allow these people to rule our city, and it's just not, it's not appropriate. And so I would love to take it somewhere else. So if someone has advice for me later, I would love to hear where I can go from here. But thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely appreciate the members of the public coming to speak to us about this. It is something that council has paid a lot of attention to and has put a lot of effort into recently, but without some changes at the provincial and federal level, hands often are tied, and it's really discouraging to me that in Alberta right now, the province is building recovery communities across the province. But here in Grande Prairie, we've got the highest per capita homelessness. We've got some of the worst opioid deaths in all of the country, and yet there are zero intentions from the province to build any type of recovery community up here in our region. And so I really think that we are being forgotten by our provincial government when it comes to a lot of these initiatives. And so I'm glad to hear members of the public talking about it. And I'm glad to hear them saying they're going to go talk to their MLA too, because council has been talking to its MLAs. But I really think this is something that we need an entire community to be advocating for. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. King, for coming in today, and even just hearing the love and the hope in your voice is so good. I actually was a charge nurse at a correctional services facility for 20 years, and this sounds just like an absolute dream, and I don't mean that it's a pipe dream at all. I mean it sounds like a dream facility, and I want you to hold on to that. And as we see what happens with drug treatment courts and other initiatives that our provincial government is taking, pay attention to that. Stay in close contact with Minister Allard and MLA Allard, and as that progresses, it would be I do think Grande Prairie would be an ideal place for a facility such as this, and I think that should it move in that direction, you would have all the support in the world from council. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I think it just, I've been hearing it around, but the council table here, but when you meet with Minister Allard, I would bring up that your idea is in somewhat of a perfect alignment with the drug treatment court. If somebody is guilty of a punishable offense for their addictions, then they would be court ordered to go through a process. So if there's a place like this that exists, they could do that rehabilitation there, and they could be there. So I know that Tracy, Miss Allard, has been really, really great for our region as far as promoting it and getting consensus and turning MLA heads up north. And she does have the ear of ministers and was here making those announcements with them. So if you can show her that there's an alignment with this, that might be one step closer to the end goal that you're looking for.
I do want to, can I just say
For sure, absolutely.
I am so grateful for the MOP program, the Mobile Outreach Program. It is amazing, and I hope it never stops, because it is definitely a blessing in the city, and I can call them anytime they're there. and they come to the store and get clothing and stuff for them. And so I'm very grateful for that. And the other one is the Oasis. I know they got some more funding to go throughout the winter, but I was there. We take food on Saturday nights and clothing and stuff out, and it's amazing. And I am excited about what our city is doing, but I'm hoping we can do some more. So thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming today. I don't see any further questions. So you did a great job. You can take a big breath now. And at the end of this portion of the meeting, we will deal with delegation business. So please stay in the chambers if you'd like. If you'd like to leave, administration can follow up with you after. All right, thank you so much. I'm not aware of any other delegations that are here this evening or online. So we'll move on to reports. Under reports, item 6.1. I'm just trying to update my, it's in regards to disposition of city land on Resources Road. I'll welcome to the table Mr. Chad Sheldon and Mr. Gordon Halliday for introduction, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So administration is presenting an offer to purchase on city-owned land today. And just for background, there's a year of history. It was August 24th of 2020 where council approved an expression of interest process, and that was to explore opportunities for a parcel on Resources Road. It's on the east side of Resources between 68th and 76th Avenue. And that was for a portion that was 17.83 acres that had previously been declared surplus. So that expression of interest was issued September 16th, 2020, and it closed November 30th. And the expression of interest resulted in interest from Forum Properties out of Edmonton. So Forum has proposed 3 commercial retail units and 3 pad sites as a phase 1. So that would be what they do is they're targeting office, retail, and food sector. They propose an initial phase of around 50,000 square feet under roof, and that would cover about 6 acres of that property. The rest would be deemed future development. So given their proposal aligned with our intent for the site, and Forum being a very experienced and capable firm, we entered into negotiations with Forum. And so over the past year, those negotiations have continued, and that's led now to an offer to purchase from Forum, and ultimately a recommendation from administration for council to approve a sale to Forum Holdings. So actually our land officer, Mr. Halliday, he's done the heavy lifting here in terms of getting this parcel marketable, making it marketable, and leading negotiations. So I'll have him present the finer details regarding this sale.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Sheldon. So as Chad had mentioned there, the parcel that was up for the expression of interest was 17.83 acres. A portion of that parcel was identified as wetlands. So the city took on subdivision of the lands to protect the wetland as environmental reserve. The resulting subdivision's seen 5.672 acres removed from the total area of the parcel, leaving 12.158 acres remaining for the sale.
And Mr. Halliday, sorry to interrupt you. Our e-scribe, and for possibly those watching online, hasn't been updated. So I'm wondering if possible you could just put the drawing of the land that you're referring to on the X on the table there, so those who might be watching online could see exactly where we're speaking of. Thank you.
Sure, that'll show.
Just do a 180 with it. One more. There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that.
Okay, so just to give some reference to where we are, this is Resources Road. This is the whole parcel that we are talking about. Administration has went ahead and worked with a professional survey company to remove the area highlighted in red and designate this as an environmental reserve, protecting it from any future development in the future. So the resulting parcel left is 12.18 acres, as I mentioned. In negotiations with Form, we came to an agreement of $71,500 per acre, resulting in a total of $869,297. So the administration is recommending that council make the parcel marketable and approve the sale of the land to Forum West Holdings.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We'll open up for questions and comments from council. Councillor Palat and then Councillor Minhas.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just to understand this fully, so if the land was sold, just so the community understands, what would happen to the funds that we'd receive back? What would happen to the money from the sale?
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor Clayton. So the money from the sale would go into general reserves.
Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Gordon, this land, when you said it's going to be first phase for 50,000 square feet and the second phase will be leave it open, how much land they're going to use on the first phase if they do, out of 12 acres?
So through the mayor. So the first phase was for approximately half of the available parcel. So 6 acres.
6 acres.
About, yeah, 50,000 square feet under roof as well as parking.
Oh, thank you. And the second one is that right now access is from 76 Ave. That'll be the only one access will be into that property, or it's in the future going to be second access to the Resource Road or to the 68 Ave side, which is a better land. I don't know if it'll go through or not, but is any...
Mr. Halliday?
Yeah, through the mayor there. Engineering has looked at the possibility of doing a multi-directional at 67th Avenue, which would gain access into the parcel from the north. They have also explored options of routing right out along the Resources Road corridor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for this and all the hard work put into this disposition of lands potentially here, gentlemen. I guess I got to ask the question because I know we put a lot of time and effort into it in regards to the wetland area due south to that. So if we zone this and we dispose of the land, we sell it, and then we zone it, it's going to be commercial arterial. But there's certain approvals that are permitted uses inside of that, things such as gas bars, small mechanic shops, stuff like that, that over time have an environmental impact from migration based off of, the leaching out from the tanks and stuff like that. With this 7-meter setback that's being proposed from the wetland area, is there anything that the city, any thoughts or considerations the city's put in order to protect that wetland from being degraded? Since we've gone the extra mile, we've paid for the extra subdivision of the land, we added the 7-meter buffer. Is that going to be enough if the developer decides to put in a gas bar right on the edge of that wetland?
I will give that to Mr. Halliday or refer it to the acting Infrastructure and Economic Development Director.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, yep, through the mayor. So with the sale, we're just looking at the footprint of the land. However, it is zoned commercial arterial at the moment, and the permitted uses within side commercial arterial would be allowed for development through the development permit process. But at this time, I can't speak any further with what kind of development would be allowed there and what wouldn't be.
Okay, but our assumption is that it would be commercial arterial?
That's correct, yes.
If I might add, Mayor Clayton.
Yes, please, Mr. Sheldon.
Yeah, that would be atypical of this developer. That's not the type of development they're looking for. So their initial proposal is for retail, mostly food sector, office space, professional services. So we would not be expecting that to be part of their development, and certainly that would be flagged at the development permit stage.
Oh, okay, sorry, I have just...
Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks for that answer, Mr. Sheldon, Mr. Halliday. I guess my like as a permitted use, like we don't typically flag permitted usages. So if they wanted to build a gas bar right at the edge of our buffer zone, then they could, and theoretically we just approve it because it's a permitted use, yes?
Correct. Sorry.
That's
through
all
the
right,
mayor.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes, what I meant by, so to be flagged at the development permit for the discussion that this isn't what was proposed, but you're right, there is, once the sale takes place, there's nothing in place to stop that permitted use.
Okay, and just so I like what we got going on the first part of the development, the phase one. So phase two, we could see sort of a new proposal dropped in on us, and we're still going to do that CA. Am I correct?
Mr. Sheldon?
Yes, thanks through the mayor. Yes, that's the intent, yes. Okay. CA zoning, right.
Okay, so yeah, so there's that, like right now we know what they're proposing, but we don't know what they're going to propose for phase two in the future. Do we know when they may plan on developing phase two at all? Like, do they have a timeline? Like, is it 3 or 5 years, 10 years? Like, what's their timeline to develop?
Mr. Sheldon?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the initial proposal on phase one is there's a 16 to 20 month period to market and lease the space, and there was no discussion of phase two. It will be entirely dependent on the success of phase one and the demand. So at this time, there was no estimated time for phase two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Further questions from council? All right. Seeing none, thank you for coming today. And I will look to council for business arising. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. So I'm prepared to make the motion. I will move that council designate Plan 06623325, Block 1, Lot 8 as marketable, and approve disposition of the land by way of sale to Forum EST Holdings, Inc.
Perfect. Thank you. That motion's in order. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'd like to move an amendment if I may.
Absolutely.
And that is that council further direct administration to place any proceeds into the future expenditures reserve for use in affordable housing. And just to speak to this, I'm not comfortable with the city just selling land for the sake of selling land. I'm very comfortable with us getting rid of assets, though, for the sake of moving forward a strategic objective. And in this piece of land, there's nothing strategic that we particularly want to do with this land. But we have made affordable housing a strong priority for this council, and we've got a lot of work to do. We've done a lot of work in terms of addressing chronic homelessness, but there's still a lot to do for families and for seniors. And we know that that's going to take investment, and we need to find revenue sources for that. So I think that this is that's a strategic intent that matches with community priorities, and I'd feel good going to our ratepayers and saying, yes, we did sell an asset, but we've got a very firm idea of what we're going to do with the proceeds of that sale. I'm not comfortable just selling an asset and just rolling into general revenue, and who really knows where that money gets spent at the end of the day. So I hope that council will accept this amendment so that I can vote yes in favor of the sale.
Councillor Bressie, I'll just ask if we could split those rather than amendment to the motion.
For me, I don't know if I can support selling this if I don't know where the money's going. And so for me, I think the chair has the right to say I'm out of order if the chair wishes, but just for me, I think it's important that they are part of the same motion personally.
Okay. And so anybody at any time can split a motion, so I'd prefer that that be split. I'm happy to go to Councillor Palat for comments.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm kind of with Councillor Bressie. I'd kind of like to know where the money's going first, but I wouldn't support it going to affordable housing. And I know we had a little bit of chat about this earlier, but to me, I think council strategic initiative is a better spot. If housing's where it lands, great. I also don't want to preclude things like a future snow dump or future things that we've also discussed as a city happening that could be using money for. And I don't think, especially in light of we just borrowed $15.5 million around housing projects, I think earmarking that money there right now may end up there, to me, is not the right use. I think it should go to council strategic initiatives, and then that way we as this council or future council can decide if it's housing, which it very much might land on, but if administration comes with an idea that it also needs funding, and doesn't have the ability to take debt on, I'd like to have that option. So I can't support the motion going specifically to affordable housing. I could support it going to another funding source, but I think, you know, we've earmarked a lot of money in this term to affordable housing. So I think, to me, I think there's a pause there. I think we need to look at other areas of our city as well. As much as we're aligned on trying to solve affordable housing issues, I think this council shown with the amount of debt we just took on that we've spent a lot of money on affordable housing. And I really want to give administration a latitude to spend this money in other areas that might be needed for the community.
All right, further comments. And so just on in the comment of making it two separate motions, that's my concern. So specifically earmarking it for something that may not get support the entire motion because of where you've identified. Maybe just clarify where you were hoping to put the revenue.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was clear. Future expenditures are affordable housing, but I just point that I move in a motion, so council has an opportunity to vote on the amendment before we vote on the whole motion. So if we voted on this amendment, you could vote down the amendment, and then it wouldn't stand.
Totally understood. But then you could turn around and do a subsequent motion. So if you chose to. So, all right. Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure if this necessarily follows, but I'm hopeful. Could I suggest a friendly amendment to the amendment such that it would read to strategic priorities rather than to affordable housing?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that friendly amendment if the mayor would accept it.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. All right. I'm much more comfortable with that. Thank you. All right. So now we're voting on the amendment. Council, have any last questions or comments on the amendment? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Well, I'm okay with this amendment. I never want to look a almost $1 million gift horse in the mouth. I know how our administration has worked hard to complete this deal. And you know me, I'm all for housing, so I probably would have voted in favor for it to be directed to housing. But I do like what Councillor Platt is saying and Councillor Friesen's amendment to put it into strategic priorities, because as we already discussed, you know, there may be other lands that we might want to purchase for other reasons. We talked about environmental stuff, that wetland area there. I know we're going to sell the plot, but if we need to do extra work on it and that falls on us, like we could use that there in order to ensure that they can develop that land without any extra undue costs, since we took that on. So this gives council the latitude to determine with administration where the best use is, and that could be affordable housing. That could be purchasing more land. That could be more environmental reserve land that we designate as well. So lots of ways to go about this. And so I'm in full support of this amendment. Thank you.
Perfect. Nothing further. Would you like to close on the amendment, Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate the debate. And really what I'm hoping to achieve by this is that there is intentional discussion about where these proceeds go, that it doesn't just get rolled into a general surplus or disappear in the budget, but that we're able to I suspect it'll probably be the next council, not our council, but that council as a body gets to say, yes, we did sell that land, and this is how we benefit the community by selling that land. So I'd encourage council to accept this amendment.
Thank you for that. That is a close. So I'll call the question on the amendment. Councillor Thiessen, how do you vote? Okay. And that is carried unanimously. Now to the amended motion. Any discussion? All right. Sorry, Councillor Friesen, yes.
Thank you. Just to speak to the motion, this is precisely what we directed administration to do. This is what we were hopeful would go in this location. And I can't imagine a better timing for it. We know that Grande Prairie is slated to or expected to grow significantly in the coming decade. And what we know from the gap analysis that the city did with the Chamber of Commerce several years ago with relation to the opening of the new hospital was that we would be very much in need of restaurant, retail, recreation, and professional business spaces. And this proponent is certainly experienced and really has some chops in developing this kind of land for this kind of purpose. I'm delighted that administration has done such a good job on this. Thank you.
All right, and that's to close. I'll call the question, please. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you for your time today. Moving on to committee business. First up for tonight, the Community Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, August 17th. I will ask that Councillor Thiessen, as the Deputy Chair, please introduce the first item of business.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. It was a pleasure to fill in for the actual chair. Felt like sitting in for the sheriff. But I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, August 17th, 2021, as presented.
Thank you for that. Seeing no comments or questions, I'll call a question on that motion. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. If you'd like to continue on, Councillor Thiessen.
I would definitely love to continue on. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There was some business, some big business and some little business coming out of the committee. And the first action of business is Regional Recreation Committee ICE allocation framework. And I would move that Council adopt the Grande Prairie Regional Recreation Committee ICE allocation framework with the implementation of the step-by-step approach, beginning with step 1. Now, speaking to this motion as presented at committee and in Council's package is the Grande Prairie Regional Recreation Committee's recommendations for ICE allocations framework. And to speak to this is how we use our ICE and where our ICE users are being met with purchasing of it, whether that's a bulk purchase from one organization to secure what we call black ICE, which is sold ICE and reserved ICE time, and also educating the public, which is that step 1 process, is creating awareness of ICE allocations, how they're made, what the cost implications are, and how to go about delegating that throughout the region. I know it's bad form to speak against any part of a motion when you're making a motion, but I would just like to point out that currently the ICE allocation framework that we are approving currently says cancellations in ICE allocations framework. I mentioned at committee that I would prefer that cancellations come after the ICE allocations framework, since that's what we're talking about here now. So the only reason why I mention it is members of the committee, Councillor Bressie and Mayor Clayton, are here to hear that, and as well as administration, because I think the majority of the document is a good document, but there's only 2 pages that talk about cancellations, and it doesn't come until the 20th page. So I think we should keep the document titled as it is, which is ICE allocations framework, and then take the cancellations and move it to the end, just so it's a better representation. That's only a comment. I'm not suggesting any changes. I know I've been heard, so I would encourage Council to support this motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It was nice to see the recreational report. I know it was early on in our term that was on this committee, and there was lots of conversation about this rec use and the regional use of facilities. So I'm in support of this for sure. I did have one question for administration though, because I had a few members of the community call me since this reports went live, and it's in regards to pages 25 and 26. So in support of it, I guess the one area that's been brought to my attention from some members of the community in reading through it was just the cost it costs the city of Grande Prairie to run a sheet of ice versus the other user groups in that. And it was talked about years ago. I appreciate there's more numbers now, because I think when we were first talking about this, it was hypothetical. And I know it's not fair comparables. I mean, some of these are handbag societies. Some of them don't have similar products to what the city has. But I'm just wondering if administration could speak to our costs per sheet on our Coca-Cola Center versus the Crosslink Center arenas, their multi-pitches, and why the disparity potentially there. And I'd probably look at making a subsequent motion depending on that.
Thank you for that. I will turn it over to Ms. Cajolet for comment, as I know she spent a lot of time on this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the ICE cost per prime time hours listed on page 26. The net costs for each ice arena were identified by each municipal partner, and then that number provided was divided by the average number of prime time hours across the region. So I can't speak to the specifics of the crosslink arenas. I do suspect that it relates to the fact that they may have a different model for staffing costs because they have a third-party operator there. But we can certainly get that information and provide it back to committee or council.
Okay, thanks for that. So I would just let the mayor know I'd like to look at making a subsequent motion after this one is closed off.
Thank you for that. Further comments or questions on the motion itself? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimously. I will refer to Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I'd like to make a motion that we ask administration to bring back to the appropriate standing committee a cost comparison of operations of our Twin Ice Arena versus the Crosslinks Arena. I'm sure there's going to be some disparities. I guess the line item that jumps out of this is that according to this, we're spending about 3 times as much to operate a sheet of ice as what the Crosslink Center is. And so I've had a couple members of the community reach out and just wondering why there's such a disparity. Certainly not expecting this information from administration today. I know there's a lot of work that would go behind trying to figure this out. But I also think this is one with campaign season coming up and a lot of people wanting about costs and education. I think this is a good one that maybe shows up, maybe even, I'm not sure when administration did it, if it got before elections were done, great. If not, even if it was after, I just think this is a really good educational piece for council to really understand what it costs to run our facilities and potentially why it costs us more to run our facilities. I know Mayor Clayton and I had the opportunity to go to RMA and meet with a lot of other smaller urbans, and it was very resounding that ag societies run a lot of these rinks, and the city can't compete with an ag society and volunteer groups. But it does concern me that somehow our ice sheet is just so much more, because what concerns me more about it is our cost per hour to run this sheet suddenly is 3 times higher than that number. And I just worry that over time, if that number continues to widen, that we might have to charge a lot more for a sheet of ice in the city limits versus outside of the city limits. And that's exactly what I wouldn't want to have happening, is people driving out of the region to go to sports facilities. I know we do a great job running facilities, so I'm just hoping that's something council can support, and look forward to that report coming to us through administration.
All right, comments or questions on the motion? So the motion, as noted on your e-scribe, council, is direct administration to conduct research on cost disparities between the city and the county for running our recreation facilities. I can tell you that this discussion was a significant part of our ICF deliberations in regards to comparing apples to apples on facility management. So I know that some work has been done in regards to this, but that is, a fairly significant task. However, as Councillor Plott mentioned, definitely something very important and good information for council to have. Comments or questions on Councillor Bressie on the motion?
Great, thank you. I guess just a question for Councillor Plott is if this actually captures what you were trying to do. The motion in e-scribe reads on our recreation facilities, and I think I heard comparing 2 specific facilities, which is a lot less broad than what is captured here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. So mine would be more specific of comparing specifically our Twin Ice Arenas versus the Crosslinks Twin Ice Arenas. Just those, I wouldn't want administration to go in and do a whole bunch of work on all these other facilities. Just they seem like similar facilities from being in both, not overall, but they're running 2 sheets of ice, I guess. So that would be more specific to Twin Ice Arenas in both city and the county. And that would hopefully narrow the scope for administration to have to work on it.
All right, Councillor Bressie.
Then I guess another question I've got for administration is, I know we'd have the costs available for the city operations, and we can release information about city operations if we wish to, but I don't know what's both available to administration and also available and publicly releasable by administration for county facilities. So I guess just my question for administration is, does it feel that this is an actionable direction if we give it?
Refer to Ms. Cajolet or Director Miller for comment on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If possible, administration would also like to suggest that perhaps the motion could be that the Regional Recreation Committee would do this work instead of just specific to administration. That would enable us to work collaboratively to get the information that you've requested. I suspect that we certainly will be able to bring back some information, but I don't know, to Councillor Bressy's point, the specifics related to their actual costs, but we'll work with administration from the County of Grande Prairie to determine that.
Sure. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I really appreciate that comment, Ms. Cajale, because I think I've been a big fan of what the Joint Rec Committee is trying to do, so it probably makes sense to have it go through the Joint Rec via administration. So I'd be fine with
So if I could suggest, if you're open to that, just
a good wordsmith on the fly.
direct administration to work with the administration working group of the Grande Prairie Regional Recreation Committee to bring back potential cost disparities between the identified facilities.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep. Is everybody, Councillor Bressie, did you have something?
No, I appreciate the way that Mayor Clayton put that, and I think the specific wording here is really important in terms of Mayor Clayton's idea was direct our administration to work with the administrative working group. I just think it's important to realize that we can request the committee, we can direct our administration, we can request the Regional Rec Committee do what it wants, but I just think the wording is really important here that we're not directing that Regional Recreation Committee, because that would be inappropriate and we'd be angry if our partners tried to do that.
Absolutely. Ms. Cashley, I'll just double check. Are you comfortable with how this is and thinking it's realistic to get some form of information in working with the administration working group of the Regional Rec Committee?
Madam Chair, yes, administration is happy with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I will call the question. And please vote. And this carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, you had some additional business.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council proceed with a full demolition of the Leisure Centre, including Pitch 2. And speaking to this motion, in previous history, Council had set aside just under $850,000 for the selective demolition of the Leisure Centre. Now, this would be the whole demolition. That would include hazardous materials abatement and demolition of the Leisure Centre, including Pitch 2, functional mechanical systems like our boilers, HVAC system, motors, pumps to be removed and sold as surplus assets, and the Pitch 2 soccer board system can be removed and repurposed. Part of this is part of this decision or this motion is to do a selective demolition would actually cost the city significantly more, as far as we were made to understand at a committee meeting, as well as this project is a joint venture with the province and the Grande Prairie Public School District, and the consultant hired by the province was engaged to provide estimates for demolition options. And the idea is that the city will work with the province and add the Leisure Centre to the 2022 demolition tender, and any amendments to the 2021 capital budget that may be made or needed, depending on the cost, because we still don't know that. That's in the hands of the province right now. We're just joining as a partner. Can be made, but we're hopeful it won't cost any more than what we have budgeted. But we are prepared if it doesn't. So.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. I know that Mr. Phillips is here as well from administration, potentially to provide some additional information and background. If you could please add anything that may be relevant to this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No additional information to add other than what was shared at committee, other than the fact that I think that it's critical that we do a joint project, that we work with the province in the demolition phase of the Composite High School and the Leisure Centre. And as was very clearly reiterated by Councillor Thiessen, that to try to do a selective demolition just is not financially responsible for the organization, and the recommendation is for full demolition.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Plott. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Although I wasn't here at committee, it's going to be interesting to see this come down, but I do support this. I mean, it's an old facility for sure. My question though for administration, and I haven't had a lot of pushback, so I'm assuming we have a plan on this, but what happens to the user groups that we're going to use that in 22? Like, was this a fully utilized facility, and are we just moving people over to the Crosslink Center in different facilities, or what happens to the user groups in 22 and beyond until we find them a new home?
I will refer to Ms. Cajolet for comments in regards to the recreational user groups.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administration is actively engaged with the sport and recreation users of the facility, and we will continue to work with them to understand what their individual group needs are, and then also how this recommendation impacts the community as a whole. The consultation with our user groups will also assist us in identifying some mitigation strategies as we explore those relocation options. So we will certainly work with our regional partners to relocate as many groups as possible. It is possible that there will be a gap for some of those user groups, and we will work with them to minimize the impacts to them as much as we can.
Okay. Just one other question, if I can, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for that, Ms. Cajolet. I just also wondering, when we do the demolition, I know it's a long ways away, but how are we going to mitigate that people can still get to pitch one? Just thinking about how they're going to do that site. I mean, I just want to make sure that pitch one is still available and isn't going to be tough for, I mean, it's a lot of young kids that would still be going to soccer and utilizing that facility. I know we got lots of time to think about it, but just more food for thought. I'd really be concerned about, as we've done downtown phases and we're trying to logistically move things around, how we ensure that pitch one's still liable and able to be fully utilized is just more of a comment for future.
Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think the response that I would give is that we've done a really good job, I think, downtown, and I think we're gonna mirror that in that we would make sure that we would work with the province to make sure that all measures are taken to make sure that pitch one can still be utilized. Absolutely.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cajolet. My concern is also for the user groups, not just in the short term, but in the longer term as well. What sort of plans, or what would be the ideal for planning for long-term understanding of what we need, not only for that land, but for user groups in general in the city for recreational facilities and potentially culture as well? I know that some facilities have some crossover between recreation and culture, and how might we best understand that going forward?
Ms. Cajolet?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Certainly, administration would hope to develop a strategy that would support future planning for by working with our stakeholders to determine the needs and priorities for recreation and culture services programs and facilities. Currently, there is funds allocated for a recreation needs assessment in the Avondale area. So one option could be to utilize those funds and then reallocate the request for an update of the cultural master plan, which is scheduled for 2022 to fund that joint recreation and culture strategy for the city.
Councillor Friesen?
Thank you. What are those funding amounts, please, for each of those?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recreation needs assessment is currently funded at $80,000, and the request for the cultural master plan update is also unfunded, but requested for $80,000.
But currently unfunded. If I may, what might administration suggest as a funding source for that second 80, or does that not have to be dealt with until 2022?
Ms. Cajolet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be based on council direction. I would certainly defer to finance for a funding source for the second amount.
If you give us just 1 minute. Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We don't have very many options with this type of project, so it would likely have to be funded from unrestricted funding available in our future expenditures reserve. Capital tax is really our only ongoing option otherwise, but the recommendation would likely be reserves.
Thank you for that. Councillor Friesen?
Thank you. And in the event, if I were to follow with a motion, would it be prudent to specify that today and just move it forward? Would it otherwise have to wait till 2022?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So either way, we'll include it in the 2022 capital plan. So if a funding source is identified here today, we'll include that in deliberations, the capital plan.
Thank you for that. All right, Councillor Friesen, did you?
That is everything. Thank you.
Okay.
And I would be prepared with a follow-up.
Subsequent? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Anything else from administration or Councillor Thiessen? Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen, with your. I know you introduced it, but I don't know if you actually made a motion.
No, I made a motion right off the hop.
Perfect.
I did have a question, though. I thought I was going to close. Sorry, Ms. Cazalet. So based off of the original report, I think this was brought up at committee, but losing pitch 2, that's from 2019 and 2018, about 1,100 hours every year that we'd be losing for a full year with that pitch 2 in full swing. Does administration have any idea the usage of our actual field space, like our outdoor field space, that could maybe mitigate some of the booking times lost for events such as soccer or ultimate frisbee?
Ms. Cazalet?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't have the actual numbers with me today, but I do know that certainly in the warmer weather, the trend is for most of our user groups to go outside. So the leisure center soccer pitch 2 is not typically utilized from about mid-May to mid-September because there is no air conditioning in that building. So during that time, all of those regular user groups would be at one of our outdoor fields.
Okay, so this is the winter space that we're looking to maybe fill. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
All right, so seeing no, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't waiting because I don't have a question, but just before we vote on it, do have a comment. Just I don't think we have any good options with the space, and I hate to see it torn down. I'm somebody that moved to Grande Prairie about 2 weeks before it got closed down. I was so excited to use that space, and I never actually got to set foot in it. But I know a lot of people who do have fond memories there, and I know that for a lot of people, it's disappointing to see this torn down. But really, at this stage, it's invest a lot of money in a facility with limited life in it that doesn't really meet modern recreation needs, or tear it down so we've got space to build new. And as sad as it is, as terrible an option it is to tear the whole thing down, it really is the best option available to us. So I do support this motion, and I also hope that our council, the next one, will work really quickly on figuring out what's going there next so we can make sure that there still is indoor recreation in the north side of the city. I really do think a lot of people have to drive really far to get to the Eastlink Centre in our community. And I think this really does hurt a lot of people in the north, especially those without easy access to a vehicle. So I think that it doesn't need to be replaced with something world-class necessarily, but it definitely needs to be replaced and needs to be replaced quickly. So support this motion and look forward to rolling up our sleeves and doing the next steps of work needed for the site.
Great, thank you for that. I'll ask Councillor Thiessen if you wish to close on your motion.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to close on this motion. I think Councillor Bressie summed it up pretty good. Based off of what we know, it might be cost prohibitive to try to salvage some of the building rather than tear it all down. Definitely it was cost prohibitive to keep the leisure center standing back in the day when we had that decision. Yeah, this would be the best course of action. I guess most prudent financially, I think, for us to take it all down in one and work with the province to do so. All these things make sense, and once we redevelop and create maybe a whole new space for people, we'll see as that area turns out. I have full faith in our administration to find something in the meantime where we can fill spaces. There's lots of spaces that I don't even know what the utilization rate is, and I I'm scared to question administration if they know places like the Reach Center, that have a bit more bigger indoor field space and stuff. Some of our field houses, some of our schools with the scores agreements. There are some intermediaries that we can provide before we come to an ultimate solution. But right now, we got to do something with this building, and the best way to do it is to work with our partners in the province and the Grande Prairie Public School District, and to work in the best financial interests of the citizens of Grande Prairie. So for all those reasons, I ask that we support this motion.
Thank you for your close. Councillor Thiessen, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, or sorry, Councillor Friesen, I think you mentioned you had a subsequent motion.
I do have. So I would like to move that Council approve admin to issue an RFP for a rec and culture strategic plan to be funded from $80,000 from the Avondale Rec Needs Assessment, that was 2020 funding, and to move forward the $80,000 request for the cultural master plan update that is in 2022, with that to be funded from unrestricted future expenditures.
All right, just giving our clerk here a moment to get the motion into our documents. I will ask council the questions. Councillor Palat.
Do it.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So I appreciate that we have contemplated this for 2022 as the culture master plan update. And it seems to me, though, that we should have been doing this work probably a year ago. So I would hate to leave it to 2022. So here we are, ready to now take down this recreation facility, and we still really don't have an idea of what not only we need for this parcel of land, but also for our general needs going forward. And I think it is important because we have seen council have ideas where we put some money into developing a culture facility, for example, and look at what a need or what a business case for that might be. And we've seen money be allocated for a business case for a sport facility. And there is some crossover between the two, but also we don't actually know what the next facility is that Grande Prairie needs. I would love to expand this to be a regional consideration, but we certainly have only control over what we do for in the city. And I do think we need to move on this before 2022, and that the two considerations need to be combined as we go forward. So that is why I'm making this motion, and I hope that my colleagues will support it today.
Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Councillor Friesen, for bringing this motion up. And wordsmithing may happen here a little bit, but I like the intent. I know we've had conversations with administration since last year at budget about how do we get some of these studies happening. And Councillor Friesen's right. I wish we would have probably got on this last year, and so administration had a lot more time to work on it. But my question for administration more is, with the motion that was added here or proposed here, how do we see this working with user groups? I guess for me, I know that there's an RFP potentially, but I guess volleyball's growing, basketball's growing, soccer's displaced. What user group gets to come to the forefront, or are they all at the table when this happens? And where does it go from there? Because I've struggled with this. We've got so many user groups that want a new facility. With the motion that's made, does administration feel that they could figure out how to get to that end result? That's my concern, I guess.
Director Miller or Ms. Cajolet?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Through the RFP process, administration would hope to engage a consultant and include as part of the RFP community consultation so that the consultant could meet with administration could meet with all of the user groups to truly understand what their needs are and then make recommendations going forward.
All right. Councillor Platt, that's your, okay. Any other questions on the motion? Okay. Comments, just double checking with Ms. Whiteway if there's any comments in regards to the funding sources. Okay, we are good to go. I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimously. I will just look, Councillor Friesen, did you have anything else on that? Moving along. Okay. Councillor Thiessen, in regards to grant recommendations.
Yeah, last piece of business from that committee meeting. I would move that council approve funding allocations in the following amounts of the Arts Development Festival funding to Grande Prairie Caribbean Association in the amount of $4,720. And also Arts Development Festival funding to the Grande Prairie Storm in the amount of $7,500. So just speaking to this, typically we would have went through a different process. We'd have the Arts Development Committee look at these and they come forward. Now our new process, administration looks at them, evaluates, gives us a little synopsis, and then it's our chance to ask questions and choose whether or not to approve. For these motions here today, the Caribbean Association is seeking funding for a headdress making workshop and evening in Caribbean fashion at Alberta Culture Days, whereas the Grande Prairie Storm is hoping to use the festival funding for their home opener community celebration and getting back to a sheet of ice that they so would love to play on in front of fans. So for those reasons, and for those events, I guess I would encourage council to support this motion.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, any other highlights from your meeting?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. There was a few highlights from the meeting, although I did not, I'm not on my minutes right now. I'm sort of bopping between two. I will say that we did have a couple things come forward to committee. One of the things that we were updated on, as I'm scouring my memory here, is that the Eastlink Center has opened up full-time aquatics fitness classes, which was met with a great sign-up inside of there. There was a few events that took place over top of that weekend as well. One was the Grande Prairie Disc Golf Association tournament down in South Bear Creek Park. Also ran in conjunction with the night market, as well as being such a busy weekend down in Muskosipi Park. There was also the Bear Creek Folk Festival. So all were great events by all accounts. I'd just like to send out a quick congratulations to City of Grande Prairie staffer Ryan LaCroix for finishing third place overall in the 40-plus amateur event. I'm not sure if that makes him a senior, but if you know Ryan in the city at the sign shop, be sure to pat him on the back and say, way to go, Mr. Bronze. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Moving along to Corporate Services Committee meeting of the meeting held of August 17th, and Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move the council adopt the minutes of Cooperative Service Committee held on August 17, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that. I will call the question on that. That's carried unanimously. And business arising, Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, one remote audience of the council bylaws C-1299C, producer bylaw amendment. We like to have the 3 readings today.
All right, so the first motion is to give first reading to bylaw C-1299C, being an amendment to the procedure bylaw. I will call the question. That's carried unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
I move the council give the second reading to bylaws C-1299C.
Right. Questions or comments? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to move an amendment to this. And, you know, I know we've had quite a few conversations about this, but one thing that hit me while I was away last week actually was that realistically, I could do 25% of my meetings a year without being in the city. And I think 6 is just honestly too much to start off with. I really do. So I want to amend this that you can only have 4 meetings a year instead of 6. I think, like I say, I think, you know, we have 25 council meetings a year. And so I could miss a quarter of them and not be in chambers. I could also miss a quarter of the committee meetings and not be in chambers. And we all know how distracting it is when some of us are here and some of us aren't. I want to leave latitude for us to, and any future council to have options. I think 6 is too many to start with. So I'd rather see this be amended to 4. And it puts the onus on councillors putting their butts in their seats and getting to work here. Still leaves latitude of 4 times a year of you being able to miss committee meetings and miss council meetings from remote access. But we didn't have that last term at all, and we survived. So I think the world of remote is happening now because of COVID. I don't think it's always going to be like this. And so I hope that you can support this and realize 4 is a good start. 6 is just a bit of a reach for me to how many people could miss meetings being physically in chambers.
All right, so comments or questions on the amendment? Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I'm struggling with this one. It's for the same reasons that I was struggling when we put in 6 in period, in terms of, I think that every effort should be made to be at every committee meeting unless you're doing city business elsewhere. I know that I do plan my business and personal travel around getting these meetings, and I bend my schedule around it. At the same time, there are extenuating circumstances. I look at Councillor Blackburn this term, who had to miss a lot of meetings, and it would have been great if he could have actually called in for those, and he would have frankly needed more than 6 and definitely more than 4. And I think the community would have been well served by allowing him to do that. I also think we live in a world now where you should be staying home when you've got a runny nose, and I'd hate to see somebody saying, hey, I've already hit up against my 4 and I've got a runny nose, but I'm going in anyways. I just think that we shouldn't be proscriptive around this in terms of giving an exact number. I really think that we should be writing into our code of conduct bylaw that you make an effort, that you make a good effort to attend every meeting in person, and that you make in-person attendance a high priority, and that should be a code of conduct thing. And we should trust other elected officials to be mature people who are doing what the code of conduct calls, instead of having a really prescriptive number. So I hesitate to say this because I thought that, yeah, I think I agree with what Councillor Platt's saying in terms of 6 meetings is probably way too many unless there are very extenuating circumstances. But I also hate that there's a number, period. And so I'm struggling with where I'm going to go on this.
Thanks for your comments. Councillor Minhas.
Yes, it's for me to a struggling time too for this. In my head, I supported this one, but we should not have this bylaw. The reason, because like Dylan said, very good point, you know, if somebody's sick, they should not be here to get somebody else to be sick when we're at the chamber. But I like this 6 one, I'd be okay with the 4 one too, but I'll support it, because now we've been through a lot administration work on this one and everything else. And personally, I don't think we need it. We need it to be just when there's an issue, then a mayor need to know or council need to know, why can't you attend the meetings? That's what I would say. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I will not support this amendment. I have a difficult time putting a number on this as well. I think that this incents a couple of things. It would incent absence as opposed to attendance by remote means, because we currently have no prescription around how many meetings we can miss. We have a prescription around how many meetings we can miss in a row, but not how many meetings we can miss. So to suggest that it's okay to miss a bunch of meetings, but you can't attend remotely, it just seems very disingenuous to me. It doesn't align in any way. And the other thing that it incents is potentially people coming to work when they have the sniffles or have a cold, and to be putting this kind of a bylaw into effect particularly in a time when we know that we have variants on the rise of one particular virus and unknown viruses potentially down the road. I think it's a little reckless to incent the potential that someone would come to work and when they should be better served, we would all be better served for them staying home. So for those reasons, I will absolutely not support the amendment to only 4 meetings. Thank you.
Further comments or questions before I go back to Councillor Platt? Councillor Thiessen.
I'm actually going to go the other way. I can see how Councillor Bressie and Councillor Friesen view this. I don't know. I have really long nose hairs, and I'm constantly plucking them out manually, which creates, for whatever reason, a perpetual drip on my nose with the slightest dip of temperature. So if I'm staying home for a runny nose, then I'm never going to be a council, and I'm going to fail on both regards of this. When I am sick, I truly do stay home, and I truly do keep my distance and do all the necessary precautions. I actually like what Councillor Platt has brought up here for this, because it actually ensures that we're not trying to skip it. I guess you could, and that's for councils to determine whether or not somebody's acting in good faith or not. Technically, if I was just going to challenge the bylaw, I could say, well, I'll do 1 remote meeting, miss 2 meetings in a row, do another remote meeting, miss 2 meetings in a row, do another remote meeting, miss 2 meetings in a row, and do another remote meeting, and then, okay, I'm good for the year. So I do say that, in saying this, I can see how it can be taken advantage of, but I actually like it because it's actually brought down the number of days that we can miss, and that type of behavior can go. And I think as people who are standing up for our community, we're responsible to not just collect a paycheck and not to just enjoy the privileges of power. I think we're here to do the job and to do the work and to build the relationships both amongst each other and administration, but as well as the general public as well. I think the amendment that Councillor Platt has brought forward isn't a wholesale change. It's a minimization of the number of remote meetings that you can actually have, which I think encourages people to be here more. And it's up to us as a council, or whoever the next council is going to be, to hold their members to account and to hold yourself individually to account as well. So for those reasons, I'm hoping that's why people are standing up to run for council, not for a secure 40-year paycheck job, but to actually come in, do the work, and make the change in the community that we all want to see that improves the life of everyone. So I'm in total support of this, and I don't see any concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. I'll just jump in before I get to Councillor Platt to close. I too will support the amendment. I think that if you sign up for this job, that you need to be present as much as possible. We all know it involves a lot of work, but the work that we see when we're in person, in my opinion, is much better work. So when you can be here, you should be here. So I will support the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Platt to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So just to close, I guess I'd ask each of you, have you missed 4 meetings in a calendar year yet? So no. So it wouldn't even affected you. This actually give us the ability to miss 4 meetings a year and remote in. If you're really, really concerned about it, I'm fine with adding an E on this, saying if there's extenuating circumstances that somebody can apply for more meetings, and that can be a council discussion at that point. I don't mind adding a clause, so if something like Councillor Blackburn happened, 6 meetings wouldn't have been enough for Councillor Blackburn. So there could be an extenuating circumstances here, but I think for us to send the bar from where it was at 0 to where you could miss 25% of your meetings, and that's if you made all the meetings. So you could miss half the meetings and do 6 remotes, and you'd actually only be in chambers half of the meetings in a year. So to Councillor Bressie's thing, if you're worried about ethics, that's a whole other conversation. What's in front of us today is this bylaw, not the ethics one. And so it's how many meetings are we allowed to do remotely. And I appreciate Councillor Thiessen's comments because we do better work. We're here. 4 meetings a year is a lot, and you can plan around that quite well with your holidays and with conferences and everything else. If you're sick 25% of the year, might be something wrong with that as well. So I urge council to support this. I think it's a step in the right direction. Policies are never perfect, probably the first go, but I think changing the attitude on this the first term. If 2 years into the next term, the council's going, wow, this isn't working good enough, they can amend it. But I don't think we want to start on a high bar on this. I think that's a slippery slope if we start on a high bar and allow people to just be absent for no actual reason in this, just that they're absent and they can do remote work. And that's not the intent of council. We're supposed to be in chambers, in my opinion, to make good decisions for the community and act as leaders showing up to the council chambers. So I hope you can support the amendment.
Thank you for that close, Councillor Palat. I will call the question. Oh, I apologize. Ms. Karbashewski.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Palat's concerns about in implementing extenuating circumstances rules within the bylaw. And I do want to just reaffirm with this council that they're already there.
Thank you for those comments. All right, now I will call the question. Please vote on the amendment. And that is carried 4-2. Now we'll go back to the main motion and second reading on the main motion. Comments or questions on this second reading rather to the amended motion? Seeing none, call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
Can I have a third reading to bylaw C-1299C?
Thank you for that. So that's a motion to be able to have third reading here tonight. This must carry unanimously. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
I ask Council to give the third reading to bylaw C-1299 being amendment to the procedure bylaw.
Perfect. That is a motion to for third reading here tonight on bylaw C-1299C. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on, Councillor Minhas on the mid-year capital requests.
Yeah, ask Council to amend the 2021 capital plan to include an addition project presented in the Appendix Appendix 1.
Perfect. So there is an appendix in Council's package. This was discussed at committee level. I will see if there's any questions in regards to this. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration again. Can I just get an up, like, I think I understand, but I just want to clarify. So the slope repairs north of 68th Ave, are we planning on leaving this trail open, and is that why we're doing the slope repairs?
I will defer to Mr. Carroll, or I'll wait for Ms. Whiteway to get here. Mr. Carroll.
Yes, through the mayor, yes, we will plan on keeping the trail open. And when the slope repairs are completed, the existing detour will be reestablished and repaved.
Okay, so sorry if I understand that right. Once the repairs are done, the existing trail would reopen again like it currently was before?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll. Councillor Plott?
Can I just ask that this one be split out when we do these? Because I guess for me, I wouldn't be able to support this one, and it sounds odd, but I don't know why we're trying to repair and remediate this area and why we're just not abandoning that trail. I guess I'd like to have further information of why we wouldn't just abandon the trail and move on instead of putting $1 million in. We're going to put equipment in here that's probably going to cause further damage to the slope, in my opinion. So just would like to get more clarification on why the urgency of just keeping this little stretch of path open when we've already got a nice diversion around it.
ICCAO Galante.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I can provide a little bit more context. So the intent of the repair is a two-step process. First of all will be the dewatering of the slope. And then, depending the consolidation of the clays there, we'll go and attack the toe of the slope near the creek, just to provide support from the bottom. If we don't do anything there, the way it is, and I believe I show probably in our internal meetings the the wedges will keep falling into the creek. And there are private properties that for now, they're not compromised, but not acting on any kind of repairs will eventually compromise those private properties on the top of the bank. So we need to, execute the dewatering and the repairs.
So if I can just follow up that, why would we, and I appreciate us wanting to repair it so we don't have a situation like what's going on south of town, but why would we want to keep the path open? I'm just curious. I mean, it's obviously environmental reserve and lots has changed. We would never be able to build a path in this spot now, but why would we bother keeping this path open if it's going to have slope issues moving forward?
Yeah, thank you. So when the slope is repaired, we will have to decide between the old path or the new one that is a few meters above that. For now, hard to say the stability of the slope. On the geotechnical information we have right now, the new path is within a safe line. So probably that will be the ultimate configuration. We need to modify the slopes and pave it. So hard to say right now. We may need to abandon the old pathway. So, but again, at this point, I can provide more information. But we'll try to keep the configuration. Yeah.
So if I can just interject for a second, CEO Galante. So basically, the $1 million being spent from MSI is to mitigate further slope damage. It's to repair to prevent future damage. However, it's not necessarily identified of where the trail will end up being after the slope is repaired. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Plott?
So I guess my one last question for administration is we're going to put equipment in to fix a path for about 4 blocks. So at 72nd Ave, currently right now, there's a nice trail that comes in, I think it's by Menhouse Park in that area. We've got a beautiful path that runs behind it. We've paved it. We've done all this mediation work. I guess where I'm struggling, I'm all for mediating the trail or mediating and dealing with the issue. I just don't know why we'd want to put more equipment in there and pave a path, which is probably going to cause further erosion down the road later on for 4 blocks. I just don't know why we'd want to keep a path going from 72nd Ave to 68th Ave. Yes, it's a jewel and it would be sad to miss, but putting equipment back in there just to keep four blocks of paths just feels like we're just compounding the problem for later on, in my opinion. I'm fine with us mitigating the slope. I just don't think we should be putting a path back in there at all. And I'm really struggling with that.
So question, CEO Galante, when will it be determined whether or not that sidewalk is actually replaced after the slope repair work has been done? Will it be determined, will it sit for a while and settle for a year or so? When will we actually determine if we're going to repave that sidewalk, et cetera, or just leave the slope repaired after this summer?
So yeah, for sure, after the dewatering and the tow stabilization, we'll need to probably wait at least 1 year to see the consolidation of the slope and the movements. We'll leave the piezometers installed to check the water table, probably a year or 2 before taking a decision on, if we go that way or we go with Minhas Park.
So the temporary trail as currently will remain status quo until we have a time to assess that work?
Yeah.
Councillor Plott, you're good. Anybody else? Sorry, Councillor Plott, I will ask though, you had identified intent to possibly split one item out of the proposed capital plan amendments. Is that still your intent?
No, I appreciate the administration's comments on that, so I'll leave it in for now, but I'll be looking at making a subsequent motion after this.
Thank you for that. Anything further on capital plan as in none? So council's motion to amend capital plan these as presented. Next one. That carries.
Try to paths in there. I think so the putting a path back on going to cause equipment in there. Just look at it. We want to go back. It's kind of scary seeing people use that upper path and walk down and check out what's going on. And we're kind of letting that happen because we built a path to it right now. And so, you know, I guess for me, I think there's a major safety concern for our community. And as much as we want to keep the jewel going, I think we're compounding the problem by trying to keep this path there in the long term. So I'll make this motion to bring to the appropriate standing committee the options of closing the path between 60th and 72nd Ave permanently and what that would look like. And then we can have a conversation hopefully with our community about that over the winter months and what's coming up here till next summer when we start actually mediating this or mitigating this place. But I think, yeah, there is going to be some pushback from the community, but I think we need to look at the long-term use of this area land and what this could end up costing the community just to keep 4 blocks of a path open.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the motion too, Councillor Platt. I like how you changed course midstream and you're bringing something to committee, to administration, and for council to actually chew on rather than making a snap decision. And I think it's a worthwhile discussion and worthwhile staff time to do something like this. I know they're already pouring in there. My assumption would be is if we do permanently close that path, that people will continue to use it and we'll get a sort of a goat path across, but then that's use at own risk, right? And it doesn't come out of city coffers and stuff like that. But it would be interesting to see what kind of report comes back to committee and detailing like what it would look like. I don't think it's a big step to ask the community. I know my son and his friends, they use that path all the time and they've very easily adjusted to going back past Minhas Park, and it's a beautiful park anyways, so with nice access in there. So I look forward to seeing how that report comes out and coming forward, so I'll support your motion.
Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. My question for administration is, as the motion is written, would that include consideration of what potential risks are of closing it, including any resulting desire pathways that the community would likely develop there?
Mr. Carroll.
I guess understanding the question, you're wanting to know if the community is being consulted about?
No, once a path like that is removed, and when the community is used to having a path there, or not, I know that desire paths happen. This is, you know, when you see the grass all treaded down across a field, that's a desire path. So people go where people want to go. So my question is, as the motion is written, include any with paths or risk the city people to go there and a path that's not made it desire to go there.
Thanks, Jerry. As I earlier, the main for posting that gel the system with path trail we developed.
Sure. The fan. We decide to continue it and either where it was or in a new spot.
Through the mayor, yes. We will work with our consultant and establish some estimations of how long our repair strategy is going to last.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Thank you.
I have a question for either Mr. Carroll or CAO Galante, not really in regards to this motion, but in regards to the work that's being done in slope repair. Will the work that's being done bring that slope back to a state where it's easy to put the path back in place, or will the total outcome and goal be just to mitigate future slippage?
Yes, our main focus is to repair the slope as it is, and as CEO Galante referred to, protect the residential properties that at some point could be at risk with any further damage. So certainly the repair strategy is looking at a long-term stabilization of that slope.
Sure. So, I mean, in regards to the potential paths that may form after, if the slope is repaired where it's not accessible and doesn't look like an easy trail, then there's less likely going to be new trails formed. If the slope is repaired where it's like, oh, we could have paved right there, then I can see potential paths being made. But if the goal is to mitigate future risk and slopage, then it's potentially that there's not even going to be an accessible walkway for people, so they'll just naturally follow the trail that we lay out in front of them. Okay, perfect. Councillor Minhas.
Like this motion too, but I have a question from administration. How safe is it if we don't build that path and for those houses behind there, 3, 4? Because my feeling is this year was a dry summer. We still lose the slope and ground went down. So how safe will it be? How long this will take if we got a heavy rain years and then next year dry out, then it slide it down. So I don't know, that path will cost more, I think more study to do, hold on that site to be safe for the people behind the living in there.
We have a resident slope specialist beside myself, so I'll refer to CAO Galante.
Sure about that, but I can comment that that's a problem with dealing with geotechnical issues and soils. Safety coefficients, you're talking 10 usually. So nobody knows when the slope may fail again. You saw a lot of rain initially, and we had failures, not only there, but along the corridor. Then we hit a very dry summer, and that stabilized naturally the area, no problem. So it depends the water table we notice, and that's the reason we put 2 piezometers. So we're measuring the water table in the slope. We notice over the years, the water table is getting higher. So that's the reason we need to dewater the slope first, and then go into the toe of the slope. Hard to predict. Could fail tomorrow. Could fail in a few years. As Mr. Carroll mentioned, the top priority will be to prevent private property damage on the top of bank. It's a secondary priority will be the path. As Councillor Pilat mentioned, there is established alternative route that can be the permanent one, or if the slope is safe based on post-stabilization geotechnical recommendations, then I think the decision will be to reopen existing path or just forget it and go with the alternative.
Thank you for that. Councillor Minhas, does it answer your question?
Yeah, that was my.
All right. Anybody else? Councillor Palat.
Thanks.
Is this to close, sorry, or another question?
Yeah, unless there's anybody else.
I don't see anybody else, so if you'd like to close, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, and thanks for letting me throw this out there, Council. I just think, we're talking about 4 homes potentially being damaged that I think should be our ultimate goal, and not having that be a problem. And I think administration is doing what administration does. They want to make the community happy. And I think this is one of those ones where maybe council has to step in and be the bad guy and say, sorry, these 4 blocks are now closed. Because knowing administration, since I've been on council, they're people pleasers. They want to say yes to the community. They want to do whatever they can to make our community better. I just think this is one of those where council might have to step in and say, long term, this is a bad idea. and let administration not have to worry about this work, because I think it's going to be a lot of work and a lot more mitigation if we start sticking paths back in here. So I hope you can support this. I'm not saying we're closing it tomorrow. I appreciate the wording that I always like that you guys get my wordsmithing better, but I think the wording that's in our e-scribe is exactly what my intent would be. And I think this gives us a lot of time to have engagement and consultations with the community, and hopefully do the right thing. And if that means we can open the path, as CEO Galante said, and where you got no snow problems, great. I don't see that being the case, and I think we're going to cause a lot more further issues by starting to stick equipment in there to build paths, sticking pavers in there to pave paths, compacting paths, and all those things. So I hope you can support this motion, and administration can come back with this report and hopefully save administration a lot of work and money and effort over time.
Great, thank you for that close, and I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas, any highlights from your meeting?
Yes, Mayor Clayton. Assessment and Taxation Administration reminding the property owner that property tax are due August 31st. We got a few more days left. Please pay the tax not to get the penalty. Finance in the second quarter finance report is expected to be presented at the next committee meeting. Preparations are ongoing for the budget deliberation. Procurement administration working on PSS to support requirement for the community and care campus. IT is the new online voting location app for the resident is now active. The app will help the resident to identify their registration vote stations, upcoming municipal election, and open data pilot project access share parcel data partnership with the county has been begun targeting completion this fall. Communication marketing is budget engagement session has been held with the key stakeholders in the community. Addition assessment are being planned for the fall. Visit engagement citygp.com for information. Election worker recruitment is underway for the municipal election. That's what I have.
Thank you for that, Councillor Minhas. Moving on to the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting of August 17th, and I will ask that Councillor Friesen please take this meeting.
Thank you. I move that Council adopt the minutes of Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held Tuesday, August 17th as presented.
Thank you for that. I will call the question as I see nobody raising their hand. We're just... Pardon me? Oh, my apologies. We did miss one.
I jumped ahead and just moved on a committee that I'm not even a member of. Sorry about that. I move that we adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting.
Perfect.
Tuesday, August 17th, 2021.
Thank you for that catch. All right, so the minutes are in front of us. If you could please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Friesen, if you could do any meeting highlights from that meeting, that would be great.
Certainly, thank you. So the Director's Service Area Report, Director Manuel reported that the hotel isolation programs that have been running have ended, and any of the COVID cases that were in the homeless population are expected to be treated and isolated as needed without the hotels that we had been using. The Youth Advisory Council also collaborated with administration to conduct online budgeted engagement sessions on August 11th, and many of us were at that along with the Youth Advisory Council members. Enforcement services, speed and stunting have been major concerns right now around the Community Knowledge Campus, and officers are assigned to monitor the area and conduct operations to apprehend or catch offenders and ticket as needed. An example of what's going on there is that one vehicle was recorded traveling at 116 kilometers an hour on a 60 kilometer an hour road. And if you know the Community Knowledge Campus, that's an area where people are on foot around there a lot. So it is certainly a major concern with that kind of a reckless act. We also received the automated traffic enforcement update, and that is available on the minutes from that meeting. In a nutshell, now I'm doing this from recollection because I wasn't prepared to present this, but in a nutshell, our infractions are still happening and our automated traffic enforcement is ticketing, as certainly our community knows. But what we have noticed is that the safety on our roads is improving, so we are having fewer collisions. Now, obviously, 2020 was a year where there were some reduction in traffic volumes that may have played into it, but collisions are reducing, and with the ATE, we're managing to get better analytics and really target places where the officers need to be in order to mitigate behaviors. The other thing that I found really interesting about this was that over the course of time, where we have had automated traffic enforcement, there have been fewer and fewer infractions happening. So it is effective in changing behavior over the period of time. And the fire service review was done. Fire Chief Bosson presented with the annual review, and the focus is for them to continue to mitigate community risk factors and monitor response capabilities and performance. And they're also always keen to maintain excellent community relationships, which I have to say they do a very good job at. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Friesen, and for picking that up in Councillor O'Toole's absence. Moving along, item 7.4, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting, also on August 17th. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move the Council adopt the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held Tuesday, August 17th, 2021, as presented. And I don't think I need to speak to it because I know at least Councillor Friesen is very excited to support this.
All right, no comments or questions on that. Please vote. And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Bressie, item 7.4.1, the 2021 naturalization update.
Great, thank you. I'd move the council approve the increase of mowing within the areas as suggested by administration. And looking at it, it's kind of a vague motion, so apologies for that as chair, but just speak to this. We had lots of conversation about the Ravinia and Mission Heights switch, there's been attempts made to naturalize it, and it is getting naturalized, but there's been a fair amount of pushback from the community because even though it's environmental reserve and it was never meant to be mowed, we have been mowing it for a couple decades. And so it's become a recreation space that a lot of people have come to rely on and people have based home purchases on. And so there is conversation right now. There's a single line of mowing down the center of the ravine happening, and administration and committee presented some ways that they could expand on that mowing and create a little bit more space so it feels like there's more room to walk. So there's a little bit more room to run a dog or throw a ball or whatever down there. And so committee looking at that, it seemed to make sense that we endorse some further mowing in that area. And I think that it would be I think it's still an area that we need to keep our eyes on, but I think this is a good move in the right direction of achieving the city's goals of protecting our slopes, protecting our pollinators, protecting our storm system management abilities, but also protecting the residents' right to have good recreation that they purchase their houses to enjoy.
Perfect. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I will be supporting this. I think that we had an area of the community that had come several times, and I think this is one of those ones when council first started about trying a strategic plan around naturalization. We knew that there'd be pushbacks in some areas, and this is an area that was one of them. But my question is for administration on naturalization, and it's more of where do we see it going from here? And it's more to me on when I look at all the berms that we mow around the community. you know, our family's recently got a puppy, and so we're out walking all the time, and I find myself walking down a trail where it's me and 40 feet of mowed trail on each side going, why are we mowing so much of this stuff around the city? And so I'm just wondering if there's going to be any more thoughts about naturalizing areas like Resources Road on the other side of the hill, on the other side of the berm. Sure, there's people walking their dogs and biking and walking, but if we were to do a 6 foot, whatever the width, or one more width was on each side of the path and leave the rest alone, has that been discussed by administration? Is that a longer term strategy potentially?
So thank you to Mr. DeVries for waiting around for the potential of questions on one topic. It's appreciated, and I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we're still looking at potential options for the future. One of the things that we've worked on is a site selection matrix to help us in terms of identifying sites. Obviously, the experiences we gathered through the Mission Heights Ravine, some good lessons for us in terms of site selection. So we do certainly want to look at potential new areas in the future, especially where it makes sense and where it meets some criteria that most can get on board with, especially most within those local neighborhoods.
Okay, no, that's good to hear. Will there be a report coming to a future council about potential other areas of naturalization, or how do we see that rolling out?
Through Mayor Clayton, yeah, potentially if we wanted to increase scope, then we would potentially bring those areas identified forward. That was identified in 2020 report as well, that there would be some consultation on new additions to the scope.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Friesen, did I see your hand?
You did, thank you. So I certainly will be supporting this motion, and I did receive a call though from a community member there who was appreciative of the broadening of the trails down along the bottom of the ravine, but asked for clarification that perhaps you could provide Mr. DeVries around what would be happening on the slope itself. And the reason for the concern is that it is a common area where people like to come and sled in the winter. So the question is, what can they expect to see along the slope area right at the top of the ravine there?
Mr. DeVries?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, so certainly we are aware of, and in previous discussions, the location that actually has a light standard, obviously, is a location that I believe has been referred to in the past for the toboggan activities. That is a section that Transportation and Parks would be happy to maintain as a toboggan hill area, obviously respecting, again, the recreational activities that take place. To sort of speak to the scope of changes, obviously the increased mowing along the bottom, and then in addition, we would continue to maintain a section of the west slope nearest the light standard for toboggan activities.
Councillor Friesen?
Thank you. So that is covered and understood as this motion?
Through Mayor Clayton, yes, that is part of this.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
All right, anything further on this motion? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you again for coming tonight, or sticking around. Councillor Bressie, any additional highlights from your meeting?
The only other thing worth highlighting is council did receive a report on lot sizes and changing some of our rules and regulations around narrow lots, and there was some good comparisons between Grande Prairie and other communities. And committee just did receive it for information, but I think that there is some work there that maybe it's probably too late in this term to start it. But I think the next council will be well suited to take a look at that report and maybe consider revising the land use bylaw. So a report well worth reading and well worth looking at if you haven't seen it already. And I'll just shout out to the Champions Gym Adventure Camp joined us at the end of the meeting to hear that report. And so just another shout out to, it was fun having chambers filled for a committee meeting. At least that was fun for me. I don't know if it was fun for the kids, but it was sure fun for me.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Moving on to item 8. The first item of correspondence in your package tonight is a letter from Minister McIver in regards to the costs associated with the Senate elections as well as the referendum. In the letter, it identifies that an amount of $1 per capita on each item will be given to the city. We will get $138,000 $176 in August to conduct the Senate election and referendum. And the letter notes that if we had an election, which we are, we will get an additional payment to the same amount. So it's identified there in the specific criteria. The letter is there for your information, but obviously if there's questions or comments from it, I'm happy to take those. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I would move that we accept this for information. And just to speak to it, this has been an area that we have advocated as a council. We were actually the sponsors of an AUMA resolution talking about this. And our primary position was, please don't hold Senate elections and referendums next to municipal elections, because that erodes conversation about local issues. And obviously the government didn't listen to us on that regard. And I think that was a very bad decision it made. I don't know about the rest of you that are campaigning right now, but I'm sure seeing less interest in municipal politics than there were last time around because it's being overshadowed by national and provincial conversations. That being said, we also did have the advocacy position of, if you're going to force this on us, at least pay for it. And I do have to give kudos to the government. They are paying for this. Talking to our staff, my understanding is that this actually is a reasonable amount that likely will cover our costs. And I'm thankful that the government's doing it on a per capita way, so we don't have to do expensive paperwork to track the costs and make a grant application and wait for the money and all of that. Instead, it's just they're allocating a good amount of money for this, and they're allocating the right way. So I do have to give kudos that even though they shouldn't be forcing this on us, at least they are picking up the tab in an appropriate way.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Comments or questions on the motion? Sorry, I see somebody waving. Sorry, there's so many reflections in this plexi, I get confused sometimes. All right, I'll call the question. That is carried unanimously. The next item of correspondence in our package tonight is based on a letter that Council directed me to write to Minister Shandro in regards to the future plans and space, office space in our community with the proposed consolidation of offices into the existing QE2 hospital. The letter pretty much lays out what some of the spaces that we'll see will look like in consolidation, the specific sort of areas that they intend to consolidate within the QE2 hospital. It also mentions that HS will give the affected property owners the appropriate time in regards to the applicable lease provisions. And so the letter is there for your information. Look for a motion to receive it, but also at any time, any comments or questions. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would just move that we receive the letter for information. And just to speak to it, it's good to know that we're keeping a community asset such as the QE2 available for healthcare services, and that Alberta Health and the Ministry of Health and Alberta Health Services didn't abandon it. I remember a time 2 decades ago when the initial conversations for the new hospital were coming up, and the conversations around the old hospital were, well, once the new hospital is open, we'll just close it. So I'm just really happy to see that we're going to still be providing services to people. We've known that through conversation, but to get it in writing is even better. So I'll move for information.
Great, thanks for that. Seeing no comments or questions on the motion, I'll call question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Now moving on to item number 9 tonight, our delegation business. Item 9.1, we had a delegation this evening from the Action on Smoking and Health Canada. I would look to Council to see if there is any business arising. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I really appreciated hearing what the delegation had to say, in particular when it comes to alignment of types of smoking. And one comment that was made by the delegation is that it's not for us to decide who is smoking what where, and that's why alignment is important. And I think it's in particular more important for children because they don't know the difference between who's smoking what where. They just look at smoking and see smoking. And one of the things that we want to avoid is, or that we want to prevent, is children picking up habits that they emulate, as we know children do, regardless of what the what the item is that that the adult is smoking. So I would like to propose a motion that administration bring back to the appropriate standing committee recommendations for improvements and alignment of our smoking bylaw, please.
All right, comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I will definitely be supporting this. I'm just curious if there could be maybe a friendly amendment made that would also, they did mention Okotoks, Strathmore, Lloydminster as places that had a good policy in place, as maybe if administration is looking if they can extrapolate those as well, or even bring those along with it, just so there's a good topical conversation of what they're doing that we're not, just so we know what other jurisdictions are actually doing that's could help evolve our process instead of us reinventing the wheel if they've actually made some nice changes on their policies.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Councillor Friesen.
Can I ask a question of administration before I decide whether to?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would assume that this would be part of the undertaking, that they would look at other places. Am I correct? Okay. Then I won't accept.
A nod from the CAO just for those who are
yeah.
watching.
Oh yes, yes. I'm getting a nod in the affirmative. I will not accept this friendly amendment because I would rather that we not prescribe in a limiting way of what administration would look at, and I assume that they would look at best practices not only in our province but potentially in others.
Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, hearing that I'm not worried about that amendment. I think that sounds like administration is going to have that covered. So thanks for clarifying that.
Great, thanks for that. So any further comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Bressie.
Honestly, I'm struggling with this a little bit in terms of I don't mind the. I think it is a good initiative. I think that it is a. I think it's a good thing. At the same time, I'm really sensitive that we're at the end of our term and the next council is going to have some big things to do. And this is something that hasn't been brought to us by local people, and I'm not hearing from the community. And I'm a little bit worried about workload and council bandwidth of this, where I do wonder if it's a priority for our community, and because it's not something that I've heard from local residents that they want us to be addressing. And so I'm honestly struggling with it. I don't think I would be struggling with this at all. I think it would be a no-brainer for me 6 months ago, or if I'm on council 6 months from now, I think it would be a no-brainer for me. But just given the awkward time we are in our term right now, there's a lot more concern about bandwidth right now than there's usually, and so that's my only hesitation with this.
All right. Councillor Thiessen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, sorry. I guess I got to throw in my own 2 cents here, since I'm still, unfortunately, a smoker who got engaged in that at a very young age. So I might as well just be transparent. I'm actually in favor of bringing forward these amendments or any amendments that we might be able to bring to our smoking bylaw. It's such a small bylaw. Even if we did something like transfer everything so everything's viewed as under the same laws as cannabis as far as distances apart, that could be a quick and easy fix. So, and I'm not opposed to it. I know, like, bandwidth, we worry about that in elections. This is such a small thing. This may be just something good to whet the next council's appetite on an adjustment to make to a policy and bylaw for review. So, rather than throw them into the middle of, like, debating where the next soccer stadium's going to go, let's say. So this could be a good one. And I'm all for it. I think any chance that we can limit the use to minors of prohibited substances for underagers, such as tobacco or vaping or cannabis, we should be going out of our way for that. In fact, I'll just go so far as to say, even though I am a smoker, I was the one that made the motion that we extend the limit between the front doorway entrances of city facilities from 5 meters to 10 meters back in the day. So I'm totally okay with this and foregoing my rights as a filthy, dirty, disgusting habit smoker. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. I'll just interject and say I also will support this. I think that it, on some levels, is a simple housekeeping duty of things that we should align within our existing policy. But I think it shows the initiative of this council and the next council to mitigate future smokers and youth, but also to create a safe environment for those who choose to not smoke. So I will support this motion and thank Councillor Friesen for bringing it forward. Would you like to close, Councillor Friesen?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would encourage everyone to support this motion. I hear the comment about is it unnecessary added work that might not be a priority for the next council, and I can appreciate that, but this is not the first time we've heard this from a tobacco group. We did hear it back when we were first contemplating what to do about a cannabis, adding cannabis to it, and we heard from, at the time, it was Dr. de Villiers and another individual who was here, and I don't remember the name of the coalition, but I think it was Tobacco Reduction, and they at that time suggested aligning, because children don't see the difference between vaping and smoking cannabis or smoking cigarettes, and now we've heard it again. So our responding to health advocacy is sometimes as important as responding to the community. Is it top of mind for the community? Perhaps not, but if it is, now, 3 years ago we heard about it, and now we're hearing about it again, and it's still on the minds of health advocates, then I think it is a fairly simple fix to do. There's not a ton of work to be done. When the question was asked of the delegate tonight, what is to be fixed, there were only a couple of small things, and I don't think that that's too much to ask of the next council. Thank you.
Thank you for that close, Councillor Friesen. I will call the question. That carries unanimously. Moving on to our second delegation from tonight, Ms. Megan Zatko brought forward a consideration for a sidewalk, and I'll refer to Councillor Thiessen for this one.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any committee direction that I'm going to pull out of this. I think we can all recognize it's a good suggestion, and it's something that's going to cost the city nothing except for maybe a little bit of staff time. So, in saying that, I would move that to direct administration to work with the proponent in developing a crosswalk at 97th Ave and 101st Street for the memory of residential school survivors. Period. Speaking to that motion, I don't think we need to bring this to a committee for any extra, discussion or debate or to get staff time out of a report. Seems like our delegation did her due diligence. She spoke with Mr. Nellis with the city traffic systems, and she's got her costs all out, and she's prepared to do this. This is kind of that citizen level of service and engagement and the citizen projects that I think we should encourage more of our community to get behind, whether that's creating parks or making a stand for something that we all should stand for, which is that everybody has an equal and unassailable right to live in this world, and especially in this country. So if that's what this crosswalk is going to do, which is going to honor the memory of the Indigenous children that never came home, and to honor residential school survivors, and to raise awareness, I think it's a great thing at no cost to the city. So for all those reasons, I hope Council will support this.
Thanks for your motion, Councillor Thiessen, and your comments. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Councillor Thiessen, for the motion. I think this is a no-brainer for me that we just get this done, and we just say this. I'd also just highlight to Ms. Atko that if there's a need for volunteer work, I know that there's often willing councillors painting the rainbow sidewalk. Actually, not often. Every year there's some willing councillors painting the rainbow sidewalk. So if volunteers are needed, I hope the council gets asked to be volunteers for it. I, for one, would love to do that, and I'm sure I'm not alone. I am wondering, Councillor Thiessen, if you'd be open to a friendly amendment, and that is just, I think your motion was to work with the proponent. I wonder if we could put in proponent and our Indigenous community to make this happen. I think that I really appreciate that Ms. Atko went out of her way to get letters of support from Jabacos and from the Friendship Center. And I think that if she hadn't done that, I'd be saying, hey, let's go talk to them. And I appreciate that we don't have to do that they are in support of it. But I just think it's important to recognize that this is something that she has been doing with the Indigenous community, and get that in our motion, that it's not one individual, but this really is something we're doing as a community. So I'm wondering if you'd be open to a friendly amendment.
What are the first 4 letters in amendment? Amen, brother.
I think that's technically the first 5 letters.
All right, so we have a friendly amendment that has been agreed upon. If there's no further comments or questions on the motion, Councillor Friesen, did you? No, hand up? Okay, sorry. All right, I'll call the question. And that motion carries unanimously. Our next delegation, Ms. Robbie King, brought forward a suggestion and an idea. I'm looking to council to see if there's any business arising from her discussion tonight. Councillor Thiessen.
Actually, I saw Councillor Bressie raise his hand. I'm curious because I'm trying to find some direction for this. I like the ideas, and I love the fact that I got this phone call from Ms. King earlier today, and we discussed. She says, "When can I meet the council?" I said, "Today is our earliest, or we wait 2 weeks." And she was in here today, so I want to make sure that it doesn't just get dropped into the pit of information. But I do have my own thoughts. I'm curious what Councillor Bressie was going to propose.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciated Ms. King coming in, and I had a conversation with her today too, and I appreciate our conversation. I've got a motion I'm going to try that probably isn't it's a complete motion. We probably need to do more business on top of this, but I think it's an important starting point. And that is, I'd move that council direct administration to bring a verbal report to the appropriate standing committee outlining new or enhanced crime fighting strategies for the downtown. And just to speak to this motion, I know that there's been a lot of conversation about the coordinated care campus and about the path to recovery that we're creating there. But I think what the community's saying is, all right, but you also need to fight criminal activity. And I know that at the same time, administration and conversation, and a lot of conversations I'm in, administration is doing a lot more to address criminal activity in our downtown too, and actual criminal activity, not people just hanging out, but people actually undertaking criminal activity. And I know that those strategies have been talked about in a lot of meetings, but I don't know if they've been talked about in public council meetings. And I don't know if the public is fully aware of all the initiatives that administration is currently working on. And I think it would be good for us to have a 5-10 minute focused conversation on that. I'm really being really specific here. I'm asking for a verbal report so that a whole bunch of staff time doesn't have to go into it. And I think that it would help conversations like this if we could talk about what is happening on the policing front.
Councillor Palat, and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess for me, I wouldn't support a verbal report. I think this is beyond that. I think as a council, we're 4 years in here now, and I don't think we've had lots of conversations about homelessness, but every time we talk about rights and people's issues with that, we kind of say, oh, it's out of our hands. And I think this is an advocacy priority, and I think that should be papered. I don't think it's just a verbal. I think this is an advocacy priority that should be AMA's top of list in some ways. You know, municipalities are dealing with this all the time, and yet we say the judicial system doesn't give us options, but we haven't had real conversations about an advocacy plan around that. And my fear, as I mentioned to Councillor Thiessen earlier in the meeting, is I think if we don't start getting advocacy plans on that, there's a lot of empathy for the homeless people that do need help that's going away. And that really does worry me. I think we want to help the homeless folks that truly need housing. The problem is there's some folks that are falling through the cracks that aren't viewed the same. And I don't think a verbal report does that enough. So I think it needs to be a written report, in my opinion, so I couldn't support it. And I think it needs to be an advocacy position. I really do think we need to be starting to set up this council and future councils around advocacy on that to try to put more tools in our toolbox. And so I like that we're trying to move something forward, but I think it's bigger than just a verbal update. And I'm fine with it taking time for council or for administration to do it. I don't think this has to happen tomorrow by any means. And maybe it doesn't even happen until after the election and the next council gets involved with it. But this should be, to me, one of our top advocacy priorities for our city.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Councillor Platt. Wow, I'm in a pickle. I should have made the motion because I agree with you, Councillor Bressie. I want this to come forward to the appropriate standing committee. Where I saw that as is similar to Councillor Palat, as this is an advocacy priority that we can use, and I thought maybe the best place for that could be our strategic priorities working group, and perhaps there's a verbal update in there. I wouldn't be opposed to that and having that conversation. But I do think it needs to go up onto our advocacy priorities, you know, especially with the momentum of the city actually picking up a drug treatment court contract here that'll be handled by members of the community, different not-for-profit organizations. I think if we can fly off of that sort of momentum, it may create future channels for restorative housing, I guess, or recovery housing, or what's the right word? Reformative housing. Let's put it that way, for people who are involved in a criminal lifestyle due to their addictions, that they can actually reform their lifestyles in a community such as this or the Stonebridge, depending upon where all that goes. But I agree with Councillor Platt. It belongs on an advocacy. I don't know if it necessarily has to be papered, but I think the conversation needs to continue. So I'll just see what the rest of my peers think.
All right. Further comments or questions? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bressy. Okay, I'll just interject here. I do believe that it needs to be a priority within our community. I also support the initiative to make it a strategic priority for the next council. And, ending this term, getting the right people at the table for this discussion is the key to it, whether it's bringing it to AUMA or advocating with the provincial and federal government. But the key being that we have the right people at the table for the conversation in order to have input from the various impacted groups. So as much as I like your direction, Councillor Thiessen, I don't know, or Bressy rather, I don't know if it totally encompasses what I was hoping to see come out of this. I would love to see a community engagement piece on this, and whether it be through our own engagement person and through administration engaging the community in various social service groups and sectors such as downtown, that makes sense to me. But I do believe it's a little bit more than just enhanced crime prevention reports. So Councillor Bressy or Councillor Thiessen, if you had something else maybe, but as it is now, it's not quite enough for me, so I don't think I can support it as it is. Councillor Thiessen first.
I think maybe the most appropriate committees, as I said before, strategic priorities working group, sounds like the mayor's on board for that. Director Manuel just whispered, just because he didn't get on the mic time, but perhaps the Policing Advisory Committee, that could be another place where this could find itself in a space for discussion. So it might even be in multiple spaces. So especially when we're talking about criminality and reform. So I'll let you consider that. If you like, I can propose an amendment to include strategic priorities, advocacy, or add to our advocacy list and bring it forward to the Policing Advisory Committee, but only if you're amenable to that.
I'll put it to you now, Councillor Bressy, for comments or what your thoughts are in regards to your motion that's currently on the floor.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of where I'm going with this is I know that we're doing things that we weren't doing 6 months ago, and we're doing things that we weren't even doing a couple months ago. And I'm not sure if all of council's aware of the things that are happening on the policing front. I know members of the public aren't aware of this. And for me, I just think it's worth making sure that the public gets a quick update on what we're doing. And so that's why I want this to come to a public meeting, and I hope relatively soon. I really hear what you're saying, Councillor Platt, in terms of a written report and having it writing would be great. And I also think having it quick is great. And I point out that if we got a quick verbal update, committee at that point would have the ability to say, hey, we want this in writing, or we want more of this in writing. I also think that there are places where we need to have conversation about this when it comes to advocacy. And I think a good starting point, though, is making sure that all of council and the entire community are aware of what's happening right now. So I don't think that this motion, if it passes, is a final motion, but clearly we need more conversation about this. We've got 19 minutes till the second part of our council meeting is supposed to begin, and clearly there's a lot more we can talk about this. So I'd encourage council to pass this motion so it can quickly get to a standing committee and we can get a baseline of where we're at right now so that we can have this further conversation that we clearly need to have.
All right, that's a close. So I'll call the question on the motion as is. Who are we missing, please? Councillor Platt, how do you vote? Now he's good.
Training done.
That is carried 4-2, and so that motion is carried. if I could just ask administration in regards to that delegation, I think that there's quite a bit of more direction and impact and information that she's hoping to get. So if possibly administration could follow up with her and put her in the right direction in regards to social service groups that she should be in contact with. She already mentioned that she's discussing with MLA Allard, but I think that providing her information in regards to where she could go to find out more information and to maybe potentially get a full conversation on what she was hoping to achieve and thinks is potentially needed for our area. So if maybe administration could just reach out to her, that would be appreciated. Thank you for that. All right, there's no notices of motion. We are in our recess, so I have spoke with the acting director of corporate services. We will take a break only till 6 o'clock as there are delegations scheduled and 2 public hearings. And then depending on how long the public hearing goes, we may take another break following because I know it's already been a long time and people do need to hydrate and take a break. So rather than taking an extended break right now, we'll get our first public hearing out of the way, and if it goes longer than expected, we may need to put that break in there, but we'll play that by ear. So council will reconvene at 6 o'clock. 5, 4, 3, 2. Good evening and welcome back to the evening portion of our council meeting of August 23rd. We have 2 public hearings tonight. We're going to get started with the first one here, item 14.1, bylaw C-1439, the Clean Energy Improvement Tax bylaw. And I will turn this over, I'll call the public hearing to order, apologies, and turn this over to Ms. Gardner for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in 2017, Council adopted a GHG emissions reduction target of 6% for the community. Commercial and residential buildings account for approximately 24% of the community greenhouse gas emissions. Increasing energy efficiency will aid in achieving the target. During our when we were developing the energy strategy during the engagement process, members of the community identified the need for programs that supported increasing energy efficiency. And in the spring, Council requested an update on where we were at, administration was at with the Clean Energy Improvement Program. So in January of 2019, the province adopted the Clean Energy Improvement Act. The act has a variety of requirements for municipality. One is that municipalities adopt a bylaw. The Clean Energy Improvement Program has also been incorporated into the Municipal Government Act, which outlines that a public hearing must be held. The Clean Energy Improvement Act designates AMSC, or Alberta Municipal Services Corporation, as the program administrator. AMSC has assisted with the development of this bylaw. So program requirements. So municipalities make the decision to implement the Clean Energy Improvement Program. They complete a market study. They adopt a bylaw and secure funding. They do program development, then program marketing, delivery, and then review and make sure that they have repayment. So in the 2021 budget, capital budget, Council approved $25,000 to conduct the market study. AMSC was able to provide that study for us at no cost, so the $25,000 went back into general revenue, or back into the capital program. So the bylaw that is developed must include eligible properties, fees associated with the program administration, that the criteria for the program will be developed and must be met to what must be met to participate. Minimum and maximum value of upgrades, annual repayment formulas, a borrowing bylaw, a capped interest rate, borrowing capabilities, a cap of fund programs available, which we have identified as $1.3 million for residential and $750,000 for commercial. As stated in the previous slide, AMSC would administer this program on behalf of the city. We have not included the interest rate or the borrowing bylaw as we are in step 1. FCM has what's called a Community Efficiency Financing Program, and this grant requires the adoption of the bylaw as part of the funding application. Program development will occur once funding is secure. The development will include a marketing plan. As with many communities, the intention is to test this program over a 4-year period and evaluate. So, as talked about, we have completed the market study, and pending the adoption of this bylaw, we will apply for the community efficiency funding. So the market study, or the community efficiency funding program, focuses only on residential properties. You cannot use commercial, any of the funding for commercial properties. So that's why the marketing study was primarily on residential. The market study identifies 68 properties, potentially over a 4-year span. Numbers for the commercial properties are unknown. However, when the Emissions Reductions Alberta launched their solar program, it was quickly subscribed and actually oversubscribed within the first 6 weeks of the program, and there are no funds available for commercial businesses for solar. Bylaw C-1439 is before you today so that administration can proceed with the community efficiency financing funding, hopefully tomorrow. Considerations. FCM has identified that the application process can take 6 to 8 months, so we will not know until probably April of next year whether or not we've been successful in securing the residential funding. So a borrowing bylaw, which would be required if we were going to proceed because we would borrow the money from FCM. And the bylaw also needs to include interest rate caps, which we have not done. So administration has developed the bylaw so that we can move forward with the application. Then we will come back next spring once the program has been fully developed and funding is secured and make the necessary amendments to the bylaw. So one of the things that is a huge consideration is that energy advisors are a requirement through the Act. So there must be a qualified, an NRCan, qualified energy advisor that conducts an audit and provides a report to the property owner. In the region, in the Peace region, we have nobody who actually resides in the Peace region. We're in what NRCan considers an underserved area. So in order to proceed with the development of the program, we're going to have to come up with a solution to have energy advisors available in the region so that property owners are not having to pay for travel as well as the audit at the same time. Administration has submitted a funding proposal to NRCan to have training completed in the region, and this was the proposal was done in conjunction with GPRC. NRCan has said that they would be notifying successful applicants in August of 2021. I don't know if that will continue based on the federal election. If funding is not secured, there are several other options that we can consider to ensure that property owners have timely access to energy advisors to conduct the audit. So the next steps are to submit the funding application to FCM. So we hope to have that done by next week. Continue to work with GPRC on training, on how we can have trained energy advisors within the area. Return to council with the bylaw amendments in June of 2022, and then hopefully implement the program in September of 2022. So with that, if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you for that, Ms. Gardner. I will look for questions from council. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner. I'm really excited about this program. I've been tooting something similar to it for a long time amongst community groups and administration. I'm sure you've heard me say it a time or two before. My question is just in regards to the budget financial implications. So we're applying for this CEF program grant for green municipal funds. How much are we hoping to get from there? So in the policy bylaw here that we are passing with this, it says residentials would be up to $1.3 million. Are we applying for that full amount or more or less?
Ms. Gardner?
So Mayor Clayton, we can only apply for what the market study has identified. So that's the $1.3 million. We cannot apply for any more. There will be another administration grant that was provided, but the funding or the borrowing would be the $1.3 million. And again, that's only for residential properties.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. My apologies if I missed it, but if that 1.3, if we can only get the 1.3 for residential properties, where's the money for commercial properties potentially coming from?
Ms. Gardner?
Mayor Clayton, thank you. During the capital budget, there is funding requested in the 2022 capital budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
So if I'm understanding, as the program is currently envisioned, if we're successful with our grant applications, there'd be no cost and no risk to city taxpayers for residential side of this, but it would be city taxpayers carrying the risk and cost of the commercial side. Am I understanding that right?
Ms. Gardner?
Mayor Clayton, so there is no risk in that the funding is tied to the property. So should the property owner default, then it would be the same as any other tax collection process. So we would have the same level of security that we do with our property taxes.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
And I got a few more, but one pertinent to the topic.
Thanks.
So I'll ask that, and then I'll let you move on. That one, so the $1.3 million that could potentially be up for grabs for the residential side. I understand that that would be a grant from FCM, but would it be the city taking out that grant on homeowners' behalf? And really, what I'm getting at is, would that 1.3 count against our borrowing limit as the city?
Ms. Gardner.
Mayor Clayton, so I want to make sure I'm understanding or I'm doing this correctly. So the 1.3 million is not a grant. It would be borrowing that from FCM at a specific interest rate, a low interest rate. And then the second part.
So
go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
So what I'm wondering is, would it be the city's borrowing that $1.3 million in order for homeowners to borrow that $1.3 million? So it's flowing through the city, so it counts towards our debt limit. Am I understanding that right? So would that would we have 1.3 million less of debt capacity, I guess is what I'm asking, if it was fully subscribed?
Ms. Gardner.
Mayor Clayton, so no, so the Clean Energy Improvement Act clearly identifies that municipalities, any municipalities participating in this program, funds borrowed on behalf of the program will not contribute to their debt ceiling.
So thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Palat, and then Councillor Friesen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just to kind of add on to Councillor Bressie's question, one of the concerns I had when I originally read through this was that it can be achieved through tax on your property. And so my fear with that is, and we always want to believe that it's going to work out, but if we had quite a few proponents apply, be successful, it can take years before we have a tax sale. And so I just wonder how that, if they haven't paid their taxes and they're not making this payment and that accrues against their taxes owed, how does that impact the fund? Like my fear is that the fund dries up, to so to speak, because we're waiting for arrears to get collected. I would hope that didn't happen. I just don't know how we protect the city in that scenario, because it could take years to force a sale or to get collected back on that if somebody just decided not to pay us. I'm just not sure what avenues we have, I guess.
Ms. Gardner.
So Mayor Clayton, I may ask our CFO to assist if I get this incorrectly, but so we would be borrowing the money up front, and there would be a cap. So there may be 20 commercial properties or residential properties that would be eligible. So the risk, and I don't know the tax part of the law, but my understanding is that this has been minimal in Canada. So I think the biggest benefit that we have is that AMSC is assisting us with the process. So we're not trying to figure it out on our own. We're working with other municipalities, as other municipalities in the province are working through this program.
Yeah, I like the idea. I just want to make sure we're not potentially taking our funds and hoping they're going to recapture and they're going to flow through and we're going to keep flowing them, and then we just get in a spot where maybe a few individuals get behind in taxes or whatever, and then we're short cash to keep going with this fund. So
I'll recognize Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, obviously in the application process, they're going to be good standing, paying on time with their taxes before being approved for such a program too. When we build in an interest rate, obviously we're building in probably a bit of a cushion in that sense. So the interest rate may not necessarily match exactly what we're going to be borrowing for. So there's a little flexibility there. But you are correct. At the end of the day, if it didn't get paid, it would have to go through our normal means of collecting taxes from the property owner. Now, realizing that there is project limits in each situation, so that helps to reduce to the amount outstanding.
Okay, fair enough. And just one other, if I can.
Go ahead, Councillor Platt.
So just seeing that the program wouldn't fully roll out to potential people until September, are we looking at an operational cost to manage this starting in 23? Like, are we going to need a full-time person managing these files, or operationally, what is there a future cost, or is this mostly a flow through FCM?
Ms. Gardner.
Mayor Clayton, The administrative costs will be borne by, so when we get the grant from FCM, that will cover administrative costs. Primarily, most of those funds will go to, AMSC, and AMSC will take on the bulk of the work. However, we anticipate approximately 200 hours a year of administrative costs that can be absorbed through the Energy and Environment Department as it is currently staffed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. My question is regarding the cost to us of using our reserves, I believe it was, in the event we don't get grant for the commercial properties. So I think I'm hearing that in when we assume the low cost loan, the interest would be factored back into the taxes that we are receiving. So that the property owner is bearing the cost of the interest. So what consideration is given to the interest that we don't get if we have to use our reserve funds? Would a similar formula be applied such that we're not losing money because we would be using our, does that make sense?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Ideally, we will borrow for this, so we will follow the interest rate. However, in the chance where it doesn't make sense to borrow, it may make more sense to use a reserve. Maybe the amount of projects isn't where we thought it was and it doesn't make sense. We would, when we calculate the interest rate that we put in the bylaw amendment, I believe in July of next year when we bring that back, we'll look at what we're getting on our reserves and ensure we've covered that off as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I have two questions, and hopefully you can answer them. I'm just looking at the bylaw on Section 14, the property owners can apply for the program by, and now this is the area where they submit an application to AMSC for the CEIP grant and all that. By enacting this bylaw and moving forward with this program, at what point do we transition from AMSC covering all the applications and following through with that to the City of Grande Prairie? Is this would AMSC just cover it the whole time for the duration of the project, or at some point would the City of Grande Prairie and other municipalities have to take it under their fold?
Ms. Gardner?
Mayor Clayton, the Clean Energy Improvement Act requires and has designated AMSC as the program administrator for all time until such times as they change the act.
Okay, perfect. That's actually what I wanted to hear, and that's what I read and how I read it too. So thank you. You get questions sometimes. The other question that I had is in regards to, it's similar to what Councillor Palat and Friesen were talking about as far as repayment of the program. In the event that somebody signs up for the program and let's say they use it to put some solar panels on their house or a small turbine system, what if they move and sell their house? At that point, do we transfer the tax onto the new homeowner, or do we just get them to pay off based off of the sale of their house and then the old tax goes back?
Ms. Gardner?
Mayor Clayton, so the advantage of this program is that the property owner has an option. So they have the option to transfer that debt and the tax to the new property owner. It has to be disclosed prior to the sale, or they have the opportunity to pay it off. So the advantage is that paying it off over time, quick, like longer than like for over, let's say 15 years, the length of, then they're realizing the energy savings immediately. So they do have that option.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is 1.3 million limit. Is anybody apply for this or had to qualify, or it's first come, first serves? The second one is when we run out of money, 1.3 million, that program is done, right? Okay.
Ms. Gardner?
Mayor Clayton, yes, the program would end at the cap of 1.3 million. The intention is to do like a 4-year trial to see if this is something that we want to continue with. And it will be on a first come, first served basis, as long as you have a minimum of $3,000 and you aren't exceeding the maximum. And it will be, yeah, so as long as you have a qualified auditor that has provided the report.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just, is this for new or used homes or residential alterations then, or is this strictly for new?
Ms. Gardner? So Mayor Clayton, this is not for new.
It's for used only?
This is, yes, for current, so property that is currently being resided in or commercial property that isn't a new build.
Okay. And so my question on the used in that regards is there's a lot of retrofits in used, which I can appreciate, but how do we determine that we're putting retrofits of solar panels on a home that's still got poor insulation to windows? Is that the third party that'll decide that doesn't qualify? Because that'd be a concern for me, is that we could be putting lipstick on a pig, so to speak, and funding it and not getting the goal that we want to achieve. So I just want to know how we safeguard ourselves with that as well.
Ms. Gardner? Mayor Clayton, so that is where the role of the energy advisor comes in. They go in and do the audit, they will do the recommendations, and then they will provide as the technical expert what is the best move forward. It won't be just a matter of, I have a 60-year-old home and I'd like to put solar panels on it. They will come in and say, give you a list of the steps for exactly the reason that you're stating.
Okay, thank you.
All right, further comments or question for administration? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I have no further comments or questions, and if council doesn't either, I'd be prepared to make the motion.
Well, let's just go through our public hearing process. I'm just going to see if first there's anybody here to speak in support of this public hearing. And I'll look online or in the council chambers to see if there's anybody here to speak in support of this public hearing, in support of this application and the program, and a third time if there's anybody here to speak in support of it. I'll now ask if there's anybody here to speak in opposition to this clean energy improvement program. Second time, online or in person, if there's anybody here to speak in opposition of this. And a third time, anybody here to speak in opposition to the clean energy improvement program. I will now close the public hearing and look to business arising and refer to Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'd move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1439, being the Clean Energy Improvement Tax bylaw.
That motion is in order. I will call the question. Mayor Clayton votes in favor. Who else are we missing? Councillor Minhas, how do you vote? Councillor Minhas votes in favor. That is carried unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1439, being the Clean Energy Improvement Tax bylaw. Now, speaking to this, I think I already intimated earlier that I've been a big supporter of this style of retrofitting of homes and how municipalities can get involved. It's great that we're working with different levels of government as well as municipal providers and suppliers who have the expertise in the energy audit awareness. As was stated by our administration, this is a no financial cost, save for the staff costs, the 200 hours a year that we can absorb that through our energy and environment departments. And it's a step in the right direction. I think it's where people are going, and sometimes people are looking for ways that they can better afford this. This gives them an opportunity to come in and afford the upgrades to their house to improve their energy outputs and their energy costs and create a cleaner, greener environment for at least how we use our energy. So for all those reasons, I think this is a great step forward, and I hope council will support it unanimously.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. I will look for comments, questions, debate on the motion. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to be talking about this program. I think, frankly, if for no other reason than it's federal money that our taxpayers are paying for, and it's getting invested in some community, so it should be invested in ours. We should be doing it for that reason, although I also really do like that it's environmentally responsible, and it also does allow our taxpayers to save money. It's I think it's a good program overall. That being said, I think that how it's implemented really matters. And I know there's been some issues in other jurisdictions as these types of programs rolling out with consumers being taken for a ride by contractors. I think that there's strong protections here in terms of having an energy advisor involved and an AMSC. But I think as we're developing, it's worth looking at how are we going to make sure that consumers in our town are given truthful information about financing and about the impact of these programs. I also just encourage administration as they do develop next steps to be talking to our local real estate agents and our local mortgage brokers about this as well. I think that there's nuances to our local mortgage market that can make this maybe more sticky or maybe easier. I don't know. But I think there are nuances there that we should be talking to local professionals about. And I also think that just again, based on what other jurisdictions have seen, it's really important that our local mortgage and real estate community understands how this program works so that they can work with it instead of working against it. So I really hope that we're doing a good job engaging industry as we go about next steps. But for where we are right now, I'm really happy, and I really encourage council to pass this bylaw so we can continue developing this program.
Thank you for that. Other comments, debate? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I want to echo Councillor Bresky's comments. I think that's an important thing for us to do. Sometimes the mortgage rules have changed, lending has changed, but sometimes the criteria, if your utility costs are lower, makes you qualify for more. So it might give more leverage and buying power to people. So I think that's an important conversation us to have. I just did have one question for administration, if I can, or is it too late?
I'll ask council if they'll allow a question for administration. This has been closed, but
sorry, I didn't think of it until now, but I'm curious on, so if I applied for a program and I added $30,000 worth of solar panels, does that affect my taxation going up? Like, will my property value be deemed worth more because I've improved it? Or how will that affect that?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I can't say dollar for dollar, but I mean, obviously they look at everything, any improvements that are made when determining an assessment value. So it could go into what the end assessment is on that property.
Okay. Well, thanks for that.
Also, CA Galante, I think, had something to add.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, it's assessment is based on market value. So if the sale price in the neighborhood because of solar panels is going up, the overall assessment of a particular property may go up as well. So.
Well, thanks for that. And thanks for letting me ask that question out of turn. Appreciate it.
Any other discussion or debate on second reading of this? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. Give me 1 second to get back there. Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
Councillor Thiessen votes in favor.
Councillor Friesen?
In favor.
Councillor Friesen votes in favor. All right, this second reading is passed unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council have third reading for bylaw C-1439 tonight at this meeting.
This is a motion in order for us to be able to have third reading here tonight. It must pass unanimously in order for us to have third reading. I'll call the question. Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
Councillor Thiessen votes in favor.
That passes unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Glorious. All right. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1439, being the Clean Energy Improvement Tax bylaw.
Thank you for that. Seeing no debate or questions, I will call the question. Please vote. Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
Affirmative for Councillor Thiessen.
And that passes unanimously. Moving on to item 14.2, I would just want to recognize that as I live in the College Park area, I'm going to declare a conflict of interest and do not want to be included in a perceived bias. So I will remove myself from the chambers for this discussion and hand the reins over to Deputy Mayor Yad Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Well, item 14.2 is College Park Area Development Plan by C 1406 and Associate Land Use by Law Amendment to C 1260-140 and C 1260-141. Call in order and then introduction administration. The purpose of bylaw amendment and update version of the College Park Neighbor Association purpose long-term monitoring address instruction. I speak, Erlin, I think that's your department. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Minhas,
Thank
I'll
you.
be presenting the draft bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a PowerPoint, Colin, please. So we'll be discussing the College Park Area Redevelopment Plan and the 3 associated bylaw, the actual ARP bylaw, as well as 2 amendments to the land use bylaw regulations. I'll be presenting some background on the neighborhood and the project, as well as the vision and principles behind the draft plan, the plans and policies, and the implementation, which includes the LUB changes. So the ARP review is initiated in the fall of 2019, so approximately 20 years after the original plan was adopted. In an ideal circumstance, with all the resources available, we would do plan reviews every 5 years. So at 20 years, this area is well overdue for an update. And so the idea behind the review is to update the plan to reflect the current context of the neighborhood, as well as the greater context of the city, by identifying current needs and assessing development trends and demand. So the process, again, was initiated by the adoption of the terms of reference in the fall of, not 2019, 2018, and then the project itself was initiated in the spring of 2019. So in the first phase, administration collected background information about the neighborhood and did an initiation of the project where there was a public meeting to provide members of the public with information about the actual project, what an ARP is, and what the review process would look like, as well as get some initial comments about what they see as the amenities in the area or existing issues and things of that nature. In phase 2, administration collected background information to inform their analysis for the revised plan, including things like development statistics, population statistics, and other similar trends. And again, at phase 2, we had another public meeting to collect more background information from the public in terms of the items that we would be covering in the actual ARP to get feedback to go into actually drafting a document. And then in phase 3, that's when the actual ARP was drafted. There was another public meeting at that point in the project, and so the draft elements of the plan were presented to the public for feedback, and that information was taken. And then in the initial terms of reference, the final phase, phase 4, was going to be completed with a public hearing in the spring of 2020. However, due to the global pandemic, the actual public hearing process and getting through that phase of the project was delayed a little over a year. And so based on that delay in phase 4, we added another open house virtually to present the public with the draft plan again and remind them of the project and the process that we've been through. And that brings us to today, the final step in the project where council considers adopting the actual bylaws. And if it is approved, then we would move on to implementation stages. So the neighborhood profile, a brief history. It was originally settled in 1910 by the Wilson family, and so it was the first site of the Dominion's Lands Office and the Royal Northwood Mounted Police barracks until they had more official offices built elsewhere in the community. In 1916, it was subdivided as a Grandview subdivision as an extension of the city's downtown. And so that's why 102nd Avenue is a Main Street corridor. However, unlike the initial planners had expected, 100 Avenue actually became the Main Street corridor for the city rather than 102nd Avenue. And so what we see in the neighborhood is that short after subdivision, in 1916, the city hit an economic decline and development did not occur in the neighborhood as planned. So there was gradual development over the years until in the 1960s when the college was built, and that led to a development boom in the area. So several apartment buildings as well as more housing. In 1979, the city received provincial funding to develop Muskosipi Park, acquiring the land and developing the great park network that we have there along the community now. And in 1999, the original College Park ARP was adopted, and that plan was developed based on development pressures that the neighborhood was experienced at the time and proposals for a number of apartment buildings. So in terms of population in brief, there's a relatively young population in College Park, even for Grande Prairie, which is, compared to the rest of Canada, a young city. And so you see kind of the median age is sitting between 20 to 44, likely because of the population of students in the area. There's a low population density relative to newer neighborhoods, so it's roughly half of what we would see in a neighborhood developed to today's standards. And the neighborhood features a high rate of renters. So 77% of the population of the residences in the neighborhood are renter occupied. The neighborhood has a lot of great amenities in the area. So as previously mentioned, connection to the Muskosipi Park network, the trails there and the associated open space. There's a museum along the park as well. And then there's public art, mainly on the college campus itself. The GPRC campus offers a number of amenities, including a public health facility, gym, and performing arts facilities. The area has several gateway areas, so these are areas that are main entry points into the neighborhood. So we identified 106th Street, where people mainly enter the neighborhood, and it's the main vehicular access, so either people going to the college or living in the neighborhood. There's one for the college off of the old bypass, and then where most people who don't go to the college or live in the neighborhood are likely to encounter the neighborhood itself is through Borstad Point, so the area to the northeast in Muskosipi Park, so people walking through the area because it's a very popular trail network. So those are kind of key areas for identity features and those types of improvements. In terms of architecture, the neighborhood features buildings from every decade since the 1920s, so the style in the neighborhood is more eclectic rather than having a consistent style. So in modern neighborhoods, you would see everything built within the same decade, so they all look quite similar. In College Park, you have almost the opposite because you have 100 years worth of homes. In terms of historical land uses, so the original zoning in the 90s consisted mainly of R3, which is the equivalent of today's residential transition district, and then R2, which is the equivalent of general residential. And so in the R3 areas, we would see a mix of housing types allowing for single detached homes, and depending on lot size, all the way up to potentially small apartment buildings as discretionary uses. And in the R2 area, we would see things such as single detached homes and potentially up to duplexes. The existing land uses in the neighborhood are, as you can see, most of the parcels are occupied by single detached dwellings. There are several semi-detached or duplex buildings throughout the neighborhood. There are a few apartment buildings, and then there's a commercial corridor along 100 Avenue, and then the college lands is all institutional. So after the adoption of the original ARP, most of the neighborhood was rezoned to restricted residential. And this is a land use that only allows for single detached dwellings. And the result was that approximately 21% of residential properties were made legal and non-conforming. And so what that means is that if there is damage to the properties that surpasses a certain threshold, I believe it's roughly 70%. So for example, if the building burned down in a fire, they wouldn't legally be allowed to rebuild it under the current regulations because they've been changed to a more restrictive zoning. And so that could create some challenges in those types of incidents. So part of what we're proposing in the draft ARP and associated rezonings will help to address this. In terms of assessing demand for new development, we looked at a range of factors. So recent development kind of gives an indication of what people are looking to do in the neighborhood. Building age gives us an idea of properties that are likely to be redeveloped in the near future. And so we have some buildings in the neighborhood that are over 100 years old. We have a large number of buildings that are 30 or 60 years old. And so there are a lot of properties where there may be interest in redevelopment. There are also, as a kind of factor of that, there are a number of buildings that are in poorly maintained conditions that it may be because the owner is waiting to replace them, or the current structure just isn't viable, and so it's another candidate for redevelopment. In terms of lot size, that gives us an indication of what forms of development we're likely to see, and based on the average lot size in College Park, we're likely to see something from a single detached home up to a threeplex. There are approximately 5 vacant lots in the neighborhood last time I checked, and so there's some areas for redevelopment there. In terms of assessment values, that's kind of a factor of the other items, so building condition and age. And so that gives us an idea of also the number of properties where the actual value of the property is approaching strictly the value of the land, and so areas where we're likely to see redevelopment as well. And then in terms of location, as I previously discussed, College Park has a number of factors that would draw people to the area in terms of amenities. It is also close to the new hospital, as well as downtown, so a number of employment centers, so it's an attractive area for new homes and other development. And then in terms of inquiries and landowner input, we received a number of inquiries from property owners throughout this process, and generally the inquiries range from single detached homes with secondary suites to townhomes with 3 units. And so throughout the engagement process, we also received input from residents and community groups in the neighborhood, such as the Student Association. And what we found was that there is a mix of different interests. So there are some groups that would like to preserve the area as restricted residential to promote strictly single detached family housing. We have a number of landowners that would like greater opportunities to develop their properties. And we have a number of stakeholders that have indicated that they want a greater diversity of housing in the neighborhood, including students who would like to see more option for them. And so the vision and the future land use concept attempts to balance these interests. In terms of the existing infrastructure, we assessed the road network. One key concern that we heard multiple times throughout the process was issues with on-street parking, and that's predominantly on 106th Street and 104 Avenue, where people either attending or working at the college tend to park rather than pay college parking fees. And so there are some other smaller parking issues in the neighborhood as well that were identified. In terms of sidewalks and trails, we assessed the network and looked for areas for improvement, such as upgrading sidewalks to a more wider modern standard as they're replaced. There's transit service in the area, primarily through the college. And then we looked at utilities and infrastructure. And so there are some measures to take account of the condition of utilities in the medium term in the draft plan. So in terms of vision and principles, the vision is that College Park is a safe and vibrant place for people to call home. The mix of uses and amenities allows its diverse population to live, work, and play. The range of housing provides residents with options for each stage of their lives. New development is sensitively integrated into the community through thoughtful design, and College Park continues to be a beautiful place that provides a sense of pride to the community. So based on that, we have the guiding principles: providing a range of housing options, promoting neighborhood safety, integrating community parks and natural spaces, and supporting multimodal transportation. So the plan itself and the actual policies. The main element of an area redevelopment plan is the actual land use policies. So we have the future land use concept, and it closely resembles the zoning that existed in the 90s. And so other than the change in low and medium density residential, there isn't a significant change to the rest of the neighborhood. So starting from the top of the list here, we have the area in light blue to the southeast, which is designated for low density residential to remain that way in the long term. And also that's partly because it was a historical zoning. So there is potentially that expectation from long-term landowners that they would maintain the development rights that they had when they purchased their property. And the other consideration is just that they're dead-end streets, so there's some limitations on the traffic there. And then preserving some areas as low-density housing. The area in the darker blue that takes up the bulk of the neighborhood is proposed as low/medium density residential, so that would be predominantly residential transition, allowing for single detached homes all the way up to small apartment buildings if the lot sizes allow for it. And so that is a change from the current land use and the current vision in the ARP. The areas in darker purple are medium density residential, and that's only designating areas where there's already apartment buildings. So it's already areas that are existing medium density buildings. And then the 100 Avenue corridor is proposed to stay the same as it is in the current plan, so as mixed use, so allowing for a range of commercial to medium density residential opportunities. And then the college is proposed to remain institutional. And for the ARP, we also include a range of development guidelines. And so this is intended to kind of help new development or guide new development so that it fits into the character of the existing neighborhood. And so that's largely through designating massing and different elements that can help mitigate any impacts of larger structures on adjacent lower intensity uses. So one of the examples there is avoiding large blank facades. So having, in the image here, we have the illustration to the left, there's a large blank facade, and so it doesn't create much visual interest. So it detracts from the pedestrian realm, and so we have guidelines suggesting more interesting massing to create a more dynamic appearance for the neighborhood, and then encouraging elements to connect to the pedestrian realm, such as windows and entryways facing streets and connecting pathways. We have guidelines with recommendations for safety and crime prevention, so implementing crime prevention through environmental design measures. We have guidelines for preserving mature trees and for buffering and screening commercial uses from residential properties, and then some guidelines just highlighting accessibility as a priority for new development and additional considerations beyond building code. In terms of institutional uses, we recommend that the college adopt a master plan with input from the community so that there is greater clarity on their long-term vision for the area, especially the lands along 100 Avenue. We consulted with them on this project, and due to kind of their work with the province on determining how they can approach, how they manage their actual land, we don't have a timeline for when they're going to have a campus master plan or what their kind of approach is for managing those lands long term. And so we just created these guidelines to designate that they kind of need to come back to the table in the community before moving forward with changes to the areas. And we indicated that we would support a mix of uses related to the college's needs, and also just to highlight the concern for parking, that a consideration for parking and traffic impacts need to be a part of any future plans for college lands development. For mixed use development, again, we have kind of guidelines for considerate massing relative to other adjacent structures. Potential reduced setback along 100 Avenue because the current required setback is 6 meters, whereas the existing buildings are 3 meters away. So allowing for that reduced setback to have a consistency in the appearance of the neighborhood. Again, elements of connectivity to the pedestrian realm, so ground floor windows, connection to the sidewalks and things like that, and screening parking areas from adjacent residential properties. In terms of medium density residential, we added a height restriction, so restricting it to 4 stories, which is consistent with the current plan, and then other standards to guide the actual design of the building so that it blends in more with the neighborhood context. For low and medium density residential development, we look at some policies to encourage single family development, such as suggesting that lots could be subdivided to a modern lot width standard to create single family development rather than redeveloping them as multifamily, exploring ways to encourage single family form housing with room rentals, for students as a potential form of infill development. And then this area is also governed by the design standards within the residential transition district, and there are also some guidelines to demonstrate sensitivity to context. In terms of low-density residential development, the guidelines are mainly guidelines, like suggestions, rather than strict standards, and that's because we don't want to discourage single-family development. And so there's some guidelines to give potential developers ideas of how to help the new structures blend into the existing context. And the main concern there is that new single-family homes tend to be much larger than the ones that were built, say, in the 1920s. And so just considerate massing to kind of create more of a visual transition. So the ARP, although it's strictly a kind of land use planning document, it is also an opportunity to take a comprehensive look at the neighborhood and identify opportunities for improvement. And so we have a number of other projects kind of included as this plan. And so that includes neighborhood identity features and elements. So one thing we would be looking at trying to help inform a neighborhood association to get ongoing projects and programming in the neighborhood. We would look to design a logo to utilize on neighborhood identity features, create street sign toppers throughout the neighborhood, create an entrance feature off of 106th Street to greet people to the neighborhood, and to look for ways to integrate public art beyond the college campus into the neighborhood. In terms of parks and open space, we identify a number of potential improvements for Borstad Point. So that includes a new wayfinding sign. So the existing wayfinding sign is kind of a concrete monolith off the path. And so we propose to kind of relocate it to the meeting point of the three path directions at the top of the hill. So it would have more of a visual impact, and look for ways to tie in identity features about College Park itself, rather than just Muskogee to highlight the area as a unique neighborhood. Look to encourage more programming in the neighborhood because of the vibrancy created by other activities that we see on the hillside, such as the fireworks or the music festival and other events like that, potentially smaller scale programming that the residents could enjoy. There's a dumpster near the college dormitories that is very visible by the street, and so we'd look at having that screened. And then a number of improvements to Borstad Point to improve accessibility. And another example is including accessible outdoor fitness equipment along the pathway where there is existing equipment. There's no accessible option, so we would look at adding one along with that. And there's also the concept of potentially using the 104A stub as a seasonal patio for food trucks in order to kind of utilize that dead-end street and create more activity in the area and give an opportunity for people to gather there. In terms of parks and open spaces, we have a regular programming for boulevard improvement and street tree replacement. I already noted the potential outdoor exercise equipment. Parking strategy. So as I noted, throughout the engagement process, parking was a consistent concern from residents, notably on 104th Street and 106th Street and 104 Avenue, largely due to college spillover. There were some other concerns related to the commercial development along 100 Avenue, especially in the area near 106th Street. And so we heard concerns from residents as well as some potential issues during snow removal and things like that. And so an actual parking measure is an enforcement item, and it's somewhat beyond the scope of an ARP. And so through this process, we were able to identify it as a key issue that the residents are concerned about and make a suggestion as how to approach addressing that. And so we're proposing kind of a more comprehensive process, a standalone process, where we would take a look at that issue and come up with some solutions for council to consider to help address any existing issues. We heard a number of questions asking about whether or not new development would potentially increase the use of on-street parking. And so any increase in density also includes an increase in required parking. So multifamily development all has visitor parking requirements. And so with existing development, the parking is required to be provided on site. Again, if you do have an increase in population, there is a potential for there to be an increase in the number of visitors, and so utilization of on-street parking. However, parking is provided through the LUB requirements, and so we're looking at addressing on-street parking beyond simply planning regulations, because if it's an existing problem, then we've seen that it needs to be addressed beyond that. And so initially, we were moving forward believing that we would potentially be hiring a consultant for this process, but through consultation with enforcement services, we've determined that we can likely handle the process internally with enforcement services guiding the potential regulations, and so that will help us not only reduce the cost, but also move up the potential timeline on developing this. In terms of infrastructure, there will be ongoing maintenance of things like sidewalks, and so we'll be looking to have the sidewalks potentially upgraded to a more modern width and standard as these improvements occur. In terms of trail, we looked at the trail network, and so one thing we noted is that there was a lot of people cutting down eastward, in areas such as 102 Avenue, going down the hill and creating informal trails there. And it's not necessarily something we want to encourage just due to kind of safety concerns, and there's not really a viability of providing formal trails there because of the slope. And we noticed that there is a gap in terms of linkages between 100 Avenue and the trail network in front of the museum. So we're proposing as one of the implementation items to potentially create that connection from 100 Avenue to the trail network in front of the museum itself. Based on our engagement with Aquaterra, there is sufficient capacity in the neighborhood for new development and some degree of intensification if that occurs. However, the infrastructure in the area is quite old, and so in the medium term, we propose working with Aquaterra to develop a servicing study to assess the long-term needs for the area and potential major capital projects that would may be required for the neighborhood. So in terms of implementation, there is an implementation kind of timeline laid out in the plan. I'm not going to go over it item by item, but it gives an idea of when each item would be coming to council for potential budget considerations if that's required. So the overlay, the associated bylaw, C1260-140, is an amendment to the land use bylaw. And what this amendment does is it takes the future land use regulations and design guideline policies, essentially word for word, out of the ARP and puts them into the land use bylaw to make them easier to enforce at the development stage, because the land use bylaw takes precedence over higher level documents. And so when a development permit is applied for, the standards within the LEB are what's more strongly enforceable. And so by putting those standards in there, we kind of guarantee that we're able to enforce them at the development permit stage. And so that's what that overlay achieves. In terms of the rezoning, the proposed bylaw C-1260-141 rezones a number of properties to make them legally conforming, as well as implementing the future land use concept. So again, roughly 21% of the residential properties are legal non-conforming. You see on the east side of 105 Street, there are two kind of semi-detached or duplex homes that are zoned RR, so going to RG would make them legally conforming. The apartment buildings, some of them were entirely rezoned to RR, and some of them, a portion of the property was, and so we're correcting that rezoning to make the apartment buildings the correct zoning. And then the main change is the bulk of the neighborhood going back to the residential transition zoning versus the restricted residential. So again, that would allow for single detached units and then up to small apartment buildings on lots that were large enough. The typical lot in the neighborhood can allow up to 3 units. The DC7 district was a district specifically written to accommodate semi-detached units within the parameters of the existing ARP so that they would be legally conforming, and that included an amendment to the ARP. And so within that district itself, it states that once a development is complete, it would be rezoned to an appropriate district. And so this accomplishes that by eliminating the DC7 district and making those properties RT. And so we have the College Park ARP and the 2 implementing bylaws, and administration recommends that council give all 3 readings to each of the proposed bylaws. Thank you.
Jason and someone. So any question for council to the administration? Wait, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Minhas. Just a question: if this were to be developed to this scale, and because we're saying mixed use, a lot of those, if a bunch of 3-plex, 4-plex, 6-plex showed up, can the infrastructure handle it in that area? Like if we started having a lot of metering issues and that, is the infrastructure there able to handle the zoning that we're looking at doing if it were densified to the highest level?
Yes, through the
go ahead,
Councillor Minhas. The servicing is capable of handling the proposed intensification.
So if it was all ends up being 4-plexes or whatever the maximum density would be, we're not going to have any issues with servicing.
I can't say for sure if every single property was. However, if a reasonable proportion of them were, yes, it's capable of it. We consulted with Aquaterra about the concept, and they said based on this, the servicing is able to handle new development.
If I can have one more, please, Chairman. I'm just wondering, as I'm reading through their comments, there's a lot of concerns about parking. So with these being lane lots, if a proponent was to build a 3-plex or a 4-plex on a lot, would they be able to have front and rear lane parking options, or would it be one or the other if there was a new development?
To Councillor Minhas, they are allowed to have either option, just to be able to provide as much parking as possible in those circumstances. Yes, they can have either street or rear parking.
Okay, great.
Or both.
I may have more, but I'll just give.
Dylan?
Great, thank you. I saw the statistics about 77% of the neighborhood is renters, but I'd assume that number includes apartment buildings. Do we have to have any access to any kind of statistical data that shows in those single family and duplex properties what percentage of those residents are homeowners versus renters?
Mr. Doshis?
Thank you, Councillor Minhas. 67%.
Great, thank you. And then I really get the desire on the city's part to support intensification. At the same time, I really get on some in the community's desire to preserve home ownership in the community. I'm curious if any consideration has been given or was given to there's types of intensification that are almost certainly going to be renter occupied, such as 3-plexes and 4-plexes. And there's types of intensification that are a lot more likely to be owner occupied, such as row houses or narrowing up those lots to do smaller single detached houses. Was any consideration given to policies that could be put in place to either limit or prohibit 3-plexes and 4-plexes, or policies put in place to incentivize those more likely to be occupied by owners housing forms?
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a great deal of thought was put into those options. Ultimately, we didn't put any greater restrictions on 3-plexes or 4-plexes. One option we strongly considered was putting a clause within the overlay to make those discretionary. And so that creates an extra step in the process. And so either making it discretionary development officer, whereby there's greater notification and the development officer has greater authority on whether or not to approve them, or making it discretionary committee where they could go to committee and the neighborhood would have great opportunity to speak on those applications and committee do it. Ultimately, we decided not to because we're looking at creating opportunities for a wider range of housing, including that missing middle. And although there are concerns about greater renters, and 3 and 4-plexes, ultimately it provides a valuable form of housing to our community, and so we didn't include that measure, but it is an option.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Go ahead. Dylan, you?
I got more, but they're on a different topic, so if you let somebody else get in, I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Minhas. I've always wanted to say that. Thank you, Reid, for the presentation. Going over one of the big things, because I actually like the plan pretty much. It's it's a good balance, and I think there's a lot of consultation and consideration that was put into creating something that would work not just now but for future generations, as well as the 100 years of history that the neighborhood also contains. Some of the biggest issues that in the consultations that came up with people who are currently living in the area was around safety and lighting. There were some comments about some of our lesser fortunate citizens, like using the trails to go to the access of the bottle depot and stuff like that. As far as this ARP, is there any suggestions that you might be able to highlight that would improve safety for the neighborhood or improve the lighting conditions so that the sense of safety throughout the winter or darker times is perceived by the neighborhood? Is there anything you could highlight for?
Go ahead.
Councillor Minhas. So we did look at those things. So one thing that changed throughout the process was that the bottle depot closed, and so we're not getting that same traffic. So we did kind of see some of those issues come up on the enforcement data as well for the area. We consulted with engineering on the lighting question, and engineering has their standards, and when they evaluated the neighborhood, they determined that it met their standards. And so it's a bit out of the scope of planning in an ARP to go and second guess those actual standards. And so if that's something that council wants to have a look at, they may want clarification from engineering about the lighting standards themselves. And so in terms of what we're able to do through development policies, we encouraged crime prevention through environmental design in order to have better lighting on the private development side of things. And that's more or less the extent of the measures in the ARP.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wade?
Thanks, Chairman Haas. Just looking at one of the, I guess it's page 142 of our report, and it's talking about preserving mature trees. It just says possible, it says wherever possible shall be preserved and protected. So can you just tell me an outcome if somebody couldn't preserve it? Would there be a levy attached to that? Would they have to do a different plan to mitigate, to replant trees? Like what would that look like for somebody that was looking at tearing down a home and putting something in there if there was mature trees? Because it's one of the highlights of this area. And so I just want to know how we're safeguarding that if it was in the wrong, if the building pocket didn't allow for it.
Where did he?
So through the chair. And so the tree item kind of follows our typical process. So we have greater control if it's a city-owned tree on the boulevard. There we can require a replacement. On the private side of the property, we don't have an additional standard requiring these to be replaced. So during the application stage, we would assess whether there are mature trees and require the applicant to do what they can to preserve them. We do not have a requirement that they replace it. And so in addition to that, any multifamily development is required to do planting as part of their process, but we don't have anything specific to replacing those mature trees on site if they can't.
So there'd be outside of normal permitting, there'd be no additional requirements for landscaping, or we wouldn't put more onus on landscaping in this area than we normally would anywhere else?
The chair.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. Go ahead, Dylan. Your turn.
Great, thank you. So there are some suggestions in the plan for public investment in Borshead Point for entrance features for sign toppers, things like that. I appreciate that the underground utilities are unknown and big and scary, but if you separate out the actual utilities in here, do we have a high-level estimate of what this plan might cost council if it authorized full funding of what's suggested?
Through the chair. So funding, the actual cost will change depending on the actual timing of implementation, as you're all well aware. A very rough estimate is if we implemented all of the non-policy changes, so basically all the changes excluding the parking strategy and the servicing study would cost approximately between $77,000 and $140,000.
And if I may, Chairman Oss?
Yeah, go ahead.
And what's the plan for those services? Is the plan to make a request to council come capital budget time in a couple months? Is there funding set aside for it? Just what's the plan to make sure those improvements happen if this ARP passes?
Go ahead.
So through the chair, the short-term items, we would see if there is possibility of getting these items in time for this year's budget review. In likelihood, it would be in 2022 that we would have them under budget consideration. And so, yeah, each item will come based on their proposed timeline and the actual implementation of it. Some of the immediate items we're looking at is kind of the entrance feature and those types of items. So if possible, we would try to have them this fall, but given the tightness of the timelines and this current hearing date, likely 2022 budget considerations.
Okay, so we're looking at potentially not doing anything in this plan until 2023. Am I understanding that correctly then?
Aside from the parking strategy, and yeah, any of the kind of capital items potentially, unless we adjust budgets from other items or through the chair, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Dylan. Okay, wait, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm on a tree kick here today. So I'm just wondering, when I look at new developments that go up, it's pretty standard that they have to put a tree in the front yard, and then but any side-facing roads have to have trees on the side as well. And so I'm just wondering if the city's got any consideration on 105th Street and 106th Street. There's 19 properties about supplying trees. Those homeowners are putting a caveat on title that would make them have to put a minimum of 3 trees on those side yards. It's 120-foot lots, I believe, there. Just wondering if that's going to be part of our strategy or if there's any funding allocated for that within this plan.
Reese,
Through
go
the
ahead.
chair. So there is no requirement for planting trees in detached home development. Part of that is because of the location of utilities in a lot of areas. The requirement for planting along the roadways is at the development stage of the actual land for boulevard trees, not through the actual individual property owners. And so we don't have those processes in there. We do have parks doing their regular boulevard tree replacement.
Okay, so because it's a redevelopment, we wouldn't trigger this like a new development. Then if somebody came in and as a new development, they would be forced to put those side yard trees in. Because this is a redevelopment, they wouldn't be if they tore down a home and did something, or?
Through
Go ahead.
the chair. So the trees are put in on the boulevard by the land developer. They then become the property of the city. So any of those trees are the city's responsibility. In terms of new development, we don't require trees for single detached homes or semi-detached, but anything with 3 units or more would be required to plant at least 1 tree, if not more.
Any other question from the council? If it's none, now we go to the public. Anybody in the council or on the phone in the favor to speaking this park development? If you are, come out on the seat front and tell your name. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am one of the property owners in College Park. I've been since 1987. I was part of the original ARP development. I spent a year in front of you people until we finally got the area redevelopment plan passed. The reason we had to do it is because we had left it in the developer's hands up until that point. We took a look at the area. There was, at the time, 8 apartment buildings, 22 duplexes, and every time a single family home fell, a 2 or a 3-plex popped right back up. So that drove all the families out of the area and a whole bunch of renters into our area. They have no buy-in other than they're paying their rent. So they don't care if they're parking on the front yard. They don't care, if they're doing burnouts down the street. The end of my street, 101st Ave, has become basically in the wintertime a one-way street because the people that work at the keg park on the keg side, and the people who live in those first three houses park on the street. I'm not sure how I can envision that putting 3-plexes and 4-plexes into our neighborhood would decrease the amount of on-street and, on the front yard parking. Because the house at the end of the 101st and 100 across from the keg, it's a single family home, and yet they have 6 cars. Right? Because they have the basement all subdivided into bedrooms, and each bedroom has an occupant, and each occupant has a vehicle. So I don't see how, if it's allowed to have, 2 or 3 plex on one single lot, where are all those cars going to go? Besides in front of my house. Because I got the same thing at my end of the block too, with Mad Hatters and their staff. If I don't have my work truck parked in front of my house by 5 o'clock, I got to park somewhere else. I don't understand how an improvement, other than keeping him with a job, is going to improve what the existing ARP represented. Because each one of the areas or lots that applied could get, what they wanted, so long as everybody else in the area agreed with it. That apartment building that went up along, Muskogee Park wasn't there originally, but Anjay coming in to the city asked for a rezoning. It was put up. We didn't have a problem with it, so long as he had parking for all the units that he put up there. And the same with on 104th Ave. There were 2 or 3 lots that came in as duplexes after we'd said no more duplexes. Because they came in front of us, asked if it would be okay to develop it this way. And we said, not a problem. You had parking for those who were going to live there, one on the street, and then they had a driveway and a garage. So other than that, and the fact that it's 20 years old, well, lots of things are 20 years old. And just because the city thinks they should take over the redevelopment again, we saw what happened when, we let the city do what they did to Parkside. We had rampant theft, human feces all over the neighborhood, used needles all over the neighborhood, because it was a draw for all the homeless people. Because the city was providing Parkside as a flop house. So I don't have anything to conclude with other than, you know, I'm not going to last 20 more years there, right? But I did the good thing back in the time, or it'll be all renters by now. You know, you're trying to promote a family-friendly area, and yet you're doing away with single-family homes and only replacing them with multi-family homes. Well, these aren't families that stay in the neighborhood. They come to the neighborhood until they want to go somewhere else. And while they're there, they may or may not mow the lawn. They may or may not use the front yard as a parking lot. They may or may not be criminals, but, you know, they don't have any vested interest in keeping this tiny little area, because it is tiny. You know, it's at the biggest, it's 3 blocks deep and 1.5 to 2 blocks wide. And yet you want to turn it all into rentals? Why? Because it's convenient for the city? Not for the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. So, okay, the next you want to come, please, and mention your name and your concern. You're in the sport, right?
Good evening. My name is Daniel Martin. I'm a resident of the College Park neighborhood. I've lived in Grande Prairie for the last 20 years, 21 years. I have to follow a script, otherwise I'll get detracted. I've lived in the College Park neighborhood for the last 10 years, and it is ultimately a great place to live. I personally feel that I would be affected, not in a positive sense or positive way, with this proposed bylaw, and I'll get into the 2 points. I'm just going to make 2 points. But I also want to recognize that this community has changed within the last 10 years and will continue to change. And I understand the value of redevelopment plans in assisting and formulating that change and creating that vision that the community needs. So I think I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to redevelopment plans. There are certain key points that I disagree with regards to how the plan is being put forward and what is being asked to be agreed upon. So, first point, and I go back to the municipal development plan, because that's, you know, when I had discussions with city staff, it talks about the intent to intensify densification of redevelopment mature neighborhoods. It talks about what a neighborhood is, and it talks about the neighborhood meeting the needs of the residents. And it's interesting, I always differentiate between what is a resident person who lives there versus a person who rents there. People who tend to live there, that own there, tend to stay longer. They tend to have more interest in the community, investment in the community. They tend to keep their properties in better conditions. Don't get me wrong. There's great landowners and there's bad landowners, and there's great renters and bad renters, right? So we get the spectrum of it. So I don't feel, and I've had lots of discussions with Reed, it's more of a perspective on the vision. The original 1999 plan identified as a family community. That's why I moved there. I was living in Grande Prairie elsewhere, and I decided to bring my family and 3 kids there, 2 at the time. And so that, I think, is an important point. Not to say that families don't live or only live in single-family dwellings. They live in a variety of dwellings, apartments and stuff. And my kids are friends with those people as well. But I don't feel that this level of densification, what's being proposed as doubling or tripling potentially, because that's not the case, and it'll come over time, will enhance our neighborhood. Enhance meaning the people that live there and the people that own property there, as well as the people that will move into the area into the future. But again, I do emphasize change is needed, and I don't feel that densification is the only option to facilitate that change. So that's my first my first concern. The second one is with regards to the reason why I moved there, and the reason why many people live there is the character of the neighborhood. We talked about mature trees, wide lots, and there's lots of other. It's close to the park. I use the park. My kids use the park all the time. The trail systems, and so what I think is being proposed here is to change the character. By densifying, you're going to have bigger houses. We built a bigger house there too. We kept as much vegetation as we could, and recognizing that trees only live for so long and they have to be replanted and they'll become the next generation of trees. So things change over time. But when we see in some of the duplexes and other houses that have come in there is they are larger. They are changing the character of our neighborhood in a way that I think when the city presented a survey, I think around a couple of years ago, Reed would know a bit more. They talked about what are the character of the neighborhood. And so in the municipal development plan, as a guiding principle, refers to embracing the character of the neighborhood. And what's being proposed as far as densification would go not in that direction. Recognizing I'm not opposed to certain level of densification, but I think it would cause it to change the characters too much, based on my opinion, as a resident who lives there, who has to deal with the goods and the bads of any change in a neighborhood. So I think as a guiding principle for redevelopment plans, I think this plan misses the mark as far as maintaining that guiding principle. So in summary, yes, I do feel that College Park needs a change. It needs an updated redevelopment plan, but I don't think to the extent possible that what the densification would permit, that would change the trees, that would have parking issues, that would have congestion issues, it would bring a lot of other problems that I think would ultimately change the character of our neighborhood. And I want to give Council the understanding that this concept has consequences to the people that live there and to the broader community beyond the College Park. So I think people need to recognize that even though there are some good aspects of this plan, I'm not going to deny that. I think there's some bad aspects or some components of it that take it too far and make it too wide. The goalposts are too wide to allow whatever in an attempt to try to redevelop the area. It will come if people take pride in ownership of their property. If no slight to any enforcement, but if the enforcement of the bylaws were to occur in our neighborhood, instead of neighbors complaining or calling and being the local tattletailer, I think that would go a long way to maintain that. Densification is not, to this extent, is not the solution for my family, and I think the neighborhood, and again, part of the whole Grande Prairie as a whole. I would equate this to taking the VLA, the Veterans Land area, just north of the provincial building, and parceling it up, taking all some of the trees because they're old or that doesn't fit with it, with what's proposed building, and changing it all together and saying, well, we've improved it. Improvement is subjective. But I also like to recognize that the city staff did make a pretty good effort in consulting with residents, recognizing that it's hard to get 77% roughly of renters involved when they have no long-term interest in this community. And I do live on a block where there's lots of people, and I talk to neighbors that are very involved, but are not really interested in stepping up to communicate their concerns. One comment from a neighbor was regarding, we put the plan in place in the 1999 plan, and this is your time to step up to move the community forward or protect what we've tried to establish. Thank you.
Thank you. So any question from council? Yeah, please. Dylan, go ahead.
Great. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the comments. And I know we've had some good conversations about the neighborhood in the past. A question I meant to ask administration, I forgot, but I know you're involved in it, so maybe you can tell me is, what's the status on the neighborhood association? Has there been any traction in forming a neighborhood association or?
Yeah, so I made an effort to, once this process started, we did talk with city staff and they encouraged the development of a community, a neighborhood association. I did get information from people who attended, I think, the first public open house, and I did make an effort to try to bring people together. It's really hard when you have 77% of people that are not there for the long term, and I'm biased there, but they may not be as interested in stepping beyond just living there. And so we did set up a meeting, had 7 or 8 people express interest. Nobody came. sorry, one person came. And that's not insufficient for developing a community association. I said, well, there's no point in beating a dead horse. Let's wait for some time, see if we can revitalize it. COVID hit. It's hard to communicate out and to get people to gather. So that I haven't pursued that yet, but I'm very interested in it. But regardless, I do feel the staff did make an honest effort to communicate with people and staff. And I've talked to people and they're like, oh, I couldn't make that meeting because I was working. I just didn't fit in my schedule. And there's always going to be that. So I recognize that. So it's needed. And I think it can provide benefit to the community, but it's just hard to get people to step up. I tried to initiate it. I forget who I spoke to, but the interest was not there, and I wasn't going to try to lead something that wasn't going to be successful, and I thought I'd give it some time. So.
Thank you. Dylan Moore, go ahead.
No, I just want to say thank you for your work trying to organize that, and I'm glad that the idea isn't necessarily dead, and I hope that if there is any way that Council of the City can help with those efforts, I hope that you'll let us know, because as a neighborhood association member, I know how great they can be for a community. So I just mostly want to say thank you. I know how frustrating it can be, so thank you.
Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. Thanks for coming in, Daniel, and for bringing forward your concerns to council and stuff like that. I had one question for the delegation prior, but I guess I can ask you since you're in the chair right now, and that's in regards to administration's proposed parking plan. Do you foresee the benefits of parking plan or parking strategy for the area that could greatly improve some of the concerns just around parking in the neighborhood?
So where I reside, I don't feel that's a concern. Not to say it's not a community concern. There needs to be a plan if there's going to be more people, higher densification, more units, more people living there. I don't know what the answer is to that, because the answer is you'd have to have more on-site parking within the property, which means you're going to have less front yard, which means you're going to have less of a backyard, because you put a duplex, you have to have 2 in the front, 2 in the back, providing that's available, right? Where are the kids going to play? Like, and then the answer is if it's not on the street, it has to be on the property. And then so that means less space. Then you're going to remove trees, you're going to remove front lawns, you're going to, where's the snow going to go? Right? There's that issue as well. So I talked to Reed about this too. Like, there's some outstanding concerns that are not being addressed, or implications of densification. And we had a discussion about that, and the intent, if this gets passed, is to engage with the community and go through enforcement services or community services to deal with that. But I'm not of the opinion that you should deal with the problem after you've created it. I think the whole purpose of planning is to deal with it and anticipate as many problems or issues before, because it's hard to, you're more constrained after the fact. Is that an issue? It could be. The college wants to expand. There might be some more, the one gentleman before me talked about, house with, 6 cars. That's not the only situation. There's one in the NMI block that's got four vehicles, and it's a duplex, right? There's 4 people staying there. Nothing wrong with that in and of itself right now, but you add that to another duplex, on either side, there's not going to be parking. So densification is okay within limits, and this plan presents basically doubling or potentially tripling of the units, and doesn't deal with a few other issues. And that's just the logistical parking issues, or snow removal, utilities, and stuff like that, and vegetation. It's going to change significantly the nature of and character of our neighborhood. And I'm okay with some degree of change, and I think a lot of residents recognize that. But it opens the floodgates too much, and it doesn't address the issues up front.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Minhas. I'm going to say that as much as I can while you're there. So, Mr. Martin, I'm not sure, years ago, actually right before another municipal election, we had a hillside ARP that went out that was talking about densifying certain areas, and we had large portions of the neighborhood come out in some of our last meetings, and they were vehemently opposed to the potential for densification. I think sometimes what gets lost in the conversation is the word redevelopment as well. And the only reason why I bring up the Hillside ARP is because Hillside's seen some significant investments inside that area to spruce it up, make it more safe throughout this council term. And I feel like as we move forward with these ARPs, we want the neighborhoods to redevelop and to become the character that everyone in the neighborhood wants it to be, whether that's a safer place, a better place to live, a more dense place, a place for students and families. So I guess I can understand the renter stuff. I've had a few friends, 3, that have lived in the College Park area, and they didn't live there. They purchased properties there, and they just use it as a land holding because they're like, well, this is where the college is. People are eventually going to want to redevelop in this area. When they do, I can sell this old house that I'm just renting out to a renter right now, and the land and property for a good chunk of change, and when the city's ready to redevelop it. So a lot of that investment went in that way. Do you think it's possible that if, let's say, we were to build like a really nice duplex, or a developer would come in, tear down a couple crummy homes, and they build like a fancy 3-plex or a duplex, you know, that's sold for about $250,000 per unit, where people could buy it as a rental property to rent out later, or they could buy it as their home. Do you think that would improve the character of the neighborhood, or would it diminish the character of the neighborhood?
Is our community for sale, is what you're saying? We only want people that live there that only have economic investment, or they actually care to live there and want to invest in the community other than economic?
And that's kind of the point that I made by bringing up some of my old friends that bought properties in there, because they bought those properties because of the land and the location close to the college, and they wanted to turn it around and sell it for a profit. Now, there are going to be inevitably people who move into the neighborhood and like, I want to live here for the rest of my life. And they may be the people that buy those properties off those people who bought, like my friends who bought it just because of its location. And then they redevelop that land. An ARP like this would help necessitate that, and also inform the city as to what type of improvements need to be made to the neighborhood in order to enhance the character of it and the livability, so it doesn't become a rental place. Do you see any of that I just said here in the plan, or is it, or do you feel that the potential for it to go in the way that, like my friends, how they bought the land to go, like just people coming in, buying rental spaces, and then renting it out and making money that way?
So I think maybe I can answer the question. When they purchased the property, they should have been aware that there was a redevelopment plan that stipulated certain restrictions on what type of structure should be there. And there's a process through the direct control district to apply for an amendment. I take great offense myself and other people I've spoken to that we're just going to invest and speculate, and then we're going to go through, maybe there's some push from some of those individuals to convince council that this is the best for the community, but it's maybe more directed at their own financial benefit. And so that's where I differentiate between somebody who owns a property and lives there versus somebody who has a property but doesn't live there. They could have a good landowner, you could have a bad landowner. You could have a good owner, like a person who lives there that doesn't maintain their property. So you can get the spectrum. So I don't know the answer to, because there's going to be a full spectrum. I've seen rentals go to owners. So a house that was a rental, somebody bought it and is now living in there. I've also seen people that have bought a house and demolished it and put it to a duplex, and now it's being rented. So I'm not saying there's nothing bad with movement, and that was what I presented to Reed as a solution, as a percentage. As a single family dwelling and duplexes, because right now, before it was a restricted residential, you'd have to have a single family dwelling. We purchased an old decrepit property. We rebuilt and made it very efficient, and we live there and we enjoy the community. There's going to be people that goes both ways. Okay, so we need a way to make it fluid so that one area is not for restricted residential single family dwelling only, and then on the other side of the road it's whatever goes, or not. I shouldn't say that. Multi units and a significant difference, because whatever happens on the other side of the road is going to affect what's happening on our side, and whatever happens on our side is going to affect on the other side. So I don't like how what was proposed, and I did propose an alternative, and the response was it would be too difficult to administer. And my answer was, I'm sorry, that's your job. You know, that's the nuances are as part of what makes things worthwhile. If it's you want to make it just easy, I would question, you know, why don't we just eat macaroni and dinner every day? Because it's easy. Well, do you like a little bit more variety? Yes. Would it require more cleaning, prepping? Either way. So I would equate it to that. So it's got to be fluid. And I don't know the answer, but I know that opening the floodgates for what was being proposed as in this plan is going a bit too far, and it'll have significant impact on the character of our neighbor. I don't know if I answered that question or.
No, I appreciate the way you answered the question very much. So thank you, Mr. Martin.
Any other question? Eunice?
Thank you. The question I had actually has been asked, but something you said just brought up a new one for me. Could you share with council, please, what your idea was, what your suggestion was that was considered an administrative burden?
Okay. So Reed and I met, and I was grateful for that, because I like the fluidity of the thing. So don't. I think we said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Reed, but like 65% of the properties right now are single family units. And I'm not opposed to duplexes. I'm not opposed to, and a lot of people in the community, I mean, I think diversity is good. And so, but the problem with the old plan was that they were legal, certain properties were legal non-conforming. So update the plan, get it like the duplex, but it was restricted residential, so they couldn't if something were to happen, they couldn't rebuild a duplex there, which was originally there. They had to build the single family dwelling as per the 1999 plan. And so I propose, well, make it fluid. So if we want a mix, there's going to be a certain amount that are going to be high density, some are medium density, and some low density. And establish that mix for the community. So if one house goes to, if it's old and decrepit, and the only interest economically from anybody is to put a duplex there, then put a duplex there. And I have no problem. I live next to one, or across the street. I have no opposition to that. But it's that small trickling degradation of duplex here, duplex there, duplex there. Right now in this plan, you could put a duplex pretty much in every lot. And correct me if I'm wrong, Reed. Like every property, every lot could have a duplex on it, if we take it to the extent.
Reed?
I have to answer to you?
No, I'm just asking Reed, yeah.
Sorry, it's just I'm not typically allowed to speak during these portions.
Okay. So if I'm incorrect, then I apologize. But my understanding is that as the low density permits a single family dwelling, but also a duplex and multi-unit, which, great. I mean, we need that sort of diversity of housing for families that have an aging parent that wants to live in the basement, right? I fully support that. But it has to be fluid so that we can, if one, apartment building generally has to stay apartment building, or if it burns down, we can build an apartment building. But if one duplex goes to a house one time, then maybe the next one has to come back to a single family dwelling or a mix of that. I was told that it's very difficult to administer, and I'm like, I don't doubt that, because as long as you stay within those limits. Alternatively, I don't know what else. I had a discussion with a realtor about, why are people not wanting to redevelop? Why are people not wanting to move into the neighborhood? And his answer was pride of ownership. People don't have pride of ownership. So why would I want to spend, $300,000, $400,000 on a house that when my neighbor doesn't mow the lawn, when they don't shovel the sidewalk, when they just don't care, they park on their front lawn? And I've had lots of discussions with city enforcement services about that, and it goes away and it comes back. And I'm tired. I don't want to be known or I don't think the solution is to have a local snitch, a local tattletailer. And I get it. That's the way the system is working. But we can't just open the floodgates to say, well, that's the only way we can redevelop a community. It has to be more thought and more restrictions and gradual, because once you open it, you can't go back. And if you remove all the trees because you need a bigger house and you need all parking to accommodate 3 units, that's 6 units. I'm assuming six parking spots. Where are they going to get that? Yeah, they're bigger lots. But where's the front lawn? Where are they going to put the snow? Where are the kids going to play if that attracts that kind of a clientele or a family? And single family or a family with a partner that that just two people, 2 adults is we want those too. They're part of our community. So it's messy, but allowing what currently is to what could potentially be under this plan is, I think, a dangerous proposition to appease people that have investment opportunity in our community, that don't mow the lawn, don't shovel the sidewalk. And there's land, my neighbor doesn't do it either on the east side, but we help them out because we recognize, and that's what good neighbors should do. And my kids need something to do something in the wintertime too. So get them out of the house. So it's a balance of economic and just pride in the community. And I think, we've lived there 10 years, and I haven't lived everywhere in Grande Prairie, but I go running with my family, my kids. We go down to the trails, the bike park, the skate park. We love it there. The city has invested a lot of good money in Must-See Park and the trail systems. And when friends come over, they say, "Oh, it's so great." I'm like, "Yes. Why do you not know? Like, I don't mind paying my taxes because I know where it goes to. I'm benefiting from it." And it's unfortunate that more. And I agree with densification. I agree with bringing more people to neighborhoods where they don't have to drive as far. But let's be honest. We live in a town that not many people take the bus, or not many people walk or bike. So and I do when I can, right? So it's going to be messy, but I think the alternative is not what's being proposed, and that's why I'm here today, because I think we could do better. And Reed and I have had discussions about it, and I think we differ on principle, different on our mission. And I respect that, and he's just doing his job, and he's made an effort to consult with people, and I've gone door to door. It's hard to get people involved when, I'm just renting here. I'm not going to be here next year. Why would I get involved? And that's not something I think the city can change. You can't change who owns or who rents, right? But I think you can create a condition that has a mix. And it's identified, and I've talked to neighbors, and they said, well, in 1998, there was a problem they wanted to stop. So they developed this redevelopment plan that was approved. Maybe it went too far. I don't know. I wasn't there. And communities evolve, and they have to evolve, otherwise they die. So densification, I support it. And I've communicated that as far as feedback. But what this presents is too much, too soon, too fast. So that's why I'm here.
Units, no more. If no more, thank you very much, Danny, for your input. So any other in the council, go ahead, come down here and mention your name for the sport. don't have this one. Seems like they're all mixed.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matthew Dreger. I live on 101 Ave in College Park. For about 5 years now, we've lived there, and we built a new property there. We went through a lot of a very long design process with the city to get our house built. We built the house with a suite because there's very strict guidelines on duplexes, which we were very happy to go through because they had a special radius that we had to comply to, that only this many duplexes are allowed in this radius and only this many suites. And in the end, after the design process, I thought, that's actually a very good idea for specifically for parking, to limit the density. As we've lived there for 5 years, we've definitely found that is for sure necessary because of the parking challenges there. But I'm just wondering what's going to happen with this new plan. Is there a type of same design that people who build new are going to have to go with, where there's a specific radius that only a certain amount of duplexes will be built in this radius, or suites? That's one main question, because I had to go through a lot.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Great, thanks. I'm not sure if administration is allowed to answer or not, but I can say that my understanding is that's a land use bylaw thing that applies citywide.
Okay.
And isn't something that's unique to this neighborhood. We've had some discussions about that this term and have kept that in place this term, although we've made some slight changes in terms of if a duplex is across from a park or a green space, not across from other houses. We've made some changes this term to loosen that up a little bit.
Okay.
That's still a citywide policy that is in place.
Okay, that's good to know. I would say with the parking, the main issue would be that there is a huge amount of businesses using the parking. I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of suggestions on how to fix that. But I often see company trucks, 4 trucks in a row. They use it as free parking for their businesses. The keg customers aren't a big problem because they're a high turnover. They're they move every 2 hours. And the big problem is that the keg opens at 4 o'clock and everybody comes home from work at 5 o'clock. So there's a huge amount of open parking spaces when all the employees come to work at Mad Hatter's and the keg. And 1 hour later, all the homeowners come home and their parking spots are full. I have a bit of trouble believing that Grande Prairie has a good density plan because I haven't seen it yet. Any place that has turned into rows of fourplexes, I don't know where there's proof in Grande Prairie that has helped the community or anything around it. The day I see underground parking in a nice commercial condo, I won't believe that there's a good density plan until there's a nice condo with good underground parking. You're not going to have people wanting to own a home in an apartment until that changes. So if there was a plan to control the quality of build a little bit better, I would say let's go for density, because I am a fan of density. I think it has a lot of advantages, but you're not going to see with just the small guy building a fourplex here and there, you're not going to get a good community. You're not going to get, and the way it is right now, there's one apartment on every row. I think that's sustainable, but to add more of the same types of buildings is, I don't see how the parking is gonna get any better. Mainly with no underground parking. I don't understand why we're going to be, how you, like, density is all about hiding the vehicles. And the more vehicles you can hide, the more trees you can have, the more green space you can have. But I have not yet seen in Grande Prairie where there is well thought out commercial buildings where homeowners actually want to live in them and buy them and live in them long term, where it's going to help the community out in image and quality. Yeah, I think the main thing is, oh, sorry.
Any question on that? Go ahead, Wade.
Thanks, Chairman Haas. I just want to clarify something. I know I'm going to look to Ms. Karvashewski. I know we're not supposed to ask administration, but I just do want to clarify. I feel like we might be a little bit misleading. I think you'd asked about secondary suites, and there is a radius on that. I don't think there's a radius with duplexes and fourplexes, and so are we allowed to clarify that? Because I feel like we might be a little bit misleading on that right now on what Matthew had asked, because I think there would be nothing stopping a duplex going every lot in a row. It would be the conforming suites that we have a radius on. So I just want to get clarification because I don't want to mislead Matthew on that. I think you answered it bang on, I think, Councillor Bressie, but it doesn't stop you from building duplexes on every lot. And that would be just something I'm hoping we can clarify.
Through the mayor, I've received some clarification from the clerk that I am able to respond to questions during this period.
Okay.
And so just to clarify, the radius restrictions are strictly for secondary suites. And so that's within the land use bylaw, and so those are still contained within the bylaw. Those would still apply within the neighborhood as well as anywhere else in the city.
So I hopefully that gives you more clarity on your
Not duplexes.
But we weren't allowed to build a duplex because there was such tight restrictions, because there was even more restrictions on duplexes.
Yeah.
So now there's less restrictions on duplexes?
Under this plan, I believe.
This new plan?
Yeah,
there's going to be major issues with that. Again, if I saw a plan to build a nice commercial condo with underground parking where it brought homeowners in to actually buy a condo and only have one vehicle for two people, that would be a good idea. That would be something I would think that worked. But as much as people like biking and the park amenities, they still have one person working at two ends of town in the winter.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. Thanks, Matt, for coming in and bringing forward your concerns for the neighborhood. One of the things you mentioned, actually, we were just talking about a week ago when we were talking about like small lot development, and one of the ideas for parking that I brought forward to administration was, what about underground? So we could go that way and we'd increase that. So I do like that idea, and I do think Grande Prairie is getting closer to that. I'm not sure necessarily for this, but if a developer were to come forward and say, hey, we can do this, then we do that. One thing I just wanted to reassure you on that happened in our administration that's been walking you through this, helped us develop this 6 years ago now, I believe, as a minimum property standard guidelines. So when you develop something, there's a certain amount of window space that you need, there's a certain amount of architectural design. A lot of the houses, the duplexes, the fourplexes that were built like 10 to 20 years ago with all vinyl siding and minimal window space frontage all around it, like those are no longer passing the approval process. Like we have a little more stringent guidelines for homeowners and builders to develop with. So to set up like rows of, like for instance, I'll just say like across the Muskosipi Park from you, along 105th there where the max is, there's a row of like two or three fourplexes in a row, near the Dairy Queen. And the people living across the street, I know a lot of the homeowners there, well, there's very few left now because it's all apartment buildings along that block now. But they said when those came in, it destroyed the character of the neighborhood and it devalued their home. So I understand where many of the residents are coming forward and saying, hey, I have concerns about this. I don't want to live next to 2 or 3 duplexes or 3plexes or 4plexes in a row. And you make some really good points and you have some serious and valid concerns. But as somebody who's been looking at our property standard bylaws and guidelines over the last 6 to 8 years, I know that we have certain checks and balances that shows that you just can't build a minimum property standard here in Grande Prairie and be like, okay, is that good? Like, we raised the bar on that so you couldn't have a lot of those ugly homes that are, some of them are characterized in the College Park neighborhood, you know, with some of the duplexes. Like, they're not the prettiest ones out there, but I don't think those would be the ones that would get the approvals to be built going forward in the future. So I understand your concerns. I totally understand them. I also, at the same time, I have pretty good confidence that whatever's going to get redeveloped there, it's going to be architecturally appealing. It's going to help improve the sight lines of the street and the neighborhood. There's going to be trees, even on apartment buildings, a minimum amount of plantings. And anything that goes beyond those guidelines, they're still going to have to come to council and they're going to have to ask for, you know, certain amendments to their development plan there. So I really appreciate you and your neighbors coming forward in this. But and I agree with you 100%. If we can start building houses or duplexes and considering the on-street parking and the implications that has with garbage pickup and snow removal and even the ability to walk along the street instead of in the middle of the street where there are no sidewalks sometimes, I totally get that. And we should always strive to improve that. I know that what I've seen so far, at least for some of these bigger builds when we were talking medium density, we're not accepting the minimum anymore. We're actually asking for higher standards. So, yeah.
No more questions? No, thank you, Matt. Yeah. Any other one sitting in the council want to speak in the favor or against? Because we're doing both. Nobody else is here. Then I got Derek Casey. You still on the Zoom?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Minhas. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
You can hear me? Okay. Hey, well, I would first like to start by apologizing to Daniel.
Oh, you're in the mount.
Can you hear me? Did I mute myself?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. How much of that did you catch? Because it was really clever.
Mute, yeah.
Any of it?
Yep.
Good, I'll start at the beginning then. So my name is Derek Casey. Of course, I also live in College Park, and I appreciate the comments and the sentiments from Daniel, the first gentleman, I didn't catch his name, and Matthew. I moved into College Park about 6 years ago. I sold a place in Mission Heights, and when I sold it, I said if I could live anywhere in Grande Prairie, where would I want to live? And I had cash in hand and decided to come and move with my family and 4 kids, my family into College Park. And, you know, not only did I move into College Park, but I invested heavily. I paid $220 for the lot, which of course included a house at that time. Tore it down and built a house, another $450. So, you know, I'm, you know, not for any other sake except to say that we are invested here as our family, you know, because of the nature of College Park, and it was mentioned a handful of times already, one by the first gentleman who said, look, it's really 3 blocks we're talking about, 3 one way and 2 the other. It is such a little fabulous gem of the city. You know, I tell people I live in College Park and they don't know where it's at, and I say it's between the college and the park. and it's a little piece of real estate that you really couldn't duplicate in Grande Prairie. And any other city that had property adjacent to the community college and the park like this would have, in my opinion, done a much better job preserving the value of the properties. And again, as has been mentioned previously, you know, how do you force particular homeowners to come in? I think one of the only ways to do it is through the ARP. And so, you know, I would certainly echo the comments that have been made around density. You know, not because I'm opposed to higher density, but what I'm trying to appreciate is that density is a significant way that we can say to interested investors, and by investors I really do mean families and homeowners. How do we encourage them to want to invest their life, their future, their family in this area? Density is one of the ways. So anyway, we catch this up to us coming here, building a house. Not only did I build a house here, but I bought a second lot because I really had a passion and a vision for redeveloping this gem of Grande Prairie that is situated in this really beautiful, high-value center core pocket of the city. So I bought another property, but I wasn't here very long before I realized that I would literally have to buy every property in the low-density area in order for me to achieve a shifting of the perception of College Park. I think that does need to be primarily done with an ARP, a well-written ARP, because what else protects the redevelopment? So I did face a fairly large, what I would say, deluge of pushback on the design of my home. I built a modern home on the creek bank. And what I found really interesting about the new ARP, and I want to read directly from it here, is that the only design requirement under low-density design requirements. Now, keep in mind, for those that don't know, the old architectural requirements of the old ARP had an entire appendix that was a full page, and it talked about windows and roof categories and exterior finishes, and you had to have a point from each category. You had to have 5 points in total. It was specific and exhaustive. Now, to be clear, I'm glad that you moved away from that. But what I find potentially, I don't want to use the word targeted, but the only line in under design says contemporary homes tend to be much larger than older homes. Now, as I've been listening to the delegation speak, I'm wondering if I've maybe misinterpreted the word contemporary, in that my background is that I was a home builder for 12 years, and contemporary speaks to a certain architecture style. I wonder if administration is meaning by contemporary newly developed or newly constructed. Because I can't help but wonder if this is maybe a comment to me and Matthew, who are the only ones who have built contemporary homes in College Park in the last 20 years, even though the history of College Park, as referenced at the beginning of this report, points to a repeated mid-century style, even though, of course, it's eclectic. There is a reference to a mid-century style. I would say Matthew and I are the only ones that have built contemporary homes. But here's the only design requirement under high density. Contemporary homes tend to be much larger, which actually isn't the case often in contemporary infill builds in larger centers. They're much narrower and much smaller. But it says here they're much larger than the older ones. And this can lead to jarring contrast in building size. New structures should incorporate architectural features that will help create a visual transition, such as multiple roof pitches, eyebrow roof. I don't know if Councillor Wade or I know what that is. Covered porches, dormers, windows, setbacks. So all of this lead up to say, if it isn't possible to establish a truer, lower density and maintain that to attract families in this area. More detail has to be put into the conversation around design. And Councillor Bressy brought it up with respect to row housing. Density can work if design is preserved. And so my encouragement and my ask to administration would be that, first of all, I would ask that the word contemporary, maybe that would be clarified, because not just for my sake, it's not that my feelings are hurt that it appears like the only comment on design is contemporary homes are big, but also it is, I think, dissuasive to the type of builders that might want to come in. When I left home building 4 years ago, I only did exclusively modern homes. Since I've left, every single builder has at least one contemporary design, shed roof style, more clean lines design home. The shift is moving that way. I think the wording of this might appear like modern home builders aren't really welcome in here. And I think that they could be a really good fit because historically in gentrification and building infills in inner city, especially high value inner city lots like this, lots of design energy gets put into more dense row style housing. Look at builders in Calgary like Round Square, they do fabulous design, but they do it by increasing the density. So I do echo the concern about density, although in my home, I do have 6 parking spots and still not being on the street. So when you comply to the land use bylaws, I think it's possible. But again, as a summary and a recap, I think density can work if that is the ultimate goal here in this spectacular gem that is College Park. If more priority is put on design, more so than a single caption referencing the large contemporary homes. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Derek. Casey, any question for Derek? Eunice?
Thank you, Mr. Casey. I just want to clarify, did I hear you say that density can be increased if more effectively if design standards are clear? What did you say there? If you know which statement I'm talking about? Sure.
Yeah. What I was trying to get at was that in my own personal building experience, good design can, first of all, it can be subjective. I understand that. Somebody can say, well, you think it's good design and the neighbor doesn't. But good building design can produce a more effective level of density because it can be more attractive from the street. It can have, better sight lines to the things that the neighbors want to see. A simple design might have the right proportions of glass, but doesn't take into account the fact that individual that lives there doesn't want to see the neighbor's house. And so, I would point again to particular builders like Round Square in Calgary who have collaborated so well with the city to move exclusively. In fact, they used to be single-family home builders, and they moved exclusively to multifamily, and much of it in inner-city redevelopment, focusing on high-value design to get sustainable homes. And I used to always call myself a sustainable builder, not because I built homes that had solar panels and windmills or geothermal, but because when you dig a hole in the ground, you're making a 100-year decision. And I've always believed that sustainability comes in not only function, but how the beauty of that home complements the surrounding area. And so I believe sustainability is important in appearance because it's a 100-year decision when you dig a hole.
Thank you for that clarification. And I am fairly certain that when you receive confirmation of the intent of the use of the word contemporary, that you'll be pleasantly surprised or pleased to know that I suspect it really does just mean currently built homes. Because if you look also on page 25, you'll see that the design guidelines applied on the right as a model of a good new guideline is actually a contemporary home. So I think we're in good shape there. And I think that's good. Thank you, Councillor Minhas.
Thanks, Eunice. Wade?
Thanks, Councillor Minhas. Thanks for coming in and chatting with us, Mr. Casey. I guess you were a bit of a trailblazer in your day. You were ahead of your time with some of your contemporary looks in the community, and I appreciate that as I see them around town. So, but I think you're right. I think Round Square is a company that I've followed with our company, and with proper design, you can actually make projects look really good. So my question for you is, you made some comments around design. Is there some things that we're missing in our design guidelines? Because I think, some of the proponents that we spoke with today that are in here, I agree with them. I think you can keep the integrity of a community. We sadly can't control whether people own rentals or houses, right? And that's the end of the day. It could all be homeowners, and they could all generationally sell, and it can turn into rentals. We have this. This isn't the only area of town where we have a problem with rentals, and so the design is a big component to me. So do you have some comments or suggestions about how we could enhance or how we could make the design process different or better?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. Thanks. I want to default by saying I'm not in the industry anymore and pass, but the truth is I know that the total overall value of the home is obviously going to change who you end up with as a tenant. Now, I remember when the previous city manager, Bob Nicolay, came through town, I met with him, and he said, do we have any high-end condos that overlook the river valley, the creek, right? And I thought, no, and not to indicate that one person presumes that there's a palate for it. But, I wouldn't necessarily suggest, Wade, that we see every home has a stucco siding on it. But things like even what have been done in an up-down style duplex where there is alley access, the up-down model can work a lot better because the whole front veneer can appear like a single-family home, whereas it's not looking like a duplex, but the up-down model can be attractive from the front and from the back, and whether that means you say that this second unit entrance can't be from the street. I don't know. I haven't worked out the minutia, but I could think of a handful of ways that, that's one example of how I think you can make that street appearance work better. I do like the row house model. I think being close to the park, again, I mentioned before, we have 4 kids. We have 0 yard space, primarily because I didn't know what to ask for when building, and I should have asked for a height exception, variation. But anyway, all this to say, we use the park. Our family uses the park. When you live here, we play in the park, we run in the park, we use the park. Land space for us is not as crucial. Yard space for us is not as crucial. And so that's one thought. I think that there are many ways to modify design. But I do think if the value of the home through restrictive covenants in architecture brought the value up, that would certainly end you up with a different tenant and hopefully a homeowner, not a renter.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that, Derek, because I agree with you. I think proper design can cure a lot of evils. As Councillor Thiessen alluded to, there's some fourplexes that sadly my 10-year-old could draw, and they're in town, and that's just something that scares me moving forward. So I just want to, before we approve or not approve this today, I definitely want to look through the guidelines more because I might want to amend a few of those. Thanks for your comments.
Thanks, Derek. Are you okay, Dylan? Any other question for Derek? Derek, one question I have is, we are pickup country. We have a lot of problem for the parking, even normal, where all the single homes parking spaces. And our roads are kind of some of the bad, good, some of the bad. Any suggestion? Like when we talk about this duplex and stuff, what can we do? Oh, I think he's gone.
No, I'm not gone. I just don't think anyone wants to see my face anymore. Again, I'm not a subdivision designer, but I do think that the greatest ideas are often the simplest ones. And, take, for example, a house that is another redevelopment house that is in Avondale, a yellow stucco house just up from the entrance to Muskosipi, built about 15 years ago, with a drive-through garage. And again, I'm not wanting to suggest design changes that are cost prohibitive, but it's one idea. And and then there's another idea. And I'm not, unless the city says, look, okay, the ARP says that if you're going to redevelop a row house and you're going to subdivide a 50-foot lot to 25, it has to be this house. I don't know how that's handled, but I do think that the density, the parking, the good design, the recreating and reinventing College Park in a way that is attractive, it's still affordable and sustainable, I think it's a possibility. And looking at the old ARP compared to the new one, and again, I am not a fan of, for example, gingerbread detailing, which was in the old ARP. But I do think that if we lose the density battle, we've got to win the design battle. And I apologize if that is a statement that's just too vague.
Thank you. So no more question? Then we are done for the public hearing. And can we get 10 minutes break before we go to the motion?
Sure that there's no other
Oh, sorry. There is any more speaker on the Zoom or? Once more, is any more want to speak against or favor? Nobody here, nobody in the Zoom. So we close the public hearing. And now I ask the council if you guys want to have 10-minute break because we went 5 hours study. Yeah, so what time is now? It's 8:25, 8:35, or come back? 2, 1. So we're back to the business. Now we're looking for motion. Eunice?
Thank you. So we'll let's get started on this anyway. I will move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1406, being the College Park Area Redevelopment Plan.
First reading and no debate on it. We can call for the vote. I'm in favor. Oh yeah. Motion carried unanimously. Eunice?
Thank you. I will move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1406.
Second reading, we gotta have the vote and debate on this one and wait.
Thanks, Chairman Haas. Just, I know I brought it up again about the trees, but I'm struggling with the redevelopment plan not creating trees on the flanking on 105th and 6th Street. So I'm going to propose an amendment on that the city will provide 3 trees on all the flanking lots on 105th and 106th Street. So this would be about 57 trees for the city to provide. Probably cost about 20 to 25,000. One of the struggles I've had and I've seen with our company building and redevelopments in lots of areas is typically, like the proponents are saying here tonight, they're going to do the minimum, especially if they're purpose-built rentals. And my fear with it, we're going to do all this money, we're going to do all this stuff, people are going to tear down homes, and you're driving down these 2 major streets, and there's not going to be a single tree on the side yards because they're going to come down when they do rip the homes down. And if this was a new development, the developer would be forced to put the flanking trees on the side yards on 105th Street, 106th Street. Because these are privately owned lots, they're not going to be forced to have the same rules on them. So I guess for me, I think that's something that should be on their caveat. If you're going to redevelop on one of those lots, fair enough, but the city will provide you 3 trees after you're done your development. And I think that's, if we're going to invest in these areas, we need to invest in them. And I think that's the investment of trees goes a long way in beautification of an area. And I think without that, it's a kind of a miss because we can do a lot of things. But again, you could drive down that main street and if it get all redeveloped, there might not be a single tree on a side yard. And that, to me, I think would be a big loss moving forward in a redevelopment plan. So I hope you can support this amendment. I'm a little bit on the fly on it, but I think it's an investment we need to make in this area if we're going to be serious about a redevelopment plan.
Thank you, Wade. Amendment, we can do the debate on this or any question? Chris?
Yeah, I don't know if you're ever going to see me complain about planting a tree. I don't mind this amendment. In fact, we did something similar and budgeted for extra tree canopies. We started with something on the previous council, and then this council was intentional with their investment into the tree canopy in the hillside neighborhood. I think College Park is very similar. It's a unique plot of land that's like right in the heart of the river valley or crown jewel of Muskosipi Park, and the more trees that we can add to that area, to any area really, it beautifies it. It provides a home for birds and wildlife. It helps with flood mitigation, and there's so many other benefits to it. And I agree with Councillor Platt. Looking at 105, 106, there is as I drive into the college on various days, like it is a pretty bare spot, and I think having some trees grow up there in 10, 15 years, it's going to look real good when you're driving up and into the college through that neighborhood. So I can totally get down with this amendment.
Thank you, Chris. Any other question or debate? Go ahead, Dylan.
Sorry, Chairman House, I'm just not. Oh, sorry, I was just clicking on the wrong area. I'm just kind of curious how this would work in terms of if this motion passes, as council amend the ARP, but do we need to provide more specific instruction than this if we're looking at the ARP and we're thinking about passing it tonight in terms of saying what section it goes in and things like that? I'm just curious if this is actionable direction for administration or if we need to be more specific than this if we're going to pass this bylaw tonight.
Arlene?
Through the chair, the proposed addition would be added under section 4.3.12 as subpoint C under boulevard and street trees. So
you're good with it? Thanks. Any more on the amendment? Eunice?
Thank you. I wonder if I could just hear that again. I may have a suggestion also. So it's I just want to confirm that it's only going forward.
Forward the motion?
That the amendment is providing trees for developments going forward. My concern, so I'm not sure if maybe a friendly amendment is in order, but my concern is that that not every property along both of those streets will be redeveloped in the foreseeable future, let alone necessarily the next 20 or 30 years, because there are some newer homes along there. I would be much happier with it, and Councillor Palat, you may consider this, if it were for redevelopments along 105th and 106th. And upon request by homeowners, but I don't even want to leave it really up to homeowners to request. So I guess what I'm getting at, and I'm open to ideas from my colleagues, what I'm getting at is there a way we can also provide the same trees for recently developed properties along those two streets, not just going forward from now? Otherwise, we'll have gaps. So, you'd like to think that 30 years from now, the trees will all look great. But if we're only providing them going forward, they'll only look great along the areas that were redeveloped in 2022 and forward, as opposed to ones that were redeveloped in 2019.
So the motion is for 19 properties, 57 trees, right?
Can I just ask Ms. Karwaszewski to read back what I had proposed, and just so I can maybe look at the wording on it. But I agree with Councillor Friesen, there could be gaps. My concern with that is if we start putting trees in and then we're hoping for redevelopment and we put trees in and then the proponent comes in and builds a really nice design that could have side-facing homes and still put trees, but the trees are planted the wrong spot, we might be just ripping them out and doing them over. So I don't know how you time it where we put them in now and then hope for redevelopment. I'd love to find a way to do that if there was, and maybe if administration has any suggestions on that. I guess for me, it's just really making sure that we are being cognizant of that we need to plant trees on those two streets moving forward. And I don't know another way other than when development gets triggered that we would actually have the swing to be able to do that.
Through the chair. So this type of process, we would plant the trees on the city boulevard along the streets. We wouldn't plant them on private property. That would be very challenging in terms of granting permissions and liabilities and long-term maintenance. So the prescribed number of trees could be along these streets. We would plant them along the city boulevard, and then we have greater authority to preserve them long-term as well as care for their maintenance.
Thanks for that, Mr. Roche. I think you just solved a big problem there. So I just would amend that they're in boulevard trees on city property and 3 per all the flanking lots, so that we could go ahead and do that at this point and it wouldn't affect the development moving forward. And to Councillor Friesen's point, that would give some continuity to the street, and it would let administration work with a nice streetscape design on different types of trees and to have a nice looking streetscape moving forward. So thanks for the conversation on that. I think that's and I appreciate it, Mr. Rush.
Any more debate on this one? If not, call the vote for the amendment. I'm in favor. I can get it here. I'm in favor, yes. Okay. Motion carries with the unanimously. And then we go back to the original motion. Any debate on that, Dylan? Go ahead.
They're
complex enough that I'd want administration to do a bit of work and us to actually have something in writing, not doing it on the fly. So should I be making motions now and then hopefully getting council to postpone after we've discussed those motions? Or should I be making a motion to postpone now? And then if council's open to postponing, making motions about what I hope administration brings forward to us next time we discuss this?
Arlene?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. In answer to Councillor Bressy's question on process, it would be proper process to postpone second reading to a future council meeting with a proposed date, and then provide direction to administration on what to bring back at that time. So direction to administration would be in the form of motions.
Go ahead, Devin.
In that case, I would like to. And then just one more question for the clerk. I'm going to make a motion to postpone to our next council meeting. But if we get so into the weeds and administration saying, "Whoa, we can't deliver this to you in 2 weeks," would there be opportunity for, if this motion to postpone to next meeting passed, would council have an ability later in this meeting to change that motion so that it actually comes back 2 meetings from now?
Arlene?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. It would be also proper procedure to make your directions to administration prior to postponing second reading, to make that determination on what would be the best date to bring back the bylaw.
So in that case, if I'm understanding the clerk open to withdrawing this motion if the advice is that I should withdraw, but I would move that we direct administration to bring forward the options it considered to control the development of triplexes and quadplexes in the community. And just to speak to this, administration did say that they've got wording that they did consider putting in the ARP and didn't in the end. And I'd like to see that wording. I think this really is, as we heard from many of the people speaking to us, this really is a jewel neighborhood. And I think that I want people to have more opportunity to live here. And whether they're renting or whether they're owning, I want more people to have an opportunity to live here. So I think that some densification is okay. But we've also heard that 77% of the people in this neighborhood are renters. And if you look at just the single detached homes, 67% of this neighborhood are renters. I looked up at StatsCan, only 34% of people citywide are renters. And so we really do have double the proportion of renters in this neighborhood than we have anywhere else. And that tells me that we need to, I don't think we need to prohibit all rental activity in here, but I think we really need to do everything we can to encourage more home ownership. And for me, if we get a bunch of 3plexes and 4plexes in there, that's not encouraging home ownership. So I'd like to, I don't know if I'll support it, but I'd like to at least see the option that administration considered.
Thank you. So the motion is just to have the duplex if they redevelop, either house or duplex, right?
Yeah, so what I'm asking administration to move in is that administration bring forward the option it considered to regulate the development of 3plexes and 4plexes.
So on that, is that the next meeting, time is enough or you need more time, Reed?
Thank you, Chair Minhas. I have the wording, like I can give council the wording. It's simply making those uses discretionary through the overlay district and land use bylaw. And so that way you can either make it a not challenging, but a process where the development officer has greater discretion on whether or not to approve these, or you can make it a process where it has to go to committee. So potentially you could include wording in the land use bylaw amendment overlay district stating that, and I would use a technical term, but 3plexes or 4plexes would be discretionary, either development officer or committee within the College Park area.
So, how it's going to work? I'm just asking Arlene, how's it going to work?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. This is still a decision of council to accept the opinion and or suggestions by administration. So this is Councillor Bressie motion on the table. It's up to this council to determine what to do with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Just as a comment, the motion in terms of regulating triplex should be more specific, just to give us better direction about. So the wording that Mr. DeRoche read is, if you are willing to entertain that tonight, that would be the way to go.
Sure. Did you get? Okay, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So I'm happy to change my motion to be more specific now that we've heard from Mr. Roche, and that would be direct administration to bring forward for council consideration a version of these bylaws that creates 3-plexes and 4-plexes as discretionary rather than permitted use in College Park.
That makes sense. Okay. Thank you. So, Wade, go ahead.
Thanks, Chairman Haas. I guess I'm struggling with this a little bit because I actually, I know the proponents might not like me saying this, but I do think redevelopment is what this area needs. But I also think proper redevelopment and 4-plexes that could be walk-up condos could be phenomenal for this area where nurses and teachers and people might move into these units. So I don't want to preclude 3-plexes and 4-plexes. I'm more worried about the design standards of the 3 and the 4-plex than I am about precluding them. I think proper design standards would go a long way in this area. And I think we'd actually get our home ownership up in this area. My fear, if we get too prescriptive around 3-plexes and 4-plexes, we're going to stick with traditional rentals. And so I don't know if that motion or trying to go to direct control changes that intent. I still think if somebody come in and met all the guidelines that we say we have for discretionary and wanted to do a purpose-built, nicer version of what we see by Dairy Queen for 4-plexes, I think we'd have a hard time saying no for that. And so I'm a little torn on that because I think we want to create home ownership, and I think there's a lot of thoughts in this concerns about 3 and 4-plexes. 3 and 4-plexes can be home ownership. They don't have to be rentals. We're working with a client right now that's trying to move into one of the 4 units and own it, and then be a rental income for her and her family in the future. So those are great opportunities I think College Park has. My concern is more around the design standards and how we make sure that we safeguard that area for design standards. So I'm not sure if your motion would actually get to what I'm concerned about. So I'm not sure where I'm going to go with that one.
Thank you, Ed. Eunice?
Thank you. I don't think that what Councillor Bressie is getting at and what you're getting at are mutually exclusive. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this motion. I think that it is a good consideration, and to have it brought forward doesn't mean that we're going with it. It's simply to have a look at it as one consideration amongst potentially others. So I think it's a good motion, and I will support that.
Thank you, Eunice. Chris?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Minhas. I'm really torn on this one, Councillor Bressie, and the big reason why is I don't want to turn College Park into a slum. I really don't. I know that's where this part of the motion is trying to preclude like the proliferation of 3-plexes, 4-plexes, or apartment buildings. I'm kind of with Councillor Palat. For me, I think home ownership is in the pride of your home, and a lot of times that can be taken care of simply by the design standards by which we hold the developer to, the number of egresses and the little things that are in this plan that says, hey, you can create a nice product for people inside of a duplex style home, that they're going to want to purchase and call it their condo. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm okay with seeing it, but part of my concern is, and that's what I'm trying to juggle in my own head right now, is if it gets proposed, like there's a very good chance that we'll just nix it when it, as Councillor Platt said, it could be a good thing for the neighborhood. It could be a good opportunity for somebody who's looking to own their first home, and they got a real nice opportunity at one of 4 in a 4-plex or something like that. That's designed really nicely. So I'm going to have to listen to your close, and I'm going to have to mull this one over as we go, because I don't want to limit. And just to quote, I think Derek Casey earlier. He said, you know, if we lose the density battle, we got to win the design war. And for me, that's the cherry on top of this. That's what makes the neighborhood work, and that's what's going to drive people into purchasing and redeveloping that neighborhood. And I don't know if that's done by limiting their options. So I'll definitely think about it. Something else to think about too. One of our other delegations, Matt, came forward and said, let's do some underground parking. Well, we were just talking about narrow lot homes last week at committee, and one of the thoughts was, hey, if we're worried about street parking, are we considering underground parking there? And it works in several downtown core neighborhoods like Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Vancouver, where you have those narrow lot homes with an underground parking. I think there's options, so I don't know if I want to limit it, but I'll wait to hear what you got to say, my friend.
So Councilor Bressy, I just wonder if you'd be open to a friendly amendment after I read what's in our e-scribe. And the only wording I'd like to add is that to bring forward a version of these bylaws that provides design options and build options for discretionary uses. So, and the reason I want design in there is I think that's something that we need to discuss. And I'm not sure if that captures it. I'm sure administration would probably bring something like that. But I think if we're saying design options in there as well, that's important to me because I think that's something we would definitely want to make sure that we're raising the bar on that area, not lowering the bar or just going mediocre. I know I talked to Mr. Ocean in their break. We do have policies that would probably protect us. I guess I'd like to know more about those, and I feel this would allow me to give the time to do that. But I just hoping you could add a friendly amendment and add the word design and build in there.
Thank you, Wade. I have a couple things to say. Like we already had the bylaw. It said we can build a secondary unit in the house. What happened? So, like we already had in the law, we can do the secondary unit in the home or duplex or whatever we do. So how? If you build the duplex, how are you going to stop? You still can make 4 units. Right?
Sorry,
I'm very confused on this one, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm very confused on this motion.
So
Reed, can you maybe explain a little bit?
Thank you. So yeah, it's in the way it's moving forward, these uses are permitted. So it means if they meet all the regulations in the land use bylaw, it gets approved. What's up for discussion at the moment is whether or not to make them discretionary, which creates an added level of review. So that a development officer or committee can consider things outside of the land use bylaw regulations unique to that area when considering the permit. They can add additional restrictions kind of beyond the scope. And there's an additional notification process to adjacent. And so that helps to ensure a greater standard of design if necessary, as well as other specific considerations unique to an area.
Okay. So we're going to go with this amendment? Dylan, you're going to closing?
Yeah, just speak to it. Yeah, I'm open to the friendly amendment that was offered. And to speak to this, I think that there might be opportunities in this where these forms of development can go in a responsible, good way. I think that there's a big difference between a block of fourplexes and a few scattered throughout the parts of the neighborhood that don't have a lot of them yet. I also think there's a big difference between a box that's a fourplex that has an ugly driveway out front and that ugly driveway isn't even enough parking, and one that actually looks good and has front and back access or is designed in such a way that it minimizes impact. So for me, I think that I do support the idea of creating some opportunities to increase density in this neighborhood. I think that it probably was a mistake of the council today to completely shut it down with the ARP. I also think it would be a mistake for us to completely open the gates without any oversight, any regulation. And so I think that the idea of being able to consider these on a case-by-case basis, how's the design, what's the block look like, what are the neighbors saying, I think is a responsible way to go ahead. Let's not just go from one extreme all the way to another.
Thank you, Dylan. Can we read the motion again to see what the motion is?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. The current motion on the table is Council direct administration to bring forward a version of these bylaws that provide design options, build options, and options for discretionary uses to regulate the development of multi-family building projects, such as 3-family and 4-family building projects.
Everybody clear now? So any more discussion on this? All right, then we call the vote on the amendment. I'm in favor. I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, motion carries unanimously. And now we go back to the original motion, right? Oh, okay, Dylan, go ahead. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I would move that council direct administration to bring back options to immediately fund the non-utility city investments called for in this area redevelopment plan. And just to speak to that, I'm not comfortable as there are ideas in this, such as the wayfinding signs, such as these trees that we just talked about, such as toppers, such as making Borsted Point better. There's things in there that that the city is called to do, and I'm not comfortable with those potentially not coming to budget consideration until 2022 for implementation in 2023. I respect that the budget's not completely there yet, but I think that we should have at least some funding set aside immediately if we're going to pass this ARP, so that the neighborhood can have confidence that we're going to do our part. We're not going to have another council debate doing its part a year and a bit from now.
Thank you. Motion is on the table, and any discussion made?
Thanks, Chairman Haas. I'll support this, Councillor Bressi. It was, and I agree with you. I think if we're going to invest, we need to show the community we're going to invest in it. I mean, I know we did the hillside redevelopment plan, but it was years later till all the stuff's going on, and some of it's still ongoing. So I do think we need to get in front of that with our spending and show the community we're going to kind of put our money where our mouth is. So, no, I'm happy you made the motion. I'll be happy to support it.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Minhas. Yeah, I'm fully in support of this. And in fact, you know, a lot of times when we do an area redevelopment plan, you get what we see here tonight, concerned citizens that we're going to like throw the character of their neighborhood or the neighborhood that they've bought into and they've invested into, and we're going to throw it right out the window, baby with bathwater. But I think if the hillside redevelopment plan is an example of that, and this could be another example of that. It might be something like when we start doing ARPs in the future with other neighborhoods that neighbors might get really excited about because they can see the positive impacts in the hillside area, and they'll hopefully get to see the positive impacts in the College Park area as well. So this is similar to that former process, and I don't mind voting for the latter here today either. So here.
Thank you, Chris. Any more questions? Dylan, want you to close it, or you're okay? Yeah. All right, then no more question, and we call in the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. Councillor Bressi, could you repeat your motion for me?
All right, putting me on the spot.
Sorry, I should ask that.
Yeah. So I would move that council direct administration to bring forward options to immediately fund non-utility improvements that the ARP calls for the city to make in the neighborhood. Just to speak to that, I understand that sewer lines, things like that, are very expensive and they'll take time to figure out, so I don't want us to get into the under the ground work. I think that needs more due consideration, but we're talking about $100,000. I think that we can probably make an immediate decision about that for budget. Maybe.
Yeah. Arlene. Oh, now we call the votes in. Got it. All right, so we'll call the vote. I'm in favor. Motion carries unanimously. And now we can go back to the original motion, right? Or Dylan, you have some other motions?
I'll keep on going if nobody else is going to keep on going. I would move that, just let me scroll up to the next part of eScribe. So this is going to be, if anybody wants to turn to it, it's going to be on page 29 of the ARP, which eScribe will tell you is page 31. But for section 4.1.48, I'd move that council change contemporary homes to read newly built homes. Just speak to this. We had somebody in the neighborhood who's got home building experience speak to some challenges with the language that could be misinterpreted in the future. So I think it's worth just making sure that this language is clearly understood.
Oh, thank you. Is there any debate on this motion? You got it now? Temporary.
Wade. Thanks, Chairman Haas. I'm just, I guess when I hear new homes, I'm wondering if that includes fourplexes and threeplexes, or if that like new developments maybe or new projects potentially. But when I hear just new homes, I don't know if that precludes the threeplexes and the fourplexes. Maybe I'm just thinking about that differently.
Okay, Dylan.
Yeah, and just to speak to this, my understanding, if I'm reading it right, is that this section is specifically in the low-density residential section. There's sections above that, if I'm understanding it right, speak about medium density and medium/low density, if I'm reading it right.
She's still looking. You just look at. You just looking at the Dylan, or this is clarification? Any clarification on that one, or are you looking?
Yeah, I mean, I'd also point out that we're talking about architectural controls, so even if it does get interpreted to apply to other types of homes, I'm okay with them having better design.
You can ask Mr. DeRoche to clarify.
Can you do clarify, Reed?
Through the chair. So that particular clause only applies to low density. It's just a guideline. This one's not a strict requirement. I guess it won't be on the answer. It only applies to low density.
Oh, it's low, okay. So, Chris?
There we go. Sorry, Councillor Bressie. I want to support this one. I want to support all your motions so far today. I thought you were going to postpone, but this one I can't actually support. And just to say so, I have pretty good faith in our planners, designers, and also in the intelligence of Derek Casey. But for this one, I actually just went up to the dictionary definition, and based off of home builders, contemporary actually, a lot of people consider modern and contemporary to be the same thing. But by the developer's definition, contemporary design is all about the now and the future, whereas modern design is about what is and has already passed. So I guess new homes is a simpler way to put that, but contemporary is actually the proper definition for this term, and I don't think it gets lost by being there. It doesn't lose the meaning of that. So I think you'll still be addressing what you want to. It's just for us, it's a definition that's just been a bit garbled and confused, but I think it's used in the right context here as presented by Mr. DeRoche.
Reed, do you have any more to clarification on this one, like what Chris is talking?
Through the chair, Chris is exactly correct in the intent and the meaning.
Okay, so
we still have Dylan's motion on the table. There's no more discussion.
yeah. So Dylan, motion is on the table. Any more discussion we need to do, or you're all in? We can call the vote. Dylan, go ahead.
Yeah, and just, I mean, this popped out to me. I probably wouldn't have pointed it out if it hadn't been brought up by a delegation, but I actually had the same. When I was reading this myself, I had the same. Oh, that's weird. That doesn't look like contemporary home. It's contemporary home. So it was confusing to me as well. I'll just point out. I wouldn't have brought it up on my own, but since the delegation brought it up, I'm happy to see if council's open to changing it.
Go ahead, Chris. No, you're good. So we can call for vote. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to do favor or no. I'm going to say no. Yeah. Oh, motion carried 3-2. Oh, defeated? No.
Defeated?
Oh, yeah, it's defeated 3-2. So, Dylan, you're going to try some other motion, or you?
I don't know if other colleagues have things they want to try.
Well, I was just going to move to postpone, but if you got things you want to try, keep firing away, mister.
Yeah, originally we thought we were going to postpone this, but
yeah, what just where I'm at, council, is I'm struggling to see if I want to have more conversation about design standards in here. Is honestly where I'm at. I'm struggling to formulate a motion in terms of I don't want to just postpone that for 2 weeks and all of a sudden we get here in 2 weeks we're twiddling our thumbs, we don't know where we want to go, but I also don't have a specific motion to move forward. So I'm kind of stumped here, honestly.
so we go back to the original motion then, or Chris?
Well, unless anybody has anything else to propose. I agree with Councillor Bressie, but as I keep going through this, I keep finding more and more design guidelines that help to direct the development process. I think that's something that we can have in discussion, but unless there's something specific or wording, I would just move to postpone the reading of this bylaw until the council meeting. Not the next one, but the one prior to, because I think we set up our administration for some work. So as far as the date is, I would move, I'm just going into my phone, sorry. Yeah, so I would move to postpone until the council meeting held on September the 20th.
September the 20th?
Yeah, then that would, as to speak to that, seems to be the thing. You got to talk ARPs on your last council meeting going into an election. But I think this will give our administration a good month-long lead up to look into the specifics of what we have requested of them. Inside of that was also design standards as well. And I think Reed and the team have heard crystal clearly sort of what council's looking for and what the neighborhood is hoping for. And we're going to see if that can jive there. So I want to give administration enough time that they don't bring something rushed to us, that they bring something thoughtful and well planned and that presents well to council and to the neighborhood. I have full faith in that. I just want to make sure we give enough lead time into there. So for all those reasons, I would encourage council to postpone until the September 20th date.
So motion on the table till 20th. Reed, do you have anything to say on it?
Thank you, Chair Minhas. One challenge I'm having is that there are design guidelines, and then there's also the design guidelines in the residential transition district. And so it would be beneficial to have, if there were specific items, specific design elements that you're not seeing in the plan that you would like included or reviewed, that would be valuable.
Reed? Thanks, Chairman Haas. Just a question for administration. As Mr. DeRoche, just mentioned, there, a lot of this information we have, and I think Councillor Bressie's motions were to come to a council meeting. I'm wondering, I guess that motion's passed, so maybe that isn't workable. Is could it come to a committee in a week and this could come back to council in 2 weeks? I think this is an exercise of education for council to get comfortable with the design standards in a lot of ways, and whether we're going to talk about discretionary uses on lots or whether they'll be permitted or not. I'm just wondering if administration could make that work, or if that's if that's even in order now, because we made a motion to say it had to come to council. Like I'm not sure how that would look, but it does feel like we have a lot of the information on hand. I think it's just a little bit more digesting it and getting comfortable with it for a few of us. So I just look to administration for that, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So just for clarification, what we're talking here is council wants to review or analyze options in terms of design guidelines. Right? There's a set of guidelines stipulated there. You want to see something different. I think for Reed's team, if you can provide us a little bit more specifics about what do you want to see in terms of form and character, or in specific design, or architectural types, facade materials. What are you looking for? So we can present some options. I don't know, Reed, if it's clear for you what kind of options we should present. It's not clear for me, at least.
Chair, the challenge is there are a number of these restrictions in place, and so we haven't gone over them in detail, and that may be the area of concern. So it may just be a matter of more information to council, and then making the decisions on changes based on that. But at this point, I don't have clear direction on changing what standards they'd like to see changed.
Sense. So you want to amend that part of motion, or?
No, for me, Chairman Haas, I think what Mr. Jarosz just said is I think it maybe is an education piece for council, because some of that data isn't in our report tonight. And I guess for me, even though I'm aware of some of it, I'd have a hard time approving all these development plans, not being sure that there is enough design standards in there. So I think for me, it's maybe a pause and maybe an education piece. And it sounds like for a few of us, that's maybe all it is. And that's why I'm asking if that's something that could maybe come to committee next week and then council the week after, so that we can I really would like to see us finish this in our term, and I am worried that we get to September 20th and we have some hiccups, and then we have to start the public hearing all over again, which would be a real, I think, a frustration to the area, the community, and also to administration. So I'm just not sure if that's doable.
Arlene?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. This, as a public hearing item, does not go through committee. It must come back to and through council.
So, Chris?
Yeah, and you know what? We're all grown people. We have in front of us a really excellent document that lays out several different design guidelines throughout it. Some for street design, some for setbacks, some for character of the neighborhood, some for architectural designs. I think that's an opportunity that we've given ourselves lead time. If it can't come back to committee, that we can educate ourselves even further about the plan, and any questions to address to Reed if we need clarification on that. So I'm totally fine with allowing my motion to stick to postpone till September 20th. And in that time, like council, we can do our work, and whatever questions we have, we can ask Reed, and hopefully we can share that with the rest of council as well as we divine our own learnings from it. So I have no problems with this. In fact, I don't want to get too prescriptive on the work that's already been done. I think when I start glossing over it, and we are getting a bit prescriptive here, but when I gloss over the design standards, there's lots of explanations and there's lots of opportunities for a developer to come in and say, well, I want these 3 design standards for my thing. Will you approve that? And administration can look at that and say yes or no. But for us, if we really want to get into the design or change the character of the neighborhood, for instance, or the street layout, or type of architectural controls, I mean, those are questions that we can look into, divulge, and then bring it up with our planning department and with Reed specifically, I guess. But I have no problems like going over this plan. It's actually quite a fun read.
Thank you. Dylan?
Yeah, and just speak to what I hope to get out. I mean, my original motion was I wanted to have the wording necessary in the bylaws to to make it discretionary use. And I think it being discretionary use really actually does address a lot of these design things. A concern that I had was if you've got design centers just in the ARP as suggestions, it makes it really hard to enforce that if something's permitted use. Whereas if it's discretionary use, I just think there's more teeth to the design things that are in here. So I think that, so for me personally, I'm the design options, the build options were a friendly amendment to the motion that weren't so important, that weren't really that important to me, because I think that the ARP does speak for itself. But something that might be helpful for a council to get for consideration is what options could we have when it comes to regulating parking and access to a property in there, in terms of, are there regulations council could consider where a multifamily unit has to have both front and back parking, so it's segregated, so it feels more like it's two single detached houses, and so you don't just have the big facade with the big driveway on the back? Or are there ways to regulate? I know we've had in some neighborhoods, we've had issues where the door is built too far away from the parking pad, and so nobody uses the on-site parking, and they all end up parking on the street. And are there, and I think that for me, it might be an education piece of the neighborhood and for council about here's how changes have been made to our land use bylaw since before this ARP. But I think that might be the big concern the council has. What are the options to regulate parking and regulate access to suites on this in this land?
I have an issue too with that 20th September. What happens if we don't pass that day and then we leave it to the next new council? And plus administration probably have to do overall again this work, or how that, just for education. Okay, Arlene, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman Haas. Public hearing procedure requires the sitting council to make the ultimate decision. So at September 21st, if this council chooses not to make the decision to pass these bylaws, this council's authority on this bylaw is no longer in effect, and a new procedure, including a new public hearing, would have to occur for the next sitting council to make the decisions. Thank you.
So, could you do it 7th? No? Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. No, I have no qualms with actually taking it to September 20th. I know that it's a fear that's being presented right now, but I actually like the ARP, and I like the discussion, and I really enjoy the input and the feedback that we got from our delegations from within the neighborhood that came forward. I think when we come back here, we're not looking to dump on Reed to give us all this information and now we're just going to decide. We have a month to take this into our own hands, understand it ourselves, and present any questions to Reed that may, help us make a decision on the September 20th date. I have no qualms with it. In fact, with everything that's been proposed and what Reed's going to bring forward based off of the motions that have been already handed out today, I think we may come back and go, oh, you know what, we're really okay with this plan now, and it may be an easy pass. And at the same time, it may be an easy fail too. But I mean, that's our role. Like, our role isn't to find ways to pass things, because if they're not going to work for council, then we don't pass things, right? So I think our role here is to try to develop the best neighborhood possible in conjunction with our consultation with the delegations in the neighborhood, with our administration, and amongst each other. And I don't think we're beyond making a decision on September 20th. In fact, I think we give us enough lead time. As long as we don't get lazy, the decision will get made, and it'll be in the best interest of all. So,
fine. Any more question on this motion to postpone till 20th September? If none, we call on the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Minhas. I just would like to remind this council that September 20th is nomination day for the next general election, and there is also a federal election occurring that day. So we have scheduled the regular city council meeting for September 21. Thank you.
So it'll be 21? So you're okay, September 21st. Thank you very much for clarification. So let's call the votes. I guess I'm in favor. How about motion carried unanimously? So now we still go back to the original motion, or that's done? No, that's been postponed, yeah, right? So are we gonna go that other, that's the other second one? Okay, we're done for this. Okay. All right, so we'll call the Mayor Clayton to come back. Oh, yeah, she can.
Just give me 1 second here. All right, so I'm going to move. There was no set scheduled delegations from tonight. Moving on to council member reports. I'll give you all a minute to catch your breath. I know you've been speaking a long time. So how about I go first, actually, since I haven't been speaking for a couple hours. Let me just check my phone in regards to council business that I've been doing for the last couple weeks. I know that this past weekend I had the opportunity to I went and sort of toured some events across the region. I attended the Grovedale Fair one day. I went to a local community market that was being put on by some local entrepreneurs and where it highlighted small businesses. I also had the pleasure of attending an event that was put on by a local musician. They were just playing some music in their backyard, so it was great to sort of get some subjected to some local talent. I also, the weekend prior, attended the Folk Fest. Had the pleasure of watching our local talent, Kaylee Cardinal, basically closed the show and did an excellent performance. Kudos to all the volunteers and all the people involved with the Bear Creek Folk Fest. It was a great unfest, as they called it, and I look forward to seeing what they put together next year. Yesterday in the rain, I toured down to the night market. I hadn't been there in prior weekends, and I didn't know if they'd actually be proceeding because it was heavy rain, as you all know. I walked through and spoke to some of the vendors and had a chance to listen to some of the acoustical music that was playing that night. Earlier last week, I had an opportunity to go to Dawson Creek and be the guest of Mayor Bumstad from Dawson Creek at an event he was hosting, highlighting other mayors from across the Peace Country. Ran into Mayor Ackerman from Fort St. John, as well as the Mayor of Prince George, Chetwynd, Tumbler, and Fort Nelson. So it was nice to sort of have a discussion in regards to what the Peace, what's happening in the Peace region across the BC and Alberta border. And I think in regards to that, I will turn it over to Councillor Bressie for any committee updates as well as sort of roundtable on what you've been up to the last couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. A few events to update council on is I had the opportunity, along with Mr. Manuel, Ms. Hughes, and Mr. Trant, to have a meeting with Minister Ellis to talk about the Coordinated Care Campus and to talk more broadly about addictions and mental health in our region. And it was a very good conversation. I think there is a lot of alignment in terms of recognizing that there's issues in our community that need to be addressed. And it was great to be able to chat about what our vision is as a community, how we can partner with the province, how the province can partner with us, and also do a little bit of advocacy in terms of investments that are happening in other places in the province that aren't happening here and we expect to start happening here. And so it was great. Oh, and I shall say that MLA Allard was there, as she's been at all of these meetings she set up a lot of minister meetings on this project. So I appreciate MLA Allard doing that. We're all giving her promotions today, but appreciate MLA Allard doing that. Two other things I'll highlight is I attended a reconciliation event put put on by Rising Above in Muscogee Park to share some story. It was specifically for our faith community to hear stories about residential schools, and frankly, specifically our Christian faith community, because of the Christian church's background in residential schools, to hear stories about how those are having ongoing impact. And it was a very interesting, probably is an appropriate word, but sobering as well, conversation to listen in on. And I was very proud that all of council was there, I believe, as well as MLA Allard and MP Chris Warkington. And so I was very pleased to see our faith community really take in hearing these stories seriously, as well as at all three levels of government, our elected representatives taking this seriously. So thank you to all of council and Ms. Allard and Mr. Warkington for being there. And then last thing I'll highlight is we did have the Alberta Disc Golf Provincial Championships here last weekend, and I got to talk about it. And so thank you, Councillor Friesen, for coming to the skills competition. And thank you to our staff who presented some really great looking courses. We had players just raving about the courses all weekend. We also had the Grande Prairie Sport Connection was very key with helping us line up both sponsors and volunteers. And the volunteer level here, we provided more volunteers as a community than usually is provided at a national level event, just helping players feel welcome in the community, helping them find their discs so play can go fast. And it was a really good showing of the hospitality of the Grande Prairie region. So thank you to the city, thank you to the Sport Connection, thank you to everybody else who helped make provincials such a success.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, how did I know you were going to ping pong over to me? Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, a couple things. One thing I do want to add to Councillor Bressie's discussion on our Truth and Reconciliation Day with the Rising Above is Angie Creer, local living legend and leader at Métis Local. She was honored, as well as two other Indigenous people. She was the only one that was able to make it on stage to receive her honor. But a full Christian Bible. Now, I know that to provide this to First Nations people, considering the circumstances, could be a bad thing, but I know Angie and her faith she's very Christian, very dedicated to that faith, and she's very dedicated to her people as well. And this was no ordinary Bible. It was a Cree language edition Bible, so it was a very special gift that was given to her, and I know that she holds it and cherishes it right to her heart. A couple things that I will throw out there besides that. I've had a great couple weeks, actually. Like, I got to stand outside the night market a few times because I never had the patience to go through the lineup, but it sounded good, it looked good. But I spent all weekend helping with the Bear Creek Folk Festival as a volunteer. Volunteer for setup and teardown, as well as for photography and video. This was the one year that I actually didn't have to hype it up on social media, which was good because I was trying to keep a low profile in election season, which is probably not a good strategy, but it was a great turnout. In fact, they made nothing but profits. They had covered up all their costs prior to the event, and then all the donations that came in through the seats that were sold, which is only at 600. It looks like a small turnout, but I know how cautious the organizers were being there with that, especially in that field. But yeah, 600 people both days. They did more than that total, and they made nothing but gravy. So that's great. I look forward to the actual festival happening next year here in Grande Prairie so that we all can enjoy it. And finally, I got a little bit of an invite to do a documentary about our program GP Grows, and I hope I did it proud. I didn't have the same technical knowledge when they asked me what agricultural zone are we in. I couldn't answer that question. I don't have that knowledge, and I was just honest and blunt. I was like, well, you should talk to Michelle Gardner or someone else in there. But it was a real thrill to be able to sit down for about an hour and go over the GP Grows program, where it came from, how it started, and all the good work that our city administration has put in to create a sustainable program that also runs in alignment with our curriculum, as far as photosynthesis and growing things and stuff like that, and getting kids and families involved. So something I'm very proud of, very proud not just for my participation in it, but for administration's full embrace of it and where it's gone. And I know we got other municipalities asking about it. I'm sure we're going to have even more phone calls once this documentary comes out, as long as it didn't put egg on our face. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just highlight, I guess, two meetings that haven't already been discussed. One was my last kick at chairing the Economic Development Committee, unless we have a meeting that I'm not aware of coming up, which I would be happy we did. This has been a great group. I can't say enough about them. Mostly just a closeout meeting, but a couple things that were of interest to me, I guess, was our training grant and our accessibility grants aren't getting the kind of prescription that I was hoping to see. So it might be something the new council has some allocation of funding that we could redistribute in other areas of the community if that they don't start being prescribed. But again, I want to thank that group. It was fun to work with. And the other meeting I had was with the South Peace Archives on their future planning and fundraising. And I know Councillor Friesen's the rep on that one now, but I've kind of got coaxed into staying around on that after the first 2 years. And I want to put a big thank you to Jan Shields. This lady's put in an awful lot of work in this, and there's big dreams for this archives, and they've actually started their fundraising campaigns. Today they got their first announcement of a $10,000 donor, and I think we have a goal of $100,000 we want to raise. But I would say in the next couple of months we'll have more fundraising, campaigning, and more information coming out. But it's been a fun group to work with. Archives would not be my first pick, I would have thought, on council to get involved with, but it's kind of an interesting group, and there's a lot of passion about something like that, and it is great to preserve the history. So. Big shout out to them, and I think they're doing all the right things. So, and having said that, I want to thank administration. Every time we meet, they talk about how great it has been communicating with our administration on their new home. Not that it's tomorrow, but their new home at the Center 2000. So I do want to thank administration for the work on that. I know Director Miller and his team have been a big part of that, but you have to know every time we meet, they bring it up and how grateful they are. So I want to pass that along.
Thanks, Councillor Black. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I enjoyed a number of the events that have already been mentioned. I also want to, I was going to scoop Councillor Brescia on the disc golf, which I was looking forward to that because it's so not something you'd generally expect me to say, but I had such a great time. It was very cool to see the skills competition. They were, the three events, I guess, were accuracy, speed, and distance. And the distance, you remember, of course, we had a couple of crazy windy days, and the distance was nicely into the wind, and I think that was helpful for some of them, and perhaps a challenge, I don't know. Anyway, it was a hoot. I also was really fortunate to be able to volunteer at the City Staff Appreciation Barbecue on the 13th. And this is important because I know that our staff, city staff gets often poked at a little bit from the community. And from where we sit, we see truly how hard employees of this city work. And I was really pleased to be able to visit with a few and show them where the iced tea was. That was my job. And one more thing that hasn't been mentioned that I think was a first-time event, Adventure Aviation had a show and shine. So that was pretty cool to go out to, also on a crazy windy day. And I thought that it would just be like a show and shine where you just go around and look at all the airplanes, but a few of them were heading out as well. And it was so windy, in fact, that as one of the small planes was taxiing out to go and do a little flyover, and two people had to walk with it and hold it down. There was one holding the tail down and one holding the upwind wing down as it taxied out. But that was just fantastic. I want to thank Adventure Aviation for such a brilliant idea, and Doug and I had a great hour or two out there. And I think that's good for me. Thank you. Oh, no, there is one more. Sorry. India's 75th anniversary Independence Day flag raising. It is, the last one I think that we raised was the Filipino flag, and it's just so exciting to stand amongst a group of people who are celebrating the independence of their country, and yet they have chosen to live in Grande Prairie and to contribute to Grande Prairie, and it's just a delight to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Before I go to Councillor Minhas, I know Councillor Thiessen had one more thing to add.
No, I'd like to go to Councillor Minhas first because he might even mention it. I don't know.
Right.
We'll see.
Councillor Minhas.
I think everything has been said. There's no need to repeat. Thanks, Eunice, you did that too. And the only thing was the good part. I went to the rest of it. Said it. A few more things went, but storm fundraising tournament for the golf, that was a great one, and that's one was left didn't mention. And then our East Indian, India independent flag, Eunice, you already said it. And then we cut the ribbon. Forgot the name. They called the WF thing there that I went down there. So those things were missed so far. That's about it, I have to say. And the rest of time was we had our community bedding. I was quite busy with them to helping them out. So.
All right, Councillor Thiessen.
Well, Councillor Minhas did not say it, so I will say this, and because I think it needs to be said. Most of council last week Friday gathered with members of the Chamber of Commerce, past members of council, and past community players, as well as former mayors, CEOs, and our current administration to honor the longest serving and to date, I would say probably the best mayor. I mean, the future keeps going. Someone can replace that title that the city of Grande Prairie has ever seen in Bill Given. We got to plant a tree for him, a nice mountain ash that was set up by Parks. He came back from Jasper with his family for that honor, gave us a few words like the good old days, and Mayor Clayton here introduced him very nicely, and it was almost like a little bit of a passing of the leadership torch, which every mayor has to do eventually, albeit for whatever reason. But it was really nice to get to see the Givens again, to be a part of honoring Bill and in classic Bill style. I'd like to take credit for planting all the trees and being the greenest city councilor of all time, but I think Bill's got that record for being the mayor who's planted more trees in the history of the city of Grande Prairie than any other mayor. And I'm happy to serve on a team with him, happy to serve on a team with all of you guys. And it was a great honor. Hopefully we can do that for all of our future mayors and esteemed colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. It was on my list on the go-around, so I appreciate you bringing that up. But on the tree message, I just have a couple more things. I had the opportunity to attend a celebration with Weyerhaeuser, who planted their 250 millionth tree. So they planted one tree for every 3,900 trees for every resident in the city of Grande Prairie. So in that being said, it was a great opportunity. They speak to the ability and the sustainability of forestry in our region and the valuable role that it serves. I just had a couple other quick things. I wanted to thank the Chamber of Commerce as well as our communication and finance team for putting together a great budget engagement session. It gave us an opportunity to ask questions in the community, especially with the Chamber where they serve approximately 1,200 members. They gave us great feedback. We had an opportunity to sort of talk to them and see what's they're hearing from their members, as well as we did the similar session with the Youth Advisory Council. So those were great engagement sessions, and thank you to Finance and the Communications Department for putting together such a great slide deck. And then last but not least, CEO Galante and I had an opportunity to meet with the Minister of Transportation. Minister Sani was here for a day. It was a very new portfolio for her, so it was a great opportunity to get her up to speed, what's happening in the region, as well as our city. And so it was a good discussion, and was happy that MLA Allard was able to set that up for us. Other than that, I think everything else has been mentioned. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you to everyone for being here.